Chapter 351 Soldering Iron. Joan felt that his dissuasion was not persuasive. According to his knowledge of Candy, the other party would refute and insist on going to the barracks. However, contrary to his expectations, Candy nodded obediently, accepted his advice, and stopped mentioning plans to participate in military operations. Joan was also worried that she was insincere and secretly followed her secretly, but soon he realized that he had misunderstood Candy. Relax. I won't secretly follow you. Mr. Thl is so sick that someone will stay and take care of his old man after you leave. Candy lowered his head and said quietly in his ear. Joan heard a trembling heart, moved and guilty, and almost burst into tears. Candy glanced at him and smiled and grabbed his tress and rubbed it on his cheek. Okay, don't think about the unhappy things. It's a rare vacation. Let's go hunting in Haoshan, or go fishing on the riverside. In short, have fun. Joan wiped the corners of his eyes and said embarrassedly, sorry, I want to go to the forge first to help Mr. Flint solve some troubles. What's the trouble? Candy came in amusement. I heard that the forging plant was plagued by insects. Aha. Why did the pest go to the forge? Candy looked blank. There is only steel and coal. I can't think of any kind of pest interested in these things. I have the same question. Joan took out a bounty notice from Aunt Barbara in her pocket and showed her. The worm-shaped monster that is messing up in the forge is said to be called Iron. Have you ever heard of this creature? Candy bit his fingertips for a long time and finally shook his head. I have never heard of this creature. I have seen a full set of Vare's monster book, and there is no such creature in the book, which makes me more curious. I want to see for myself what the so-called Iron is, and some bounty. Sounds fun. I'll go too. Candy exulted. Of course Joanne will not refuse. When passing by the house, Jamie and Gray were called by the way, and they rushed to the dwarf forge located on the Drin River. After spending about half an hour on the road, Joan and his party came outside the gate of the forge. The usual roar of the hydraulic forging hammer from morning to night in the factory, filled with the heat emitted by the furnace, is now extremely deserted. Joan approached the door and accidentally noticed a notice posted on the door stating that the forging plant was temporarily closed for rectification due to strange bugs, and warned passers-by not to enter without authorization, at your own risk. At this time footsteps came across, and then someone pulled the bolt open, and the big iron door opened a gap, revealing a round face with vigorous hair, looking out curiously. His eyes touched Joan's face, and the man immediately widened his eyes in surprise and cheered loudly. Joan, my good brother, it turns out to be you. Tom, long time no see. Ha ha. Come in quickly. The young dwarf blacksmith pulled Joan in, and suddenly realized that Joan was also followed by a beautiful girl, and he quickly adjusted the clothes, posing like a gentleman. Miss Candy, good afternoon. Did you come back with Joan? I was a day later than him, but we did make an appointment in the letter to meet in Dillintown during the summer vacation. Ha, I can see that you have a very good relationship. Bah. I can't see it. You can see it. Candy gave Tom a white look. His cheeks flushed slightly, but his lips still had a smile on his lips. Come in. Let me inform my uncle. His old man knows that you must be very happy to visit. Tom ran out of 2 steps and stopped, looking back to remind Joan and Candy solemnly, don't stay close to the warehouse over there. There are several fierce monsters hidden in the ore heap. Beware of being hurt by them. Candy also wanted to ask. Tom had already leapt, and rushed to the 2nd floor in a blink of an eye. Candy looked over to the ore warehouse where Tom specially warned her not to approach. His eyes were full of curiosity and murmured, most of the iron essence is hidden in the warehouse. Joan, accompany me to see it. You still need to settle down. Tom said don't get close, but people are curious. It's useless to be coquettish. It's not too late to ask Mr. Flint when he comes over. It's too rude to make a claim. Okay, then wait a minute. Candy promised sorrowfully. It didn't take long for Flint, the old dwarf, to hear the unique loud laughter from the 2nd floor of the workshop. Immediately afterwards, a short figure appeared at the staircase, and opened his arms to meet Joan from afar. Joan stepped forward and hugged Flint Anvil, and said deeply, "Mr. Flint, your spirit is still so good. Your kid is not bad. He is obviously taller and he is much stronger than before, and he has become a little man." The old dwarf slapped Joan's shoulder heavily, his face full of relief. "Uncle Flint, good afternoon." Candy took the initiative to say hello. His smile and mouth were very sweet. "Oh, isn't this Canty? When did you come back?" "This morning. I heard Joanne say you have a little trouble here. I will accompany him to see it. Maybe I can help." Little girl is still so kind, but this time the trouble is not small, otherwise I will not be rewarded for help. Flint caressed his lush beard, and haze appeared on his face. "Recently, our town is not quite flat. Seeing the autumn harvest is approaching, the field has been plagued by insects, and most of them are particularly large and fierce monsters. Town still has such a strange thing for the first time since it was founded. Some people speculate that this is a ghost secretly secreted by a foreigner named Ida, but unfortunately the man has slipped away, and we have no way to continue the investigation. We can only gather the militia to try to eliminate the pests in the field." "Mr. Flint, actually this spring, the plantation near Port Leyden suffered the same pest damage. So far, the truth about the outbreak has not been found. I have heard that even this foraging plant has been affected by strange bugs." "Harassment?" Joan asked. The old dwarf nodded depressedly. "I'm having a headache for this." "What kind of monsters are actually interested in foraging plants? Do they like to eat or?" Candy once again cast a curious look at the warehouse where the iron ore is stored. "Little girl, you really guessed it." Flint smiled bitterly. "The monsters sneaking into the forge have three characteristics compared to the pests in the farmland. First of all, they don't like to eat cereals or livestock. They like to devour iron ore, and they are good at digging holes and digging hot bodies, and they will get burned if they accidentally. These steam-breathing monsters are lurking deep in the mountains of ore. It's really hard to pull them out and blow them out." The old dwarf shook his head with a sigh. Chapter 352 Earthworm. "Mr. Flint, can you describe in detail what the monster looks like?" Joanne asked the old dwarf. "Good boy. I will show you this." Flint drew a pencil from his pocket and randomly found a wooden board to draw it. The old dwarf is the most outstanding craftsman in Dillin. He often designs various farm tools and even armor drawings. He has a strong drawing skills, and he can portray the image of the monster in 2 minutes. "Look, this monster is about 5 feet long from head to tail. The temperature inside the body is extremely high. It can melt the iron ore swallowed into the belly into molten iron, and burn away impurities. Some of the molten iron will pass through their skin, is secreted and sticks to the surface of the body. After cooling, it is shaped into layers of bamboo shells. So from the appearance, this monster is like a python connected by countless iron rings." Flint added a few strokes to the drawing board, and then told Joan and Candy about the strangeness of the monster. "The inside of this monster's body seems to have a furnace that burns all day long. The high temperature emits the iron armor attached to the surface of the body to blush red. Occasionally, there are hot steam and smoke accompanied by hissing sound, which is connected from the carapace. If you accidentally touch the gap between them, you will be seriously scalded and even ignited directly. The strangest part of this monster is the head, like a tapered horn connected to the front of the body. Below the horn is the mouth, and the rest of the facial organs have all degenerated and disappeared. This may be related to their long-term living in the underground world. Related. But don't think that they are deaf and blind. In fact, this monster has a very sensitive perception, can detect someone approaching through the slight vibration of the surrounding air and the ground, and launches an attack or burrows to escape in the first place. Flint took the glass handed from his nephew, drank a gulp of ale and moistened his throat, and finally concluded, "It's almost what I have observed. Because the horns on the head of this monster look like a large red-hot iron, I will call them iron essence." "Hey yo, you've taken the name Iron Soldier for a long time, and it made me and Joan confused for a long time." Canty laughed. "What's wrong, little girls? It's not good to call them iron. The old dwarf was a little embarrassed. "People clearly have an official name, It's called torso. Candy couldn't help crying. Earth? Earth or insect? This name is too mouthful, it might as well be called the image of the iron. The old dwarf murmured sadly. It doesn't matter what the name is, the key is that the creature, the soil worm, shouldn't be here. Joan recalled the relevant records of the earthworm in the illustration of the monster of Valais, and clearly remembered that this creature named worm was actually not an insect creature born in the main material world, but a kind of pure fire elemental. Magic energy and lava constitute an elemental creature. Earthworms are native to the junction of the fire elemental plane and the earth elemental plane. The vast area filled with ash and lava, where they feed on minerals and use the furnace-like body to melt ore into a strong natural defense. Strong metal armor. As an elemental creature from an eccentric plane, soil worms do not need to eat the food of the main material world to survive. The reason for swallowing the ore is mainly to maintain the element furnace in the body and smelt the ore into molten iron body surface, condensed into iron armor, thereby ensuring that its defense power is maintained in a perfect state. Why do earthworms need to keep heavy cast iron armor? The main reason is that this creature digs underground all day long, and especially likes to drill holes in mineral-rich volcanic rock layers. This can certainly keep the earthworms who are naturally afraid of the cold to keep warm. But frequent drilling in hard rock will inevitably severely wear the carapace on its surface, and the thick iron armor will soon be thinned by the rock. In order to protect his fragile inner skin, earthworms had to devour a large amount of ore, using the biological furnace in the belly to cast a brand new steel armor. Mr. Flint, elemental creatures such as earthworms rarely appear in the human world. Occasionally they also appear to be moving near the crater away from the town. How come they came to the forge? Joan asked. You mean, someone cast a spell to call these monsters from outside the world and deliberately put them in the forge to add chaos to me? Flint looked angry. Joan and Candy glanced at each other, thinking that the primitive sect was extremely hostile to the doctrine of industrial civilization, and never missed any opportunity to destroy magic machines and modern factories. As a high-level deacon of the sect, Shepherd Man will definitely implement this purpose. With such a thought, it is really only the crazy cultists like shepherds who can throw earthworms to destroy the forging plant. Uncle, now is not the time to investigate the origin of the earthworm, but it is more important to try to get rid of this group of pests, so that the wrought iron plant can be restarted. Candy emphasized loudly. The little girl said it well, but the big bugs are not so easy to deal with. We have to make a perfect plan before we start. The old dwarf picked up a pencil and brushed on the board to write a line of characters, and then showed it to Joan and Canty. The first question: how to lure earthworms from the depths of mountainous iron ore and stop them from escaping. This. Candy rubbed his nose, his face pale. Actually, we have already solved half of this problem. Tom went on the topic initiated by his uncle. The earthworm is naturally afraid of cold and especially likes to stay in a hot place. As long as we set up a stove on the open space and burn the fire, we can put it out. Earthworms are drawn out from the heap of ore and roasted to warm themselves. In fact, we have tried this method and successfully lured out the earthworms and eliminated one of them. Unfortunately, the rest of the earthworms were very alert and found that they caught the trap and immediately turned around to escape. We haven't had time to stop it. 5 earthworms. I went back to the heap of ore. Tom shrugged his hand in regret. Can you move the ore away, so that the earthworms have nowhere to hide? Canty proposed a plan. Slightly speaking, there are thousands of tons of ore accumulated in the warehouse, which is so easy to move away. Flint asked with a wry smile. Moreover, it is very likely to be attacked by earthworms during the process of ore transportation. The risk is real. Too big. Even if the ore is emptied, it's useless. Earthworms are good at digging holes and digging into the ground. They don't wait for the ore to evacuate and go deep into the ground to hide. Tom added. This is indeed a big trouble. Joan thought, I can try to use magic to stop the earthworms. How much time can be delayed? Chapter 353. Pull back enchanting one. Candy was awakened by his words. His eyes lit up, and he said cheerfully, I think of a good way. Let's start the fire and lure the earthworms away from the heap of ore. Then I sneak around behind them and cast a spell to turn the loose ore into a large, seamless stone wall, blocking the retreat of the earthworm. Even if they will meet again digging into holes, and digging holes can't dig thick stone walls in a short time, so that we have plenty of time to eliminate them all. This idea sounds good, but I'm curious. What spell are you going to use to fuse the ore into a stone wall? Flint asked cautiously. 3 rings of plastic stone. It happened that I prepared one today. It seems to be a little less, but it should be enough. Joan, what do you think? This method is worth trying. If a plastic stone is not enough to stop the retreat of the earthworm, I still have spider web here. Joan looked at Candy thoughtfully, and only then did she realize that she had made great progress in the past 6 months. Sculpture stone is a 3-point natural magic, and under normal circumstances, a druid must be at least 5th level to be able to learn 3-point magic. Joanne remembers that Candy was only a level 4 druid and was promoted to a level 5 druid in just half a year. At her age, she was already called a genius. Very good, we solved the first problem. But then there is a problem. What to do after trapping the soil worm? Flint warned the young man seriously. You haven't dealt with soil worms. I don't know how hard they are, but I have suffered a lot. The earthworms are like burning red charcoal from head to toe. They are extremely hot. In case of being touched by them, they may be burnt slightly and ignited. For safety reasons, they must keep as far away as possible. Use long-range attacks against them. Joan nodded, and based on the old dwarf's warning, put forward a reasonable way to fight against the earthworm. The weakness of earthworms is cold resistance, and lack of long-range attack methods. We'd better use long-range magic or throwing weapons to attack them. The supernatural coldness that Jamie breathes can also cause great damage to earthworms. Is the bow and arrow okay? Candy asked. I'm afraid not, Joan patiently explained to her. The weight of the arrow is too light to penetrate the earthworm's steel armor. It must be hit remotely with a heavy blunt device, such as Mr. Flint's magic flying hammer. Candy, you still use long-range magic to deal with earthworms, but don't use fire spells such as fire burning and flaming fireball. Earthworms are immune to all fire damage, Joan urged. Uncle has a flying hammer, Joan and Candy have spells. Jamie can breathe cold, but Gray and I lack the weapons at our disposal and can't help. Tom was depressed. There are thick steel ingots in the warehouse, each of which weighs hundreds of pounds. The grey bag has great animal strength and can pick up the steel ingots when the stones are thrown out to smash the earthworm. As for Tom, Flint's eyes transferred from the nephew to Joan's face. Boy, haven't you abandoned the enchanting craft in the past 6 months? Of course not, Joan answered confidently. Not only is there no waste, but also great progress. Then I will test you. If I provide enough magic crystals, can you build a similar throwing weapon for Tom by imitating my flying hammer? It doesn't need to be exactly the same, as long as it can return automatically after casting. Joan pondered a little, then answered frankly, no problem. It's my student, really good. Flint grinned at his beard. Tom, give your warhammer, enchanted Joan, and prepare the stove. I'll get the magic crystal. Good. Tom generally ran into the forging workshop, fetched his stainless steel forged warhammer, and gave it to Joan solemnly. Good brother, it's all up to you next. Joan nodded, took the hammer with both hands, moved it to the table and laid it flat, then took the quill pen and ink bottle from the storage bag, skillfully lifted the pen and dipped the ink, and depicted 2 number 6 Lun on the warhammer rune. Ken uses the most commonly used runes of these 2 enchanted weapons as carriers. He first injects a ring of spell enchanted weapon in the first Ken rune, and then spends a mythical power to cast an energy replacement to convert the ring of spell burning hand into a cold frost hand, imposed on the second Ken rune. After completing this step, the warhammer in front of Joan has evolved from the original iron weapon to a +1 frost warhammer. but it still lacks one of the most critical enchantment special effects. Return. Joan had borrowed the Cold Blood tribe's treasure Cold Blood Trident from the Lizard Man Prince Vice. This weapon has a return special effect. The spell he gave from the trident to give the return special effect is Two-Ring Spell Arcane Return Weapon. He learned this spell half a year ago, but it was too unpopular, and he had no chance to use it at all. So he did not prepare in advance. Fortunately, this is not a big problem for him, because he has too many means to temporarily release unprepared spells. After thinking about it for a while, Joan decided to take the opportunity to practice the Sid mana he had obtained not long ago, and in his heart meditated on the name Sidlinen in the wood language, and started Sid injected into her body through her hand. Mana. In response to his call, a huge six-pointed star array appeared under his feet, exuding a dazzling magical glory. The big stars that make up the array slowly rose until they floated in front of Joan, and circled slowly clockwise, like a mysterious instrument. Joan draws 2 Sid mana from the six-pointed star array, which is used to launch 2 rings of return weapons, and the 2 lines of the six-pointed star dim with it, transforming into a luminous regular triangle and a luminous line segment transverse to the triangle's waist. The 2 lines that lost their brilliance show that the magic contained in them has been taken away by Joan, and they can only be recharged tomorrow and regain their radiance. The resistance weapon is ready, and Joan has to match this spell with an appropriate rune as an enchanting medium. Joan was already confident about this and raised a pen to depict the number 8 rune win on the Warhammer. The meaning of win rune is feedback and sharing. After throwing out the Warhammer, it will fly back to the hand automatically, which exactly fits the meaning of feedback. Yanta. Joan chanted spellcasting spells, poured return weapon into the win rune, grabbed a handful of magic crystal powder on his left hand and sprinkled it on the Warhammer, prompting the spell to solidify. After completing this procedure, the enchanting process is successfully completed. This weapon, which Joan personally transformed, evolved into a +1 Frost Warhammer, with an enchantment level 1 level worse than Flint's flying hammer, but with frost effects. After the Warhammer hits the target, in addition to the normal bludgeoning damage, it also adds frost magic damage equivalent to 1 energy level, especially to restrain the fire creatures with natural fear of the cold, such as Earthworm. Every time they successfully hit the opponent, can cause double damage to it. Chapter 354 Pull Back Enchanting 2. Tom took the Warhammer from Joan and threw it out. The Warhammer whirled in the air, wherever it passed. The hot winds of midsummer all turned into a calm cold. Boom! The Warhammer hit a large rock in the courtyard and shattered it on the spot. Tom beckoned, and the magic Warhammer deeply embedded in the crack of the rock seemed to be dragged by an invisible large hand, and took off and flew back into the dwarf's palm. Awesome! The performance of this Warhammer greatly exceeded Tom's expectations. He held the hammer excitedly and kissed 2 of them happily. Candy squatted on the steps, watching the whole process of Joan's enchantment. Seeing that it took him less than half an hour to create a magic flying hammer, he could not help seeing the heat, and ran over to pull his sleeves, asking a little shyly, "Joan, can you help me make an enchant weapon like Tom? I provide the magic crystal myself." "Yes, but you have to make it clear what kind of weapons are enchanted. You need to know that not all weapons are suitable for matching back effects, such as ordinary swords and wooden sticks that you commonly use. Their shape is not suitable. Throwing it away is also very difficult to kill the enemy." Kiawan said cautiously. "Not a stick, this is it." Candy pulled out a quirky V-shaped weapon from the storage bag, which was smooth and white in appearance and looked like ivory. Joan took a look at it and found that it was much heavier than the surface. It was either a special high-density bone or it was hollow and filled with heavy metals such as lead or mercury. If I read correctly, this thing should be called a return dart, right? Joan had participated in sports competitions held by the Azap people during his stay in the village of Pohhuitan. At that time, he saw many Azap boys throwing such weapons with ethnic characteristics on the field. Interesting. Yes, this is a back dart polished from a keel, and I intend to use it to deal with earthworms," Candy replied eagerly. "But the biggest advantage of the rebound dart is that it can automatically return after throwing it out, and then enchant it with special effects. Isn't it superfluous?" Joanne asked wonderingly. "Theoretically, it's like this, but it's really not that easy to play back darts. It requires superb skills and a lot of practice, and I don't have both." Candy put out his tongue, embarrassed. "Probably because I haven't gotten my skills yet. On average, I throw 2 rebound darts on average. Only one time I can return to my hand smoothly, and the other time I don't know where to fly." Kian understands that the little girl wanted to opportunistically use enchantment effects to make up for her technical shortcomings. Don't say it, it's a good idea. The difference between return enchantment and return dart is that the former does not require deliberate practice to automatically return a thrown weapon, and it will never miss. It is indeed suitable for half-hanger return dart players like Candy. Of course Joanne wouldn't refuse Candy's request, and it took another half an hour to successfully upgrade her back dart to +1 frost backbone dart. Because the special shape of the rebound dart is more in line with the aerodynamic principle, and the keel is denser and harder than steel, after repeated tests and comparisons by Candy and Tom, it is proved that this rebound dart has the same enchantment effect than the range and destructive force. The flying hammer is even better, and Candy is very satisfied with it. Tom and Candy's weapons are ready, and the stove in front of the warehouse has already burned, and the next step is to trap the earthworm. Flint opened the locked warehouse door by hand, and Joan and others watched the iron ore piled up in the warehouse from afar, feeling nervous. The fire was getting hotter and stronger, and in the afternoon of midsummer, Joan could feel a wave of smoked heat waves coming from far away, and soon became sweaty. The hot temperature suddenly reminded him of one thing. He quickly cast a spell of resisting flame damage on himself, and then blessed the same protective spells for Candy, Flint, Tom, Jamie, and Gray. In case of being touched by soil worms, it can greatly reduce burns. As soon as Joan had finished his work here, abnormal movements came from the depths of the warehouse. The iron ore piled up high suddenly collapsed, accompanied by a dull roar, and several dark red figures crawled out of the ore pile. Joan held his breath and found that a total of 5 earthworms crawled out, with a thick, round body crawling snugly, covered with a towering steel carapace from beginning to end. Perhaps it is because it often shuttles through the hard underground rock layers. The surface of the monster carapace is polished very smooth, and it shows a dark red color in the dim warehouse. Kian and others all hid in the shade, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, closely observing the behavior of the earthworm. After the swarm of earthworms broke away from the pile of ore, they raised their inner horns like red-hot irons one after another and sniffed around, as if to detect the movement outside the warehouse. The earthworm's intelligence level is higher than that of ordinary birds and beasts, but it is far inferior to humans. It can't detect any abnormal movements, so it boldly climbs out of the warehouse door and rushes straight to the burning furnace, eager to go into the hearth and heat it by the fire. When the last soil worm was also lured away from the warehouse, Candy crept past, and quietly entered the warehouse, preparing to perform 3 rings of plastic stone, turning the iron ore that almost blocked the gate into a tightly closed wall, block the retreat of soil worms back to the nest. Initially proceeded very smoothly, but there were unexpected circumstances. Just when Candy began to cast a spell, an ore slipped from the rock pile, rubbed her feet and rolled over, boom sound, hit the door frame. Candy was taken aback by this unexpected change, and the casting process was almost interrupted. What's more terrible is that the swarms of earthworms that are heating around the stove are also alarmed. The alert look back toward the warehouse door, sensing that a human is blocking the door. Jump. When Joan started his operation as early as Candy, he held a ball of spider silk just in case, and found that the earthworm was disturbed and released 2 rings of cobweb without thinking. The magic turned the spider silk in his hand into a large net, and when the hood fell down, All 5 earthworms were tightly entangled. Earthworms struggled hard in a sticky cobweb. At first, such efforts seemed to no avail. Instead, they were more tightly entangled by the spider silk, but the earthworms soon changed the way of self-help. Very hot one above the head horns. Cut spider silk. Chapter 355. Floating cobweb is indeed a very practical control spell, but it also has fatal weaknesses. The spider silk is not resistant to high temperature, and it is burnt by a few strokes of the fiery red horns of the earthworm, causing the spider web to quickly break a big hole. 3 soil worms drilled through the holes in the spider web one after another and quickly climbed towards the ore warehouse. Seeing a bad situation, Flint quickly greeted Tom and hurried to the warehouse door to cut off the retreat of the earthworm. Uncle and nephew both have rich experience in fighting against earthworms, guarding the gate and not eager to throw war hammers, each holding up a large shield to wait. The facts show that their prudent measures are necessary. The 2 earthworms rushing to the front found that someone was blocking the way, almost simultaneously arching their bodies, leaping forward like a spring, using the hot and sharp horns above their heads as weapons, and slammed into the past. Boom, boom. The 2 earthworms collided with the shields of Flint and Tom respectively. The thick forged steel forge was obviously deflated, and the dwarf uncle was also staggered back by the impact force, so he finally stood firm. The 2 soil worms that hit the iron plate at one end did not take advantage of it. They were bounced back and fell heavily on the ground, fearing that they would be dizzy for a while. The 3rd soil worm that hurried afterwards found his companion hit the iron plate, hesitated for a moment, and turned to escape to the left, trying to bypass Flint and Tom's block. Joan quickly caught up. While running, a small apron used by girls to tie their hair was drawn from the spellcasting material bag, and the spellcasting spell was chanted in the palm of his hand, and a series of gestures was quickly made with his right hand. Ambaona. When Joan was about to run away from the earthworm, the preparation for casting was completed, and finally he chanted an elven spell representing ascent and raised his hand to the earthworm that was about to drill into the warehouse door. A magical power emerged from his fingertips, forcing the monster weighing more than 200 pounds to lift off the ground and lift up, as if an invisible rope dragged it up slowly. The earthworm hangs in midair, does not go up and down, and looks very frightened. He twists his body desperately, trying to get rid of the mysterious force that forces himself to float. However, its struggle is meaningless, and it can only float higher and higher in despair, and it has been more than 20 feet away from the ground after a few seconds. For the soil worms who are used to living below the surface, the experience of hanging from the ground is like a patient with acrophobia climbing to the top of the tower, which is almost scared to death. Joan took a long breath and made another gesture, temporarily suppressing the magic output of floating technique to keep the earthworm at its current height. At this time, Candy had completed his mission, and the spell gathered all the scattered ore near the warehouse gate into a 3-foot stone wall, successfully blocking the retreat of the remaining 4 earthworms, forcing them to turn around and flee. Flint and Tom, each stopping a soil worm, struggled to throw a warhammer to face the headache. The earthworm that was hit by Tom's flying hammer appeared to be particularly painful. The frost magic attached to the warhammer not only caused double damage to it, but also caused its body temperature to drop sharply, and its action became extremely slow. On the other side of the courtyard, Gray grabbed a large steel ingot in each of his hands. He rounded his arms and threw it away to smash a soil worm, smashing its armor into cracks, exuding the hot blood of silk magma. The half-breed winter wolf Jamie, with her agile skill, wrestled with a soil worm, looking for opportunities to breathe cold into the other party. The soil worm was sprayed twice, and the dark red iron armor became grey-black as the temperature dropped, and even a layer of hoarfrost condensed. The supernatural cold air penetrated the earthworm through the carapace, making its movements more rigid and dull. Unable to escape, and unable to fight back, Jamie, constantly consuming the remaining heat in the desperate struggle until it was completely frozen. Kenty confirmed that the stone wall he had shaped was impeccable, so he released his hand, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and turned to look out of the warehouse door. I saw a soil worm hanging in midair, writhing in vain, but it couldn't fall. She froze for a moment, then immediately realized that it was the result of Joan's spell. The more I saw, the more the earthworm that was forced to hang in the air was very suitable as a target for practicing dart throwing. Then he took out the dragon dart that Joan had enchanted her, aimed at the earthworm that was suspended in the air, and tried hard to throw. Went out. The boomerang flew out of the air with a roar, hitting the midfielder's abdomen, smashing the red armor into a large dent, with frost magic injected into it, and then bounced back and fell into Candy's hands. Pretty good, Head. Kenty nodded in satisfaction. After self-praise, he threw the keel dart back again, hitting the earthworm's belly heavily, hitting a large spider web-shaped crack. Suddenly hit by strong force, the earthworms crouched in pain, dying. Kenty didn't mean to be merciful, and he threw back the dart, and soon shattered the poor earthworm beetle shell, exposing the tender flesh, twitching and dying. By this time, Flint, Tom, and Jamie had already killed the terrestrial worms, each responsible for their interception. Only the soil worm that Gray had to deal with was the most cunning. While Gray lost all the steel ingots in his hand and turned back to find ammunition, he suddenly jumped into the furnace and burrowed into the hearth, leaving only a tail still swinging outside the hearth. Be careful. Don't let that bug overturn the stove, Tom discolored exclaimed. In case of a fire, the trouble will be worse. Joan took a step towards the violently shaking stove, meditating on the name of Leonan, and a flashing pattern rose again at his feet. He extracted 2 Sid mana from the magic circle, which was used to launch the advanced version of the Master's Hand. The advanced version of the Master of the Master, which was just learned not long ago. As soon as the spell activated, character chanted, the glass bead clenched tightly and Joan's palm shattered. The glass dust merges with the magic, transforming a force field hand that is 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. The huge, translucent palm glowed with magnificent glass luster under the afternoon sun, and suddenly rose into the air, opened 5 fingers to the furnace, grasped the tail of the earthworm exposed outside the furnace, and dragged backwards. Joan's own strength attribute is only 10, and the magic belt has an additional 2 points of strength, plus the 4 points of strength provided by Mage Joan. After comprehensive calculation, the strength attribute is up to 16. It is a dwarf with a strong physique and ironwork. Tom is comparable. At this moment, he poured all his energy into the translucent magic hand, holding up to 400 pounds per square foot. The weight of the earthworm is more than 200 pounds. No matter how struggling, he can't confront Joan's magical remote control, and he is quickly dragged out of the furnace. The monster was head down, hanging in the air, still twisting its body, trying to make its final struggle. Chapter 356 Assault. Joan took a deep breath and focused all his energy on Mage attacking palm. The remote control magic hand clenched the earthworm, turning the wheel like a windmill and slamming into the ground, hitting the ground heavily. Boom! The earthworms were sturdily shot on the ground, and Mars splashed. The ground trembles slightly, showing a large dent similar to the outline of the soil worm. Joan was expressionless, and once again lifted the stupid earthworm that had been stunned, rounding and repeatedly beating. After a loud banging sound, the earthworm was shattered and torn apart. The lava-like plasma poured out along the cracks on the surface of the body. When it fell on the ground, it uttered a roaring burning sound and raised a blue smoke. After being beaten for more than 10 times in this way, the earthworms were finally invulnerable. The waist was broken, and the fragile internal organs were exposed. The steaming heat wave was mixed with a strong pungent blood. Joan confirms that the soil worm is dead, so he drops half of the corpse, and ends the cast. The giant glass-like palm that lost the Master's remote control, hung in the air quietly, the texture gradually blurred, and after 6 seconds, it was completely decomposed into disordered magic threads and reintegrated into the embrace of the magic net. Until this time, Candy, Flint, and Tom, who had been foolish, had come back one after another, and were amazed by the magical spell that Joan had just cast. Joan continued to cast spells in the battle just now, and his body and spirit were a little tired, but he still hit the spirit and used the higher mage's hand, holding the electric blade to dissect the body of 5 soil worms, and found a stomach in the abdominal cavity. Once cut off, stomach looks like a red leather pocket with a flexible texture and a warm touch. There are still undigested ores and slag. Joe dumped it safely and cleaned the stomach pouch. These stomach pouches have the toughness and softness of ordinary leather, and also have the characteristics of high temperature resistance. They can be used to process containers or leather armor, can effectively resist flame burning, and are valuable enchanting materials. Joan, a poor mage, of course it will not be wasted. In addition to the 5 earthworm pouches, Joan also received 500 gold ducats. This is the reward that Flint said on the bounty notice. Joan got the bounty and wanted to share it with Candy, but Candy resolutely resigned, saying that even if he paid off the processing cost that Joan had just helped her make the enchanted dart. You also know that I'm useless for asking for money, so why don't you be polite? Hurry up and put away your money bags. There will definitely be a lot of money after the school starts. Save more now and not be too tight in the future. Then, well, thank you very much. Joan quite embarrassedly put away the purse and offered his farewell to the dwarf uncle. The two spent a whole afternoon in the wrought iron plant, and it was nearly dusk when they left. Joan originally wanted to go to the Dingle's logging site to eliminate the pests and earn a bounty, but considering that the time is not too early, plus the previous consumption of a lot of energy when dealing with earthworms, the spell slot is also left very few. The current state is really not suitable for continuous combat. After consulting with Candy, he decided to go home and rest, and it is not too late to go to the logging yard tomorrow. The next morning, Joan and Candy had breakfast and went to visit the grandfather at Haushan Lodge. Old man Thiel's face was worse than yesterday, and Joan grinded his mouth to persuade him to drink half a bowl of broth, and then was driven out impatiently by the old man. Seeing that Joan was depressed, Candy offered to go to the logging farm at Dingle's house to see what kind of pest was causing trouble, so that Joan temporarily let go of his grandfather's worry. Joan realized her bitterness, nodded gratefully, and walked back along the way she came. When passing by the house, Jamie and Gray were waiting for themselves, and they beckoned them together. When going to the logging site to deal with pests, 2 more helpers are more secure. Joan, they did not come by chance. Mayor Dingle has gone to work, and Dick and Roger are far away from the barracks, and only the mayor's wife entertains them alone. Joan was not familiar with the mayor's wife, and Candy was meeting for the first time. Fortunately, the mayor's wife was no stranger to them. While warmly entertaining 2 young guests, he also said that he had heard Dick and Roger mention them at home many times. 2 good friends. The mayor's wife was relieved that Dick and Roger were taking part in the military operation for the first time, holding Joan's hand and asking how many brothers lived during their service in Port Leyden. In fact, Joan didn't know much about these things. In order to comfort the mother who missed her son, she chose to say good things, such as the heroic performance of the Dingle brothers in the hunting competition. He was not good at chatting, not to mention that the other party was a relatively unfamiliar middle-aged woman. She dared to sit with the mayor's wife for half an hour. There was really nothing to say. She had to sit next to her with a glass of juice. Canty, who was happily watching the movie, cast his eyes for help, and asked him to help deal with the aunt who talked about the endless daily life. Candy was still loyal enough, swallowing the little cookie in his mouth, dimming the topic quietly, and asking the mayor's wife about the logging site. The lumber yard, I don't want to think about it, it can't be worse. The mayor's wife looked sad. Since more than half a month ago, some huge monsters appeared inexplicably in the lumberyard. You ask what the monsters look like? I dare not look close. I heard that there are more than one kind of monsters, some like giant beetles, with horns on their heads, and slightly smaller ones. But the gas from the tail can blast people as if they were shelled. The strangest thing is the smallest red beetle. It is said that it can emit poisonous gas, no matter humans or animals. Inhaling the poisonous gas will faint on the spot, like drunk. The mayor's wife sighed and frowned. These huge pests are usually hidden in the pile of wood and gnaw at the wood. If someone comes close and alarms them, they will be violently attacked. Several loggers have been injured and other workers have been scared to resign. We really have no choice but to temporarily close the logging yard to avoid strange insects coming out and hurting people. Why didn't the mayor call the militia and go to the logging yard to eliminate the pests? Candy asked puzzlingly. I hope so, but unfortunately the town council is not for me. The mayor's wife shrugged her hands and smiled helplessly. Where the town is affected by pests, not only my sawmill, but also the farmland that is about to be harvested. Both Jason and other lawmakers think that priority should be given to concentrating troops to eliminate the pests hiding in the fields and destroying the crops, to ensure that the folks harvest your crops with peace of mind, and only then will it be your turn to deal with the pests scattered outside the farmland, such as my sawmill and Flint's wrought iron plant. In this way, we can only temporarily close the factory and maintain the status quo until the end of the autumn harvest, and then ask the security team to deal with those giant insects. Chapter 357 Sawmill Crisis. I understand. Joan nodded suddenly, fully agreeing with the choice made by the town council. Dillon Township is, after all, a southern township dominated by agriculture. Most of its residents live on farming. If the crops fail due to insect damage, many families are bound to suffer from starvation. Compared to the urgency of expelling pests to protect the autumn harvest, plant pests are less critical. Moreover, the affected Dingle and Flint families are the top wealthy families in the town, and temporarily closing the factories will not affect their livelihoods. Of course, from a moral point of view, Jason Dingle and Flint Danville, as senior government officials in the town, are admirable to be able to take care of the overall situation without sacrificing their own interests. Aunt Dingle, we saw the reward notice posted by your house at the grocery store, and we plan to take this task. Don't you mind? Candy asked the mayor's wife. Of course I don't mind, but you are still young. I really don't worry if you go to the lumber yard to take risks. You don't have to worry about this. Yesterday we helped Mr. Flint eliminate the pests in the forge. Will the pests in the logging farm be more difficult to deal with? Candy said with a smile. Really? That would be great. The mayor's wife looked upset and quickly got up to call the housekeeper, and told him to bring the key to the logging gate to guide Joan and Candy. Joan said goodbye to the mayor's wife, accompanied by Candy, Gray and Jamie, followed the butler to leave the mayor's house. I walked about half a mile along the river beach, and saw the small pier built by Line in the distance, next to the sawmill surrounded by the wall. When the sawmill started normally, the lumberjack felled trees in the dense forest on the upper Dillon River, directly pushed the raw processed logs into the river, and drifted down the river until it was intercepted by the dam near the dock, salvaged and sent to the saw in a wood factory. After drying and drying, it is finished and cut into wood and wood. Today's lumber yard is quiet. The old housekeeper opened the door and hid, amidst panic, apparently unwilling to venture into the yard where the monster lurks. Joanne didn't force him either, and took Jamie into the courtyard, and Candy and Gray followed. The sawmill has a vast area, and there are piles of logs neatly stacked in the courtyard that can't be seen at a glance. Each pile is as high as 2 floors. Due to the prolonged work stoppage and the abundant rain in summer, the yard was already overgrown with half-ate grass, which covered the road leading to the construction site and looked a bit desolate. Jamie sniffed in front, and Candy followed, holding an oak cane to pull away the blocked artemisia. Occasionally, broken wood chips were seen thrown into the grass, looking like the residue left after the giant insect gnawed. For safety reasons, Joan took out the magical arm made of earthworm tentacles from the storage bag to detect the wind and grass around him. Gray carried a thick iron rod and followed Joan behind to take care of it. This large spike bar is a tailor-made weapon for Gray by the old dwarf flint. Weighing more than 200 pounds, it is 6 feet long, thick at the front and thin at the back, and many sharp prismatic steel nails are inlaid on the stick head, which shimmers in the sun with a chilling light. A group of people walked through the grass to the factory work area. The surroundings were quiet, without a trace of wind, but Jamie's eyes widened alertly, screaming at a work shed. Joan looked at the trembling alarm in his hand and confirmed that there were dangerous creatures hidden in the shed according to the angle of the tentacle deflection, and then gave Candy a glance. Candy nodded, took out the keel and returned to the dart, struggling towards the open fence door of the workshop. The dart circling through the door and flew into the shed without knowing what was hit, making a mumble, then flew back and fell into Candy's hands. There was a loud noise from the work shed, the fence door was suddenly knocked off, and a large brown beetle like a cow rushed out of the air. This monster has a pair of huge horns on its head, which is the big stag beetle that Joan had seen in the Vassar's ranch. When it comes to dealing with such large-scale pests, no one is richer than Joanne. As early as the hissing sound came from the work shed, he heard more than one big stag beetle lurking inside. He took out 2 bottles of the insecticide he had prepared in advance and saw the big stag beetle rushing out, throwing it out of his hands without thinking. Medicine bottle. Boom, boom. 2 glass bottles smashed on the head of the big stag beetle, shattered on the spot. The mist-like insecticide escaped, and the big stag beetle was dizzy, and it sighed in pain on the grass. Gray took the opportunity to rush up, struck his mace on the head of the big stag beetle. The hard horns could not bear such a heavy blow, and even the horned head was smashed by the gray bag. At this time, 3 large stag beetles rushed out of the work shed one after another, screaming at Gray, seeming to avenge his companion who was killed by the giant gray stick. Joan whistled to remind Gray to retreat as soon as possible so as not to fall into the big antlers. Candy quickly cast a spellcasting gesture, chanting the sacred prayer of praise to the Mother of Nature, stomping his feet abruptly, and the ground glowed with a green glow. The surrounding weeds grew like crazy with hormones, and after a few seconds, they evolved into countless thorny vines, entangled all 3 big antlers on the opposite side, and became difficult to act. Joan left the 3 monsters bound by natural magic to Candy and Gray to deal with it, took Jamie to bypass the thorny zone, walked into the shed and observed it, confirmed that there were no other monsters lurking in it, and then retreated when he came out. He turned and walked towards the dock. The operating area near the wharf has been submerged by weeds, and 3 large hydrodynamic saws installed on the river bank are faintly visible in the grass. These mechanical devices used to process logs should have been connected to the water wheel in the river by a transmission rod. Now the transmission rod has been gnawed by the monsters. The water wheel is still tumbling under the impact of the waves, but the saws that have lost power are abandoned. Rust has grown in the grass. At this moment Jamie stopped and growled at the platform where the saw was placed. There was also a hissing tweet behind the red brick-piled platform, quickly from far to near. The moving monsters seemed to resemble hounds, and their bodies were covered by thick grass. Joan could only shake violently through the grass, guessing that they were approaching towards the place where he and Jamie were standing. Joan took a piece of mica from the spellcasting material bag and chanted the spellcasting spell in his hands. Tinned. Joan waved out the crushed mica, and a flickering dust covered the grass hidden by the pest. The magical brilliance exploded violently, blinding the eyes of all pests in the grass. Yeah. Joan put his hands together with his thumbs, and the other 4 fingers spread out. The magical power turned into a fan-shaped flame through his fingertips, which instantly ignited the grass on the opposite side and raised a raging fire. Chapter 358 Poison Gas. The monsters in the grass were blinded by the flashing dust first, and then trapped by the fire ignited by the burning hand. They were blindly wandering in the grass that was burning more and more. and they could not escape the sea of fire. Burned alive. Joan heard bangs from time to time in the fire, as if he was firing, and guessed that most of them trapped in the fire were bomb beetles, also known as fart beetles. These monsters, the high temperature and high pressure air jets from the buttocks, are amazingly lethal, but at this moment they are caught in the sea of fire, and the sound of fart cannot change the fate of being burnt into coke. The wildfires along the river were burning more and more vigorously, and spread quickly downwind. Joan noticed wild grass and dried logs everywhere, and couldn't help regretting the fire. If the fire goes out of control, the entire sawmill will be in danger, and the pests will certainly be burned out, and the sawmill may not be able to keep it. Fortunately, Candy sensed the fire on the riverbank, assisted Gray to kill the 3 big stag beetles, and hurried over, continuously performing water making to perform artificial rain, and finally wiped out this gradual out-of-control fire in time. Joan looked envious while Candid cast fire. Water making is just a very simple zero-loop trick for Druid. Candy can play it at will, but it is too difficult to create the same effect with Arcane. At least Joan can't do it now. Can only watch Candy busy on one side, can't help at all. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it. I shouldn't cast fire spells in such a place where wood is everywhere. After extinguishing the fire, Joan apologized to Candy with some embarrassment. Candy wiped his sweat, and he smiled and put on a lost expression. I thought you were setting fire with no worries because of my firefighter by my side. It turned out that I overestimated my position in your eyes. It was so disappointing. Joan was stupefied by her count. Thinking about it carefully, Candy's words seemed very reasonable. Anyway, there is her little artificial rainfall expert at his side. No matter how you play with the fire, you don't have to worry about causing a fire. What other concerns do you have? I didn't expect this kind of tactical cooperation. Thank you for reminding me. Joan looked at Candy gratefully. What the tactic? I just said it casually and made you play. Candy laughed. Sweat and soot could not conceal his smug face. Joan was dumbfounded, and became increasingly confused as to which of her words was sincere and which was a joke. Shook his head and walked away helplessly. Candy came up with a smile and took the initiative to take his hand. When Joan saw her smile so sweet, she no longer struggled with what was going on in the naughty girl's little head. Anyway, as long as she was happy. This fire burned the grass around the hydraulic saw console. Joan and Candy searched the dark ruins and found a total of 7 insect corpses, 6 of which were about 3 feet in length. The red-headed black armor was obviously a projectile beetle. There is also a smaller corpse with a body similar to a cat, with a dark red carapace. Candy speculates that this is a projectile beetle that has not yet fully developed. Joanne doesn't feel like it. It is a pity that the corpses of the insects have been charred, and it is impossible to distinguish their true colors. Not to mention the specific types. They have to put aside their doubts for a while and continue to hunt down the hidden insects in the sawmill. Next, Jamie was exploring the way forward. Joan and Candy were trailing behind Jamie, and after Gray broke his mace, he kept forming along the river bank. Cautiously, Jamie sniffed out the unique smell secreted by the pest and yelled to warn. Joan then calculated the general position of the pest based on the response of the magic alarm, and then threw out 2 bottles of insecticide to drive away the bugs hiding in the grass. Come out. Candy and Gray are the main beaters of this small team. If there are only 2 or 3 monsters that rush out of the grass, Candy does not need to use valuable spell slots to throw back darts to hit distant targets, and use the frost enchantment effects of the back darts to make it slow. Gray prefers melee, propping up a big stick and heading straight up to smash it. The stag beetle, which is the hardest in the carapace, can't bear this strange giant, let alone the more vulnerable projectile beetle. The cannonball was smashed into a patty by the mace that fell down. Joan, Candy, Jamie, and Gray worked together in perfect harmony to spend 2 hours cleaning the grass around the sawmill, during which no fewer than 30 different types of worms were hunted, and he was unharmed on his side. The pests in the grass have been wiped out. and then it is the turn of a pile of logs. Still using the old method, Jamie searches the way ahead, searching for pests lurking near the log pile with her sensitive nose. The search operation initially went smoothly. Although the big stag beetle and the projectile beetle can also hurt people, their recipes are similar to those of their smaller insects, and they mainly live by eating plant fibers. Tiny insects only need a leaf to fill their stomachs, and giant insects need a richer source of food. Piles of logs hung in the open air are undoubtedly their dream cafeteria, like mice must be in the rice warehouse. Most of the worms also settled around the pile. Jamie drove out these crunchy pests, and Joan, Candy, and Gray then attacked, killing the pests one by one. Moving forward like this, to a shady place near the courtyard wall, Jamie stopped and flashed a confused look in her eyes. He sniffed and smelled in the log pile, suddenly shaking, and he was staggering, and it was abnormal. "Jamie, what's wrong?" Candy asked in surprise. Jamie turned around and shook his head, seeming to dispel the uncomfortable feeling, but just 2 steps forward, he collapsed inexplicably. "What's wrong with Jamie?" Candy looked at Joan blankly. "Did you notice anything unusual?" Joan stared at the earthworm tentacles in his hand and moved up, down, left, and right. The tentacles remained stationary and did not receive any signal that a dangerous creature was approaching. "It's weird. Why is Jamie so stupid that he fainted? Wouldn't he be sick?" Candy approached the half-breed winter wolf, squatted down and stroked its head, and immediately peeled off its eyelids to observe its pupils. "Heartbeat and breathing are normal, and it looks like he's asleep. What does it taste like?" Canty wrinkled his nose, and suddenly a dizzy attack struck him, and he fell down on the grass. Joan realized that she had a strange look, realized that the situation was wrong, and hurried over to drag her up. Candy stood there crumbling, as if standing on a violently bumpy boat. The dull eyes and the blushing cheeks seemed to be drunk. Chapter 359 Wind. "Candy, what's wrong with you?" Joan asked the drunk girl, anxiously asking, "Where is it uncomfortable?" I'm fine. Just dizzy. Water, I want to drink some cold water and wake up." Joan held Canty in her right hand, freed her left hand and hurriedly released the endless water bag to feed her 2 sips of water. Candy recovered a little, grabbed the water bag from Joan, and splashed the water directly on his face, making it wet all over his head. After hitting 2 chills, he finally recovered. Joan took out her handkerchief to help her wipe her face, confirming that the abnormal blush on her face had subsided, and the heart hanging in the air fell to the ground. "Joan, have you smelled a spirit?" "No smell. Where?" "It's weird to say, now I can't smell the pungent alcohol, but I did smell it when I squatted down to check out Jamie, and I felt dizzy after inhaling that smell." "Sleep." I guess Jamie was stunned like this. While talking about what happened to him, Candy tried to squat down to find the source of the mysterious breath. Joan quickly grabbed her wrist and warned in a deep voice, "Don't squat down again, the poison gas is probably hovering at our feet." "Poison gas?" Canty was taken aback, covering his nose subconsciously, and asked him angrily, "You smell it too?" "I didn't smell it, but I can guess roughly why we can't smell the gas now. But Jamie can smell it. If you squat down, you will inhale the gas again." Joan's face dignified. "I don't doubt your judgment, but why is this?" Candy looked puzzled. "If there are monsters around here that release poison gas, it should be reasonable that the poison gas should fill the entire space, and everyone in it should smell it. Why is only Jamie stunned?" "You think so because you don't know enough about the composition of air. In fact, different gas densities are usually different. Some gases are lighter, while others are heavier." Joan recalled the chapter on gas in the intermediate alchemy textbook, and then explained to Canty, "In a relatively closed space, if we compare air to seawater that fills the entire space, then a gas with a lower density than air will float in the upper layer, like a boat floating on the sea. A gas with a density greater than air, it will sink to the bottom, like a rock thrown into the sea will sink to the bottom. The toxic gas of coma Jamie is likely to be denser than air, so it will be deposited near the surface. You and I and Grey are taller. The harmless air is inhaled, and Jamie is short, plus the upper sense of smell is particularly sensitive. After inhaling the poisonous gas floating in the grass, he passed out. It turns out so. No wonder I smelled that pungent smell just after crouching. Candy suddenly realized the mayor's wife said before that in addition to the big stag beetle and the projectile beetle, there is a rarer and more dangerous gas beetle in the sawmill. The poison gas you and Jamie inhaled is thought to be emitted by this kind of monster. Joan looked at the towering log pile opposite, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. If I guess right, the gas beetle is hiding under the pile of logs. Then try to drive them out and destroy them. Candy clenched the keelback dart. Anyway, the poison gas they spray will only float around our feet. There is nothing to worry about. It's not that simple. The deposition of poisonous gas requires a slow process. The poisonous gas beetle is a variant of the projectile beetle. Then one can imagine that they must also aim at the enemy like their close relatives and spray the poisonous gas. If we are not prepared, we have not yet. When the gas was deposited, he was comatose first, said Joan cautiously. Canty quickly opened endoscopy to view his list of magic skills, and later told Joan with mixed feelings, I have prepared 3 rings of neutralizing toxicity today. This divine spell can remove most of the toxins that are not immediately fatal. It can also provide temporary poison resistance to the subject. Unfortunately, I am ready. Such a neutralizing toxicity. In addition to Jamie, who has been poisoned and comatose, there are a total of 4 people here. But there is only one spell to protect against poison gas. Who should use it? Joan thought about it and said to Canty, this magic technique is left to treat Jamie. I have a way to dispel the gas, but for safety's sake, you and Grey are better to stay away. Wait a minute for me to expel the gas beetle. If there are too many, you can hit them with stones and rebound darts. Just make sure to stop the pests from escaping. Canty didn't know what way Joan was going to deal with the extremely dangerous gas beetle, but out of trust in him, he nodded obediently, greeted Grey withdrawing 10 steps away, and looked at Joan's back with anxiety. Joan pulled out 2 glass marbles from the storage bag, held it in his hand for a while, twisted a glass bead at his fingertips, and chanted a mantra to bless him with 0 ring trick phantom, and then worked hard throw to the wood pile. The glass marbles drew a dazzling arc, fell into the grass and bounced twice, and then a violent bark of the dog made the grass tremble. The illusion of the barking simulated by the illusion quickly disturbed the pests hiding in the log pile, rushed out like a bee, and lifted in the direction of the barking of the dog, accompanied by a snorting sound. Sprayed out milky white mist. These monsters are covered with smooth and hard red beetles on their backs, and they look like variants of projectile beetles, but they are smaller and only 2 feet long from head to tail. Joan glanced, and there were no fewer than 10. So many beetles sprayed poisonous gas together, and the milky white mist quickly gathered into a cloud, with a strong alcohol swiftly drifting in the direction of Joan. Not long ago, Joan took a bowl of medicinal porridge boiled with snake dragon egg as the main material at Lianan's home, while improving 2 physical properties. He also gained a special physique against toxins. The mist emitted by the poison gas beetle is actually a special alchemical compound similar to alcohol. It is highly narcotic, but it is not fatal. This level of toxin was not affected by Joan's inhalation, but he had to think about Candy and Grey behind him. And while the gas cloud had not dispersed, he quickly made a spellcasting gesture. Sure. Joan chanted an elven spell representing wind, raised his left hand and waved forward. The magic net distributed around it violently oscillated, and the magic power caused the air to resonate, forming a roaring strong wind blowing towards the opposite side. Gale, also known as the level 9 gale. The strong airflow instantly blows the grass opposite Joan to the ground, and some bushes that are not deep-rooted are even pulled up by the strong wind, and the sand is flying all over the sky. Swept by such a violent air current, the cloud of poisonous gas floating in the air was instantly blown away, and the poisonous gas beetle gathered in the grass was also hit by the strong wind, and the ground was rolling in awkwardness. Chapter 360's Owl. The strong wind caused by wind making lasted less than a minute, after which it exhausted the magic power and quickly decayed. Gray sensed the weakening of the wind, and immediately remembered Joan's instructions, and he moved a large stone on the spot and threw it towards the swarm of insects holding the group against the strong wind. There was a muffled noise, a few hissing sounds from under the stone, and brown body fluid splashed up. Joan smashed the remaining glass bead in his hand to create a translucent giant palm with a glass texture. With the idea of remote control, Mage strikes the palm. He flew 100 feet away and swiped hard. Powerful magic hand. Every time it falls, at least flatten a gas beetle. Candy wanted to throw a boomerang against the gas beetle, but she hadn't waited for her to start. Most of the beetles had been wiped out by Gray and Joan, and the remaining beetles were frightened to flee. Candy didn't want to leave these scourges, and hurriedly chanted the magic prayers. The magic nets distributed around her are intertwined and woven into a special spell configuration. Through this spell configuration, the pure original magic power is transformed into thunder and lightning energy, which turns into a circle of flashing arcs and flashes around Candy. Candy took a deep breath and stored all the surging lightning energy into his body. His eyes became very bright, and his eyes seemed to carry current. Ready to cast spells, Candy then displayed his unique professional ability of druid transformation and quickly turned into a falcon. Each time she caught up with a fleeing gas beetle, she split a lightning from the sky above her opponent's head, blasted it into coke, and then turned around to chase another beetle. Candy hovered in the air, sometimes emitting a thunderbolt. Energy accumulated in the body, and within 2 minutes, all the fleeing gas beetles were killed. At this time, the gas poisonous beetle was no longer visible on the ground, and the magic power of the third ring of thunder spell was about to be exhausted. She landed and returned to the human form, and used the third ring of magic to neutralize the poison. After Jamie's treatment, she quickly recovered. Seeing that it was still lively, Joanne felt relieved and turned to walk towards the body of a gas beetle. Joan remotely controlled the dagger, cut open the gas beetle abdomen, rummaged through a mess of organs for a while, and finally found the glands that secrete and store toxins, carefully removed this group of gallbladder-shaped organs, and put them into glass tank. "Joan, what are you doing?" Candy came over and asked curiously. "Take the poison glands." The secretions in the poison glands are natural anesthetics and can be used to formulate medicines. Joan waved his head without looking back, instructing Candy not to come close to himself. The toxins secreted by the glands are in a liquid state, and will quickly evaporate into toxic gas when exposed to the air. "Then you are busy first. I will take Jamie and Gray to go around and drive out the remaining pests to eliminate." Candy stepped back while covering her nose. "Okay, see you later." Joan focused on dissecting the poisonous gas beetle, squeezed the poison glands, and the bulging field showed that there was still liquid toxin stored in it, so he collected it. If it squeezes up and shrivels, it means that the toxins in the glands have been discharged and are useless. It took half an hour for Joan to dissect all the poisonous gas beetles. A total of 8 full poisonous glands were collected and put into glass jars. Afterwards, a trick was used to evacuate the air in the jars and seal them to ensure long-term storage does not deteriorate. Joan went to the river to wash his hands, turned back to find Candy, and found that she and Jamie and Gray were chasing a group of big stag beetles, and they released a cobweb to catch the group of large beetles that had fled head-on, to help Candy eliminate them. After solving this group of big stag beetles, the sawmill returned to tranquility, and all pests were cleared. Candy ran back to the door of the yard to greet the housekeeper of Dingle's house, told him that the monsters entrenched in the sawmill had been eliminated, and asked him if he wanted to accept it. The old housekeeper dared to look around. The huge corpse lying in the grass made him shocked. He followed Joan and Candy, lest the order be thrown down by the giant insect that suddenly jumped out. After walking around the sawmill for a while, The housekeeper confirmed that there were no net-leaking pests, and then took Joan and Candy back to the mayor's wife. The mayor's wife learned that Joan and Candy only took one morning to wipe out all the pests that were entrenched in their sawmill, and they were also pleasantly surprised at the two handsome 13-year-olds. Looking at the beautiful girl, not only paid the 500 gold duga rewarded in the reward notice, but also kept them warm for lunch. Joan had never been interested in this kind of social activity. He excused the grandfather who was ill in bed, refused the invitation of the mayor's wife, and took Candy, Jamie, and Gray home. For the next 3 days, Joan and Candy were still free. Get up every morning to wash and cook, visit Old Man in Haoshan, then take Jamie and Gray to the militia camp, and go to the field under the leadership of the old dwarf Flint. Pests. For more than half a month, the Dillon Town Militia Corps has been busy eradicating pests. For this reason, dozens of young militiamen have been seriously injured. The brutality of this war against insect pests is no worse than that against robbers. The joining of Joan and Candy immediately changed the plight of the militia. If the combat power alone is counted, the two of them are not as good as one Gray, but their strength lies in their ability to change their spells. The spells of breath, rain, thunder, and electricity have greatly enriched the tactical choices of the militia, and the insecticide formula provided by Joan makes the fight against giant insects less dangerous. After 3 days of mopping up, the monsters that were damaging the farmland were wiped out and people were able to harvest their crops with confidence. It was also time for Joan to leave his hometown and report to the military camp. In the early morning of August 16th, Joan got up early in the morning, and accompanied by Candy, went to the Haoshan Lodge to say goodbye. Their meticulous care these days has not been in vain. The body of Old Man Thiel has improved slightly and his mental state has improved. Learning that the grandson was going to take part in the military operation, the old man of Tyre did not try to dissuade him, but told him to pay attention to safety and would not say more. Joan walked out of the grandfather's hut and hugged farewell to Candy, Jamie and Gray who were guarding the door, promising to return home on the front line. Finally, under Canty's tearful gaze, his caste became Jotunheim Hawkman, and his wings spread into the air. Joan waved his wings into the air at a rapid speed, stabilized his body at 1,000 feet, looked down, and the vast earth unfolded under him. The town of Dillon had shrunk to a small chessboard on the boundless earth. With the sharp vision of the hawk, he can still clearly see Candy, Jamie and Gray standing in the sky at a high altitude, and look up to see him away. In particular, Candy, filled with tears, is full of reluctance. At the moment of eye contact, Joan felt sad, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a hazy mist. He took a deep breath, pressed his stomach full of sorrows, forced himself to take his eyes off, turned around and turned to the south, fluttering his wings to the Dillon Valley where the night camp was located. Chapter 361 Military Camp 8 noon on August 16th, Joan arrived at the night's camp smoothly. To avoid misunderstanding, he landed outside the field of vision of the sentry tower and changed back to humanoid walking. Joan flew from Dillon Town to Dillon River Valley. It took only 2 hours to fly over 100 miles on the way. It felt very easy. The last part of the road was less than 10 miles. Walking also took him no less than 2 hours and was tired, sweating a lot. Finally, he arrived at the gate of the camp and was unexpectedly stopped by the sentry. Joan showed his letter of appointment granted by Major Vaser, perhaps because his face was too immature, and the sentry captain on duty could not believe that he was really a servant mage hired by Major Vaser. After some cross-examination, he reluctantly agreed to let it go. 2 guards were sent to follow Major Joan to the headquarters of Major Vaser. It was nominally escort, but Joan felt that the 2 vigilant guys were clearly monitoring themselves. George Vassar was working at his desk, listening to the guard's report of Joan's arrival, and quickly got up to meet him and gave him a warm hug as soon as he met. The accompanying Joan's guard saw a smile that was rarely seen as a joyous and incomprehensible major, and he was relieved to dispel doubts about this too young mage. Vaser sent the guards away and asked Joan with a smile, "You are really on time, saying that August 16th to August 16th, I am curious, how did you get here? Flying over, Joan answered truthfully. Aren't you kidding me? Vaza was half confident. Of course not. The second ring morph will save me from having to endure a long journey. That's the case. Vaza nodded deliberately. This is good news. Your flying ability not only helps fast travel, but also has a wide range of military uses. During the march, we may need you to bear some excess for tasks other than those specified in the employment contract, such as aerial reconnaissance. Don't you mind how hard it is? Of course I don't mind. Everything is for victory. Fine speaking, Joan. Everything is for victory. Major Vaza was moved by the bravery revealed by the young master inadvertently, patting him on the shoulder with emotion. Joan, compared to sitting at the library all day long in the boring life in the middle, maybe you are more suitable to join the army and strive to become an excellent general. Joan smiled without saying a word. The hardest thing to do is to have self-knowledge. He didn't know whether he had military abilities, but he knew that he liked the kind of dull study life that Major Vaza criticized. The reason why he came to join the army was to repay Major Vasa's care for himself. The second is to earn that commission. There is enough money in the pocket to maintain the costly study life. Vaza and Joan chatted until the night, shook the bell on the desk, called the guards to come in, and told him to inform the kitchen to prepare a dinner party, to catch the wind and dust for the following mage coming from afar. Vaza knew that Joan didn't like social activities and would always appear timid in front of outsiders, so the guests who were invited to the banquet that night were carefully screened by himself. In total, less than 10 people were invited, mostly Joan knew of. The first person to receive the invitation was, of course, Major Vaza's old partner, Major Nathaniel Green, deputy head of the Knights and Quartermaster. Major Green is also an old acquaintance of Joan, and a rare scholar officer in the barracks. Joan has a very good impression of Mr. Green, who is both civil and military. The second distinguished guest was Magni Boverton, who had just led the Issa mercenaries to the barracks to meet with Vaza, the elder brother of Conti, and certainly not an outsider. In addition, there are the rank-level officers in the barracks, all of which are young elites who were pulled out by Major Vaza, including Joan's two old friends, Dick Tyndall and Roger Tyndall. The brothers were so lucky that it took less than a year to become an apprentice knight, and they were promoted to second lieutenant officers by virtue of their bravery in winning the silver medal in the hunting competition, which envied countless older knights. The atmosphere of the banquet was harmonious that night, and Joan sat among the Dingdor brothers, but he did not feel restrained. During the chat, I learned that the brothers were in a hurry to get off the road, and they didn't have time to take a detour to go home to look at them. Then I told them about the current situation of Dillon Township, mentioning myself and Candy at the sawmill to eliminate pests, so that the two brothers can feel at ease. The military gathering inevitably talked about the war. Joan learned from the banquet that the main mission of this operation was to expel the gangsters from the Jackal Pass. In addition to this, the troops will also establish a military stronghold at the Brass Pass. One of Joan's missions is to assist in building this frontline fortress. If all goes well, the stronghold will be completed by the end of September at the latest. After that, Joan can end his service and return to Dillon. For the next 3 days, Joan assisted Major Vaza in the military barracks for some simple paperwork, and spent the rest of his time studying spells. On the afternoon of August 20th, the commander of this southward battle, Colonel Edmund Harrison, the deputy commander of the Leidenport militia, who was nearly 60 years old, arrived at the night camp and was welcomed by the ranks of officers led by Vaza. Joan was also standing in the line to greet Edmund Harrison, looking curiously at the colonel who rode a tall black horse. Edmund Harrison is the oldest active duty officer in the colony of Alfheim. The thin-haired old colonel sits on his horseback, his waist is straight, he wears spotless white gloves. The goatee and blue-grey eyes give the impression of arrogance and indifference. Joan had heard Vaza say that Colonel Harrison was not only highly regarded in the army, but also a large plantation owner with 1,000 acres of land. In view of his old age, General Gates and Governor Norfolk persuaded him to retire and return home to enjoy the blessings, but they were rejected by Colonel Harrison, insisting that he was still energetic and at least continued to serve the Colonial Corps. Joan also knows that most of the young military officers privately criticized the old boss for his bad style, accusing him of being too vain and greedy for power. He occupied the position of deputy commander and refused to retire. The following lieutenant colonels and majors: I can't go any further. I can only work hard for my seniority and waste my time. Major Vassar's evaluation of Edmund Harrison is more pertinent. He believes that the reason why the colonel refused to retire is mainly because he refused to accept his old age and wanted to prove that he can still charge at this age. The brutal nature of the jackal is well known, and the risk of combating it is very high, and it is inevitable to pay the cost of casualties. If Colonel Harrison is just greedy for power, why should he take the initiative to lead the team to the south to rob the bandits? Who can ask a 60-year-old man to fight in person with the jackals? It can be seen from this that Edmund Harrison may have such a little great merit, but he should also admit that he does not lack courage and honor, and can be called a role model for soldiers. Chapter 362 Expedition Joan. The majestic colonel on horseback naturally thinks of his grandfather. The two old men were about the same age, and Edmund Harrison could ride the field like a young man, but his grandfather could not afford to fall ill, like a candle in the wind. After the comparison between the two, Joan couldn't help but admire Colonel Harrison's healthy health. Just when Joan was thinking about it, he suddenly heard someone shouting his name. Looking back, Vassar was beckoning to himself, as if to introduce himself to Colonel Harrison, who had just dismounted. Joan restrained his nervousness and hurried over, bowing to Colonel Harrison. "It's an honor to meet you, distinguished Colonel." Colonel Harrison was playing with the whip, and his blue eyes looked at the thin, immature young boy in front of him with no emotion. His brows frowned slightly, revealing a disapproving attitude. He kept silent, and Joanne didn't know what to say next. Standing there at a loss, feeling very embarrassed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Vader. I hope you have a good time in the military camp." Colonel Harrison finally broke the silence. Although it was only routine and polite words, Joan was relieved and hurried back to the sentence, "Thanks for the care and gratitude," and then retracted into the crowd, hiding in an unremarkable corner. Colonel Harrison glanced at him again. He seemed to have a bad impression of his clumsy speech. He slapped the horns and the corners of his lips appeared scornful. He turned back and said to Major Vassar, "This child looks pretty, unfortunately still too lacking in experience. Temperament is not like a soldier, but like a student." Joan was originally a student. He was only 13 years old this year. He studied at the Leiden Academy in the field of arcane and was a proud disciple of Master Robert Rawls. George Vassar introduced in due course. "Oh, he is the mage with the army you mentioned in the report." Just to hire such a little kid, he spent a full 1,000 duga military expenses. Colonel Harrison lowered his face. George Vassar's face stiffened slightly, and then he stood upright, and his expression became very solemn. "Mr. Colonel, I guarantee with my own reputation that Joan Vader's ability is worth our heavy hiring." At this year's hunting competition, Joan's performance is obvious to all, and he has also. Okay, George, you don't have to explain it to me. Anyway, the report you submitted has been approved. My personal opinion doesn't matter. Colonel Harrison shook his whip, showing an impatient look. "But I think I have an obligation to explain to you clearly. After all, you are our supreme commander, and you should give full consideration to the special role of the enlisted mage when formulating the combat plan." Your kid talked as if he were the supreme commander of this army. "Do you want you to teach me how to do things?" Colonel Harrison gave Vassar an angry look. Major Vassar's face changed slightly, and he quickly bowed his head and regretted. "Mr. Colonel, please forgive my offense." "George, you are my old man. I originally handed over this night training camp to you. I believe you are not the kind of young man who doesn't care about anything. Just say something." Colonel Harrison sighed softly and then said to Major Vassar, "About the little mage you hired, frankly, I dare not expect his spellcasting ability to be worthy of that commission. As long as he doesn't get scared by jackals to pee pants, it is worth our thanks to the gods." Joan did not deliberately overhear the conversation between Colonel Harrison and Major Vaser, but their voices were still vaguely transmitted to his ears, which made his mood extremely complicated. "I am grateful to Major Vaser for defending himself and again, and I am deeply dissatisfied with the contempt expressed in Colonel Harrison's words. I secretly vowed that I must prove to the arrogant Colonel Harrison with actual performance on the battlefield that I am worthy of the 1,000 gold dugger commission. At 8 o'clock on the morning of August 21st, the assembled troops set off from the Dilling Valley military camp to formally launch a banditry campaign southward. The regular Imperial Army plus mercenaries on this expedition totaled more than 500 rides. Although it is impossible to compare with the large-scale battles organized by thousands of horses between the countries of the old continent, as far as the history of war in the colony of Alfheim is concerned, it was already a massive military operation. The main fighting force of the southward troops is 300 Imperial cavalry from the camp of Dring Valley. Most of them are only 18 or 9 years old. They have been in the army for only 2 or 3 years. They are all hand-trained by Major Vassar and Major Green. The level of training is impeccable. The only thing that is still insufficient is the actual combat experience. In addition to military training, this young unit occasionally performs some actual combat tasks such as expelling beasts and sweeping goblins. However, these tasks are too simple and belong to the militia business. Sending regular troops to the army is an overkill. The only challenging mission the Cavaliers have performed in recent years was the battle to rescue the town of Dillon at the beginning of the year. In the face of the allied lizardmen and goblins, they performed well and successfully repulsed the enemy and preserved it. Dillon town. In this battle south, the knights were sent out of their nests. Most of them had never seen live jackals in person, not to mention the experience of fighting jackals. However, the morale of the troops was not affected as a result. The young apprentice knights were full of longing for the coming war, eager to make achievements on the battlefield, and as early as the Dindal brothers were promoted to true knights. Along with the Cavaliers, there were also 200 Issa cavalrymen from the Algonquin Valley, led by Magni Poviton, young master of the Algonquin tribe. The reason why the Alfheim military is willing to spend a lot of money to hire Issa hunting to participate in this southward battle, in addition to making up for the lack of troop strength, another important factor is that the Issa hunting can just make up for the Vaser Knights' shortcomings in experience and tactics. Including Magni Poviton, the members of Issa hunting are generally around 25 years old, and the actual combat experience is much richer than those of the 18 and 9-year-old trainee knights, and they are more calm on the battlefield. In addition, although these two units are cavalry, their weapons and equipment and their functions on the battlefield are different. The Imperial cavalry wears a steel helmet, breastplate. The standard weapons include a lance, a kite shield and a long sword or a morning star hammer. They belong to the standard heavy cavalry establishment. They are responsible for fighting on the battlefield. Often a round of charge the main force of the enemy is defeated. Issa hunting horse is a group of hunters on horseback, wearing light and flexible leather armor and jungle camouflage cloak. The weapon is its iconic compound hunting bow and a short and sharp scimitar, which are typical. Light cavalry is good at riding, disturbing the enemy, reconnaissance, patrolling and chasing the defeated enemy. Chapter 363 The Track of the Jackal 1 The Knights and the Issa mercenaries complement each other from actual combat experience to tactical functions. Moreover, when rescued the town of Dillon, the two sides worked side by side and cooperated happily, plus the Issa commander Magni Poviton and the spiritual leader of the knights, George Vassar, are also best friends, and it is reasonable to cooperate in the southward battle. The coalition forces proceeded south along the Dillon River and advanced towards the Brass Pass. Judging from the map, the march is only 200 miles, but the road has to pass through the rugged river valleys and over the bushy hills. The bad road conditions have slowed the march, and it has been very hard to drive out 20 miles on average every day. 2. The first half of the journey was smooth. From August 21st to 25, the troops advanced almost 100 miles. Halfway through the itinerary, I didn't even see the shadow of a jackal. On the way, I killed 2 goblins and drove out a group of hyenas. What kind of record can this be? It's not the same as outing. Even Joan couldn't help but feel disappointed with this too bland military career. Every day from morning till night, I ride on horseback. When camping, I have time to study spells, and I have nothing to do. If the next day is still so boring, so smoothly arrived at the Brass Pass, and he couldn't find an opportunity to use his spellcasting ability at all, isn't he just paying 1,000 gold dugger commission? And how to pay arrogant Ed Colonel Monty Harrison proves his worth. There seemed to be a goddess of fate listening to Joan's heart, just when he was bored with nothing to do in the past few days. On the morning of August 26th, the Azaz scout responsible for exploring the way for a large army passed back a major intelligence 3 miles ahead. A ruin of a village that was looted by a jackal recently was discovered. After learning of this news, the troops from Colonel Harrison and Major Vassar to the ordinary soldiers were greatly inspired by the discovery of the jackal. Joan also predicted that he was about to usher in the opportunity to show his talents. At the command of Colonel Harrison, the officers and soldiers and the Asa mercenaries urged their horses to rush, and soon rushed to the ruins of the village where the scout was found. The dismal scene at the scene shocked all the recruits, including Joan. There are more than 30 families in the small villages located on the River Valley Plains. The local residents mostly live on farming, fishing and hunting. The farmland around the villages is only half harvested. There is also a ridge of mature wheat that has not yet been harvested. The heavy wheat ears bending wheat straw, swaying in the wind like a golden ocean. The village opposite the wheat field has been burnt into scorched earth, and the burnt houses are left with broken walls made of mud bricks, which are darkened by smoke and ash. Bloodstains and rusty iron were faintly visible in the broken walls, which showed that the villagers had spontaneously organized to resist when they were attacked by the gangsters. Unfortunately, compared with the group of roaring gangsters, the villagers were too weak, and ultimately failed to protect their homes, and those villagers who had died bravely, even a complete body, could not survive. Colonel Harrison encircled this desolate ruin more than a cemetery for a week, confirming that no survivors beckoned, summoning Vassar, Green and Magni to gather with him to discuss the next march arrangements. Joan walked into the ruins and stopped in front of a burned, tossed-tree building with only frames left. From the architectural ruins, it is not difficult to imagine that this house used to be quite grand, either as the residence of a village office or as a church. The thick stone wall still stands still after being burned by fire, which shows that this building has the function of a refuge. This style of architecture prevails in remote rural areas of Yalfheim. Whenever robbers attack, the most magnificent and sturdy building in the village opens its doors to accommodate villagers to take refuge and resist the siege of gangsters. If the people in the refuge were able to stick to the evacuation of the gangsters, it would be best if the refuge could not escape the fate of being captured. For example, in the building in front of them, the villagers hiding in the refuge would also be dead. The clicks from his feet interrupted Joan's thoughts and seemed to step on a foreign body. He leaned over and squatted down, waving his sleeves to cover the thin layer of soot that covered the ground, and a slender bone rod caught his eyes. Joan's education at Leiden College, including the compulsory course of human anatomy, recognized at a glance that it was a human tibia, which in size should be the remains of a child of 8 or 9 years old, was gnawed dry clean, no trace of flesh and blood left. A slight shudder appeared in Joan's heart, and he settled down, waved his magic tricks and attracted a light breeze, blowing away the dust on the surface. Among the rubble covered with soot, broken bones can be seen everywhere, and the surface of Bayisenson's bones can be seen with traces of fangs and teeth. The remote villages of Alfheim are often harassed by gangsters. Joan grew up in such an environment, knowing that survival is not easy. The town of Dillin, his hometown, was frequently attacked by raiders, and he himself had participated in the fight against the gangsters to defend his homeland. More than once he witnessed his compatriots fall under the enemy's butcher's knife. However, seeing the remains of villagers who were devastated by fangs instead of swords, Joan was still horrified, and really felt that the jackals who ransacked the village were more cruel and crazy than the gangsters they had encountered before. Unreasonable. Joan recalled the descriptions of the Wolfman in the Vare's monster book. Compared with the cruel violence seen in front of him, the text and illustrations on the book were too pale. Jackals are classified as humanoid subhuman by the author of the dictionary. It is true that there are academic reasons such as whether there is reproductive isolation. But in Joan's view, this brutal bloodthirsty creature is closer to a real jackal than humans. There is no moral code in the world of jackals. There is not even a trace of conscience in their hearts, and the only rule they believe in is weak meat and strong food. Even the aging, sick, or disabled jackals in the ethnic group are treated as spare food by their own kind. By comparison, what is it to eat people? Joan, come here. Roger's call came from behind. Mr. Vaso invites you to participate in the temporary combat meeting. Operational meeting? Joan was surprised. This is a senior officer's business. What does it have to do with me? Who knows this? Roger shrugged and leaned in to lower his voice. Major Vassar and Colonel Harrison just didn't know why there was a fierce dispute. Major Vassar greeted you in the past, probably to invite you in the professional identity of the mage. It is proved that his plan is more practical than Colonel Harrison's plan, and you'd better be prepared. Chapter 364 The Track of the Jackal 2. You know, I am the worst at dealing with this situation, which is really a headache. Joan patted his forehead helplessly. Roger smiled sympathetically, and embraced his shoulders to encourage. It's not for you to persuade, just tell the truth. Nothing to be afraid of. Joan nodded and walked to the front of Major Vassar with a disturbed mood, bowing slightly, standing straight and waiting for his orders. Joan, you are here. Just a moment later, it may require you to perform a key task. Major Vassar was interrupted by Colonel Harrison before he finished speaking, a trace of impatience in his indifferent eyes. George, this is the last time I reiterate my opinion. Compared to inviting this young major to take a risk investigation to detect enemy situations, I hope that more experienced scouts will undertake this mission. Mr. Harrison, I have introduced to you just now that the Jackal's camp is located in a fishing village on the edge of a river bay. There are no hidden trees around it. A lighthouse that serves as a watchtower is also built on the pier of the village entrance. If our scout enters the area from the ground for investigation, it is likely that the Jackal sentry stationed on the tower was found before approaching the fishing village, which caused the enemy to be alert and missed a good opportunity for the raid. Magni Boverton retorted calmly. So, Mr. Poverton, do you have a better way? Colonel Harrison asked coldly. The fishing village is less than 10 miles away from this place. We don't need to investigate in advance. Assemble the troops to the fishing village as soon as possible, and wipe out all the cursed jackals before they escape. Mr. Poverton is worthy of being the first warrior of the Azar people. I admire your courage, but your proposal is too hasty. Colonel Harrison sneered and shook his head. Now we don't even know how many troops the enemy has. The risk of launching an attack suddenly is too high, and it will be troublesome if it falls into the trap of the Jackal. You mean that the gangster of the Jackals stationed in the fishing village may just be bait? The purpose is to lure our army into the encirclement. Magni spread his hands, his face disapproving. Please, my respected Mr. Colonel, Jackals are not as cunning as you think. They do not even have the most basic military discipline. They are nothing more than a group of rogues. They can't design too complicated tactics. The Jackals are indeed scattered sand, but our enemies are not just jackals. Don't forget where these gangsters came from. Hearing Colonel Harrison's suggestion, Magni hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice, saying, do you suspect that the Blue Man remotely controls the group of rogues behind the scenes to provide them with tactical guidance? You can't help it. Well, considering this possibility, I agree to conduct a thorough investigation before taking combat actions to avoid falling into the traps set by the enemy. Magni first gave Joan a wink, and then the words changed. Then he said to Colonel Harrison, "But in terms of investigating enemy situations, I support Mr. Vaz's proposal that Joan can cast spells into hawks to detect fishing villages from the air, which is more secure and more efficient than sending out whistle rides from the ground to detect, and is more efficient at most within an hour. We can learn about the enemy's reality through the magical information that Joan sent back." Colonel Harrison touched his beard and turned blankly to Nathaniel Green. "Major Green, I want to hear your opinion." "Mr. Colonel, can I ask Joan a few questions before I express my position?" Major Green, a scholarly man, spoke leisurely. "I have no opinion, Mr. Vader. What do you think?" Colonel Harrison looked at Joan. "I will answer Mr. Green's question truthfully," Joan said slightly nervously. "Joan, don't worry, I won't make you trouble." Major Green smiled gently. "It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. The weather is sunny, the sun is bright, and there is no cloud in the sky." Joan nodded, not understanding what he meant by suddenly talking about the weather. "This kind of good weather is suitable for marching, but it is not a good thing for aerial reconnaissance. If you become an eagle and fly over the fishing village, I am worried that you will be discovered by jackals on the ground. Do you have a way to solve this problem?" Green looked at Joan seriously, expecting him to give a positive answer. "It's not difficult to solve, Mr. Green. I can fly over the fishing village where the jackals are stationed from a height beyond my visual range, then bless myself with stealth, and then descend to low altitude for investigation. Among the gangsters of the jackal, it is unlikely that there will be a caster who is proficient in anti-stealth spells, and it will be unlikely that he will discover my whereabouts. In case you are seen through invisibility, in case, how do you protect yourself against the arrows and the javelins thrown by the jackals?" Major Green questioned recklessly. "I'll bless 2 encircling protective arrows enchantments before approaching the reconnaissance. Unless the jackals are equipped with an enchanted hard bow, I won't be life-threatening even if I are hit by arrows or javelins from the ground." While Joan answered calmly, he secretly rejoiced that he had copied and learned the life-saving spell protection arrow before serving. "Very well, I don't have any other questions." Major Green cast an appreciative look at Joan, and then said to Edmund Harrison, "Mr. Colonel, based on the answer Joan just made, I think he is ready to investigate the enemy's situation, and no one in our army is better than Joan for this critical task." Colonel Harrison nodded, looking deeply at Joan without saying a word, his grey blue eyes seeming to be melting ice, gradually warming up. "Mr. Vader, I have to admit that I was too young to look at you. Will you accept my apology and accept the mission of investigating the enemy?" Joan nodded solemnly. Immediately after the combat meeting, Joan cast a spell to become the Eagles of Jordanheim and took off. In the presence of Colonel Harrison and others, his figure quickly rose into the sky and disappeared at the end of people's eyes full of concerns and expectations. Joan followed the steps mentioned in the conversation with Major Green just now, and flew to the ground more than 1,000 yards above the ground to stabilize the figure. He spread his wide wings in the air, using the buoyancy of the updraft to maintain balance, then turned around and flew to the west, and soon found the small fishing village called by the Azascout at the turn of the river valley. Joan overlooked from a height, with sharp eagle eyes. He could see 3 or 5 small fishing boats moored at the pier of line. There are a total of 40 or 50 families near the pier, but half of the houses have been demolished, leaving only one broken brick. Dazzling bloodstains can be seen everywhere on the street, and there are vaguely dead bodies. Many hyenas roamed the streets and house ruins. When they saw the corpses of the villagers, they threw them up and greedily bite them. After a while, they gnawed away the flesh and blood, leaving only a bone. Chapter 365 Heir of Yenagu 1. The well-preserved houses in the village all closed their doors. Occasionally, hyenas jumped on the windowsill and tried to drill into the house. Shortly afterwards, Joan heard a fierce barking from the house, and the door was opened. The hyena who had just entered the room was kicked out of the door, and then walked out of a bowed-back humanoid. The monster is 7 feet tall from head to toe, and its torso and limbs are indistinguishable from humans. It is covered with dirty yellow short hairs and dotted with countless brown dots. The mane on the neck is particularly vigorous. The head resembles a hyena, full of fangs and teeth. The roar is like a bark, and occasionally a few grotesque lingua franca. It seems to curse the hyena that broke into the room to disturb his nap. The hyena was scared by the angry jackal and ran away with his tail. The jackal seemed to be still angry. He looked at the hyena's back and cursed again. With a bang, he closed the door heavily and there was no movement. Joan watched this little conflict from above, and many thoughts came to his mind. The first thing that can be determined is that this small fishing village has been occupied by the gangsters of the jackal. The villagers who have not yet had time to escape may not have survived, and they have all been killed by the wolves and their hyenas. In addition, Joan also noticed that there is a special symbiotic relationship between jackals and hyenas. In the Alfheim region, it is rare to see this hyena covered with brown spots. This group of beasts is likely to follow the jackals from the Gobi area south of the Brass Pass. Joan remembers the Wolfman entry in the Monument of the Monster of Ayers. He once mentioned a myth about the origin of this evil creature, which may explain why the gangsters of the werewolf always follow a large group of hyenas. It is said that in the ancient times, there was a demon lord named Genoga who managed to break into the world of Vales, and then began a crazy massacre. Wherever he went, blood flowed into the river, and corpses ran wild. All beings in the world are terrified of this demon from the abyss, avoiding it. But the strange thing is that only the hyena is not only afraid of Yenogu, but also actively follows behind him, fighting to devour the victims killed by him remains. Yenogu is very satisfied with this group of loyal companions. Using his almost deity's magic power, he transformed this group of followers into the world's first wolves, and Yenogu got the wolves the title of god. Jackals followed Yenogu wandering around, spreading terror and killing wherever they went. The victims' desperate sorrow, like supremely beautiful music in their ears, and when the other party can no longer whine, the god of the jackals and their servants will greedily eat the flesh and blood of the dying until the belly bulges. The scourge lasted for a long time, and the wanton behavior of Yenogu finally angered the good gods and sent the saints to the earth to banish the villain back to the bottomless abyss. The group of jackals created by Yenogu was either killed by gods or followed their evil gods into the abyss. Only a handful of people stayed in the world, and luckily hid, scattered around the world, and have been reproduced from generation to generation. The god of the jackals remains an abominable legacy. Myths and legends, of course, are mostly fabricated, but they are not entirely out of fantasy, and more or less contain the refraction of reality. According to the origin legend of the jackal family, Joan found that this creature not only has a head resembling a hyena, but also has many similarities in life habits and thinking styles. In addition to the fact that it is used to living with hyenas, it is no wonder that scholars believe that jackals it was transformed from hyena. Joan put aside his misunderstandings, blessed himself with invisibility, and then converged his wings to dive down, quickly lowering the flying height. It wasn't until he was less than 100 feet away from the ground that he reopened his wings and maintained his flying attitude. At the current height, Joan can observe the jackal camp more clearly. The invisibility allows him to integrate with the air. At least so far no traces have been exposed. Joan flew around the fishing village, frowning secretly. Jackals are standard nocturnal creatures and do not like to be active in the sun. At this moment in the morning, the summer sunshine was particularly fierce. The vast majority of jackals hid in a house with closed doors and windows, and Joan couldn't estimate how many jackals were entrenched here. He thought of using illusion to create some movements, lure jackals to go out to investigate, and take the opportunity to tap the number of the other party. But he was worried that doing so would scare the snake, prompting the jackals to increase their vigilance, but not conducive to the next surprise attack. Hovering in the air for a long time, Joan accidentally saw groups of hyenas wandering in the streets and suddenly remembered a piece of text in the illustration of Vale's monsters. Jackals always bring 1 or 2 hyenas as hunting dogs when they go out to rob. According to the number of hyenas on the street, he can roughly estimate the number of jackals. Joan spread his wings across the street and counted it twice. There are more than 130 hyenas on the street, which can't be counted when hiding in the shade. The maximum number is 150. According to Joan's calculations, the gangsters of jackals occupying this place should be around 100 people. After drawing this conclusion, Joan stopped and turned to fly to the direction where his troops were stationed. About 10 miles away from the fishing village where the jackals were stationed, on a river beach with low shrubs, the Knights and the Issa coalition suspended their march, and all the officers and soldiers were anxiously waiting for scouting information. The sun gradually moved to the center of the sky dome, the weather was sunny and the summer was hot, and the summer heat on the grass surrounded the heavily armed officers and soldiers, fumigating every inch of skin through the gap of the armor, making people hot and unbearable. The Azar hunters in light leather armor are in a good situation. Those young knights wearing steel breastplates are particularly susceptible. The sweat is soaked in the armor lining. The heavy armor can only take off the helmet and wipe the sweat flowing down the forehead from time to time. The cursed weather is about drying people into dried meat. Dick Tyndale turned and jumped off his horseback, panting and cursing toward the river beach. Every time a step was taken, the armor of the body made a clashing sound, which disturbed the hissing of the forest. Dick is like a bear who is about to get sunburned, sticking his tongue out, panting, and finally struggling to move to the river, leaning down and drinking the clear river water, splashing water on his face to cool down and enjoy a moment cool. The moment his eyes touched the river, Dick accidentally saw a black shadow fly by, slightly stunned, and hurriedly looked up at the sky, and he saw a blurry figure passing by at high speed above his head. Chapter 366 Heirs of Yenogatu. Wow, that's. Dick jumped up in surprise, and rushed to the school-level officers who were gathering in the shade to cool off, shouting at his neck far away. Reporter Joan. Joan is back. Colonel Harrison first heard the noise of the armor impact, frowned and looked back at Dick. He was about to blame the frizzy young knight. Hearing him mention Joan's name, he quickly got up and asked, "Boy, what did you just say?" "Lieutenant Tyndale, calm down. Say something slowly." Major Green warned Dick gently. Major Vaza and Magni also stopped talking and turned to look over. Dick quickly stood upright and reported the scenes he had just seen to the officers. Everyone listened to him and looked up at the sky. "Sure enough, I saw a black shadow spreading its wings and hovering in the air. The sun was shining from behind him, and every feather seemed to shine with ebony luster." Just as everyone watched, Joan's eagle incarnate slowly landed, changed back into human form, and ran to the shade quickly, paying a standard imperial salute to Colonel Harrison and others waiting for his return. "Joan, just come back safely and talk about the situation over the fishing village." Magni could not wait to ask. "Half an hour ago, I successfully flew over the fishing village and conducted a full-scale aerial reconnaissance to confirm that the village has been occupied by gangs of jackals, and the number of gangsters is estimated to be between 100 and 150. Besides that, there are about the same number of hyenas accompanying the jackals." Joan finished reading the draft in advance, and then submitted the manuscript to Colonel Harrison. "Oh, your kid is really student-like." Colonel Harrison took the note and said to Joan with a smile, "The frontline military situation is urgent. There is no need to issue a written report when investigating the enemy's situation." "Okay." Joan nodded silently, not explaining that he was not writing a written report deliberately, but was accustomed to making drafts in advance. Otherwise, under the attention of hundreds of strangers, he might be nervous and unable to speak smoothly. "Joan, have you checked the lookout tower near the pier?" Major Green asked. "Checked. There are 2 jackals sentinels on the lookout tower. but they look more like napping. Most of them have fallen asleep at this time. Joan's report drew a laugh. Everyone was secretly relieved to learn that the jackals were so lax. Joan felt it was necessary to ring the alarm to the officers, lest they make a misjudgment, so he had to raise his voice and suppress the laughter around him. In fact, the outposts set by jackals are optional. After all, there are hundreds of hyenas wandering in the village. This beast has a more sensitive nose than a hound, and it is very alert. If our army is approaching, it will inevitably cause hyenas to be alert and collectively issue, barking loudly, awaken the jackal robber hiding in the nap. Colonel Harrison folded his smile and nodded thoughtfully, touching his chin. It seems that we can't rush to launch the offensive. It's better to wait until the sky is dark before we start to attack the jackal camp with the cover of night. Mr. Colonel, Imho, it is not a good idea to attack the jackals at night. Joan couldn't help but refute Colonel Harrison's plan in person. Colonel Harrison looked slightly stiff, but soon returned to normal. Shen Sheng asked Joan, tell your reasons. The jackals are naturally born with dark vision, and they are creatures that are used to day and night. But we humans do not have dark vision. Night attacks are equivalent to using our weaknesses to fight against the strengths of jackals. Knowledge is power. Although Joan himself has never been in contact with the jackal, he believes that the relevant records in the Vare's monster book are credible. When he was young, Colonel Harrison led the team against the raiders from the southern Gobi more than once. After Joan reminded him, he immediately recalled that the jackals did have the habit of robbing the village at night. He no longer had any doubts about Joan's advice. He looked up at the sky and said thoughtfully, since night fighting is even more detrimental to our army, we can only use the noon when the sun is at its hottest. Most of the jackals were still dozing. If we can manage to attract the nasty watchdogs, we can take the lead. On the premise of not disturbing the jackals, the hundreds of hyenas were drawn away. This sounded like a fantasy, and there was no trace of feasibility at all. Colonel Harris himself knew that this idea was not realistic. When he saw that Vaza, Green and Magni were silent, he smiled ridiculously, intending to abandon this unrealistic idea and lead a tough battle. Mr. Colonel, it's too difficult to pull off the hyenas, making the hyenas collectively fall asleep, which is relatively easier. Joan suddenly said, oh, little master, can you cast a spell to make the hyenas in the fishing village fall asleep? Colonel Harrison's eyes lit up. Joan thought for a few seconds, raised his head to meet the gaze that Colonel Harrison looked forward to, and nodded solemnly. I can't guarantee success, but there is no harm in trying it. The first thing you should consider is your own safety. If it's too risky, forget it. Major Vaza couldn't help but remind Joan. Joan smiled gratefully at him, full of confidence in his words. You don't worry, I won't take risks, and in case of a miss, I will steal away before the jackal gangs react. Vaza knew how stubborn the young mage was, and listening to him said it would be useless to persuade him, and nodded heavily. Since you are determined to go, I can't stop you. But for the sake of stability, I suggest that you start the whole army while you are on the road. Before the big troops arrive, you have about half an hour to hypnotize the hyena, regardless of whether it is successful or not. After that our army will launch an offensive against the fishing village as planned. You must evacuate before the offensive is launched, lest you be alone and be surrounded by gangs. Understand? Understood, Joan answered solemnly. He quietly calculated his spell reserve in his heart, and within half an hour to complete secret dive, retreat, and at least 20 casts. The time is a little tight, but it should be enough. Little fellow, I have seen the clever mage, but what you have is not just superhuman mind. Your courage makes me a veteran. Colonel Harrison patted Joan on the shoulder, a rare expression of admiration. The success of this battle depends on your performance. Go, may the gods be with you. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Colonel. I strive not to let you down. Joan bowed deeply to the elderly colonel, and then changed back to the eagleman form of Jordanheim, fluttering his wings. Chapter 367. Sneaking in. Colonel Harrison watched Joan's figure drift away, and turned to nod to Major Vaza. Major Vaza deliberately recruited Dick and Roger and ordered the two young servants to quickly pass the order, All officers and men immediately set off on their horses and attacked the jackal camp. The troops quickly completed the assembly. 500 cavalrymen lined up in 2 columns and galloped along the river beaches, as if the wind and rain quickly approached the river bay where the fishing village was located. Joe flew safely, at a speed much faster than that of a warhorse. When the big army had just set off, he had returned to the fishing village again. He first blessed himself with invisibility, and his sword enchantment, mage armor and shield, and then made good protection. Then he converged his wings and quietly landed on the observation tower near the pier. The 2 jackals who were in charge of guarding and sentry were dozing off, not even realizing that an invisible man was quietly walking behind him. Joan stretched out his hand to hold the dagger, thought for a while, and felt that it was not enough to directly assassinate the sentinel, and instead took out a handful of sand mixed with dried rose petals. Hakala. Joan whispered a sleep mantra in a low voice, and at the same time scattered the fine sand and petals in his hand to the jackal who was napping with his back. The 2 sentries were half asleep and half awake, completely unconscious of resistance to spells, hypnotized by Joan without suspense, and snoring into a deep sleep. At the moment when the cast was over, Joan's invisibility technique also failed, and his figure appeared slowly as a reflection in the water. Joan was afraid that the hyena under the tower would find that he first daggered off a sleeping jackal and cut off a set of mane, using it as a medium of spellcasting, using 2 rings of transfiguration to turn himself into a tall and terrible creature. Jackal. Joan moved his limbs a little bit to adapt to this brand new body, and then held the electric light blade with his backhand, approaching the 2 sleeping jackals, covering his mouth, wiping his throat with a knife, and killing one by one in his sleep. Joan laid down the body carefully to avoid the blood dripping under the tower to alert the hyena. Afterwards, he walked down the sentry tower in the form of a tall and strong jackal, and walked so majestically to the group of hyenas who were napping in the shade under the tower. In fact, not only jackals are nocturnal creatures, hyenas are also accustomed to day and night out. Just ran around on the street just now, because there are dead bodies everywhere in the village. In the face of 2 rich food sources, the fierce hyenas tend to fill their stomachs before going to sleep. After all, they often suffer from hunger, and after eating this meal, they don't know where the next meal is. The priority of eating is always it's bigger than sleeping. At this moment, most hyenas have filled their stomachs, and their drowsiness has risen, and they have found a place to shade to take a nap, which provides convenience for Joan's next move. Under the tower, a hyena heard footsteps, opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Joan, immediately showing a flattering expression. Joan stared at it for a few seconds to confirm that the beast did not notice anything strange, and regarded himself as a genuine jackal, and he was completely relieved to wave a handful of sand mixed with air-dried petals and flatter his tongue with his tongue. The bitch, together with her dozing companion beside him, all sent into a deep dream. Even if they were sold in their ears, it was difficult to wake them from a deep sleep. In fact, Joan wanted to use hyenas to fall asleep and wield their swords as a result of their lives, but he had to consider the unexpected situation. If any hyena is dead, he will not be dead if he is hit with a knife, and he will awaken with severe pain and whine, causing other hyenas to be alert and causing him great trouble. Even if it can ensure a single death, it will take a lot of time to assassinate more than 100 hyenas, and what Joan currently lacks most is time. There are only 20 minutes left before the scheduled time for the troops to attack. During this period, Joan must hypnotize all hyenas as much as possible, which is not an easy task. Fortunately, hyenas are gregarious beasts. They are collectively dispatched when hunting, and they like to gather together when dozing to provide security for each other. The hyenas also maintained a certain degree of vigilance when they snoozed. Hearing Joan's footsteps, they opened their eyes and looked at them cautiously, and when they found out that a jackal was coming, they gathered their guards. In the minds of the hyenas, the jackals are nobles above them. They are their slave owners and protectors. As hyenas, they must not violate the orders of the jackals any time and anywhere, and must be unconditionally loyal to each other. In the absence of food, Giving one's life to the other party as a ration is also the obligation of the hyena servant to the noble jackal master, not to mention the other party just passing by, who would dare to bark loudly and innocently, and irritated the grumpy old jackal. Wouldn't he find his own way? With the mentality of seeking benefit and avoiding harm, the hyenas did not dare to make a sound. Squinting again and dozing off, Joan was able to cast a spell calmly, and the fine sand and dry petals flowed down between his fingers. The invisible magic wave spread to the group of hyenas opposite, causing them to yawn one after another, and instantly fell asleep from sleep. There is only one street in the small fishing village. Joan spent 10 minutes walking from the street to the end of the street, constantly casting hypnotizing hyenas to sleep, causing them to fall asleep. Afterwards, Joan turned her head from the end of the street and went back, looking for the fish in the net. There are indeed a few hyenas on the streets that have not yet fallen asleep. Most of them are old, weak and sick, and their status is low in the ethnic group. If they catch prey, they can only watch the strong hyenas eat meat first. When it is their turn, they can only bite the bones, and they are all hungry. Skinny, covered with scabies, it looked both pitiful and frivolous. Yesterday evening, this small fishing village was attacked by bandits of jackals, and the whole village was slaughtered. Uncle Jackal gives priority to enjoying loot, leftover corpses, and it is the turn of the female hyenas and strong male dogs of the higher ranks to eat. Finally, there is nothing left for the old and weak hyenas. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to withstand the scorching sun at noon, diligently searching through the rubble of the villagers' bodies buried in the rubble, hoping for a full meal. Joan walked along the way, often seeing such hungry eyes with green light, and then seeing their greedy faces that ate the villagers' bones. There was only hatred in their hearts and no sympathy, whistling, and hellos nearby. Hyena came over. The second ring of morphing can give Joan the transformed creature's common skills corresponding to the race. After Joan turned into a jackal, he automatically mastered the ability to squeeze and drive hyenastises like the herdsman on the grassland, generally proficient in riding. The seemingly random whistling actually contains brilliant skills. Ordinary people cannot hear anything special. Only hyenas can hear rich information from this whistle. All of them ran to Joan, wagging their tails to succumb to the noble Lord Jackal, hoping for the Lord's favor and giving a sip of food. Chapter 368 Surprise 1. Joan did not have any food to reward this group of skinny dogs, waved a handful of sand mixed with airdrie petals, and the hymns will hypnotize the hyenas around him. Down the group of skinny dogs, Joan hurried away, looking for other small groups of hyenas that were still rummaging for food, whistled and called, and all sleep techniques fell down. This was repeated many times, until the mythical power and Sid mana were exhausted, and Joan finally rushed to hypnotize all the hyenas in the fishing village before the deadline set by Colonel Harrison. Standing on the quiet street, Joan didn't care about wiping his sweat, and hurriedly made a series of complex gestures, performing 2 rings of windstorm. Hyola. Joan whispers the start character of the spell. The magic netlines that were originally evenly distributed in the space seemed to be drawn by the vortex and suddenly gathered towards him. Numerous lines accompany the magic whirlpool's rapid rotation, together forming a small golden whirlwind, circling and dancing in the air less than 2 feet from Joan. Joan approached the magical whirlwind and whispered that he had completed the mission delivered by Colonel Harrison. The successful cast made the hyenas in the fishing village fall asleep and cleared a big obstacle for the upcoming raid of his own troops. The whirlwind created by wind surgery has the magical function of condensing sound waves. It absorbs every word that Joan said in the eye of the wind and saves it, turning it into a golden airflow and flying away. Joan watched the group of golden whirlwinds carrying information quickly go away, and then inspired the transformation technique again, changing from the jackal form to the eagle form, spreading his wings to the sky. He did so for 2 reasons. The first is to avoid accidental injuries caused by the same party as the jackals of the friendly forces, and the second is to become the eagles, which is more conducive to overlooking the overall situation. monitoring the dynamics of the gangs of the jackals, and even if accidents happen on the battlefield, you can find clues early in the air. Mage Joan spread his wings, soaring above the fishing village. All he could do next was wait patiently for the arrival of his own army. The fishing village is quiet, the streets are reflected by the bright sun, and the weather is very hot. Both the hyena outdoors and the jackal indoors were sleeping soundly, but Joan was uneasy, lest he missed something, causing the whole plan to fail. Just when he was suffering, he was upset, and the hot summer wind sent a dense horseshoe. Mage Joan sighed, turned his head to look in the direction of their hoof, and saw a cavalry galloping along the river from afar. Joan recognized that it was a hunting, headed by a tall knight, and it was Mage Joan who was in charge of leading the army. The tense nerves eased slightly, and Joan turned to look down the street to see how the jackals and hyenas reacted. The sound of the horseshoe quickly moved from far to near, and the gloomy roar was like drumming. Joan could hear clearly at a height of 100 feet, but the hyenas, hypnotized by magic, seemed to be unaware, and still curled up under the eaves to sleep soundly. What he saw in front of him made Joan feel at ease, and it seemed that the effect of sleep was better than he had expected. At this time, the Asa hunting horse was approaching the entrance of the village. The 200 Asa hunters who participated in the raid were all good riders who grew up on horseback. They only controlled the mount with their legs to maintain the charge, and freed their hands to take off the hunting bow draws the arrow. At the same time, the jackals who took a nap in the house were finally awakened by the rumbling hoofs, pushed open the door one after another, yawned, sleepy, and walked out, screaming and cursing before they could see the situation. Hyenas act as noisemakers, and when they found out that they had made a mistake, they were too late to regret it. The dense arrow rain hit us, accompanied by a numbing scalp and screams, splashing blood. The jackal were caught off guard, and no fewer than 30 people were shot into a hedgehog by the first wave of Asa hunting arrows, screaming and falling outside the door. The jackals who escaped the first round of sniping were all frightened and retracted into the room, closing the doors and windows tightly. At this time, the hyenas, hypnotized by Joan's spell, were finally awakened by the shouting, but the second wave of arrow rain ushered in as soon as they opened their eyes. Half of the hyenas were too late to dodge, and they were shot by arrows falling down. The rest of the hyenas were frightened and wailed in a panic. Mage led the Asa hunter to raise his bow again and fired the jackals and hyenas who were too late to hide in the house. After 3 rounds of shooting, there was no activity on the street. Mage raised his hand, and 200 Asa hunters' uniform backhands pulled a special arrow from the back quiver and placed it on the string. Joan saw it clearly in the air, and found that the arrows replaced by the Asa hunters seemed to be thicker than ordinary arrows, but he did not know what special purpose. At the command of Mage, 200 Asa hunters released their bowstrings at the same time. Thick arrows screamed through an arc in the air, nailed to the house where the jackals were hiding, and burst into bursts. A blaze of flames erupted. Seeing this scene, Joan immediately awakened that the arrow that was launched by the Asa hunter was as thick as a thumb. It was actually hollow, and the inside of the shaft was filled with flame glue and burst as the main components. Alchemy elixir. When the arrow hits the target, the strong impact force first detonates the burst, and the high temperature and high pressure gas released by the explosion ignites the flame glue, causing a fire. The houses in the village are mostly brickwood structures, and the roof is covered with dry thatch for rain and moisture protection. This kind of building is hardly flammable and easy to burn. After the arrow was shot, the roof was lifted by the burst stone. The wall was collapsed, and then ignited by the flame glue sprayed out. The fire spread quickly and instantly. The room surrounded the whole house in the flames and smoke. The jackals hiding in the house were trapped in the flames at this time, and they could only beat the scalp out of the door if they didn't want to be burned alive, and they fought desperately. Obviously, even if the jackals were not clever, they would choose the latter way, rushing out. At least there is hope for escape. A loud horn sound came from the fire, depressing the curse of the jackal and the wailing of the hyena, leading the gangsters fleeing the fire to gather quickly in the direction the horn sounded. Flames and smoke obscured the vision of the assay hunters. In this case, they were unable to accurately shoot the jackals who tried to evacuate the fishing village. Under the leadership of Magni, they spread out to the sides of the village entrance and let the mission of chasing the gangs to the Knights of Vaza who can't wait any longer. Joan, who is monitoring the battlefield dynamics in the air, was also affected by the heavy smoke that obscured the sky and sun. He had to release the wind-making technique to disperse the smoke that blocked the view, and took a dive to track down the jackal. The wings flew almost against the flaming flames on the roof. Joan felt the heat wave hit his abdomen, and the wingtip feathers were almost burnt. Chapter 369 Surprise 2. Joan endured the fireworks, flying at low altitude, and finally found that a large group of jackals were flying towards the pier. There were about 50 or 60 people in visual observation, all dressed in leather armor holding a spear, and the jackal headed by a wolf with a horn on his waist, presumably the leader of the battle group who just rang the horn and called the party. Behind this group of hurried fleeing jackals, followed by a group of hyenas, there were many burn marks on their bodies, and they followed the master in dismay and escaped. However, there were a total of 5 fishing boats tied to the pier on the pier. Even the fleeing jackals couldn't fit them, and no one could get hyenas on board. Joan traced all the way to the pier and saw the jackals rushing to untie the fishing boat cables. They guessed that they were going to cross the river to escape the chase. Without thinking about chanting spells, they released 2 cobwebs in succession to block the entire pier trestle. The jackals who were only concerned about loosing their cables were immediately covered by a cobweb that fell from the sky. The more they struggled, the deeper they fell into the cobweb. The leader of the battle group found that the road of escape was blocked by a spider web. He looked up and saw a monster of half human and half eagle hanging above his head. After shocking, he roared furiously, urging his men to destroy the silk of the road as soon as possible. At the same time, he used the iron spear in his hand as a javelin throw in the air. Joan was preparing another spell at this time. If he distracted himself from the javelin, it would be impossible to prevent the spell from failing. He focused on casting the spell, and let the heavy and sharp iron spear scream at his chest. Boom! The moment when the spear tip was about to touch Joan's chest, it was blocked by a layer of translucent light film, and was instantly bounced back. Most of the javelin's impact is absorbed by this anti-sword enchantment, and the real force exerted on Joan is only equivalent to pushing him lightly. Neither can cause any harm, nor is it enough to interfere with Joan's concentration. The leader of the jackal witnessed the javelin he threw out with all his might, and was easily bounced off by the eagle. Before he could recover, a sudden flash of light erupted in the air. Tinned. Joan volley releases 2 rings of flash dust, which will include all the gangsters gathered on the narrow trestle, including the jackals, and they will be covered by the spell, and their eyes will be blinded in an instant. The blind jackals shrieked in excitement, stumbled, shoved each other, fell off the trestle one after another, threw themselves into the river, and became a group of genuine falling water dogs. At this time, George Vaser led the knights to catch up. The young knights launched a charge along the riverbank, such as Lynn's long guns piercing the group of jackals who had no way to escape, and the hyenas that were too late to dodge were wailing under the horseshoes. After a storm-like charge, the jackals on the riverside pier and the hyena corpses were no less than 100. There was a weak groan from the corpse of the wounded dying. The heavy cavalry's impact is unmatched, but the mobility is not good. After a round of charge, it will take some time to regroup, which leaves the gangsters remaining on the dock with a chance to escape. As the fishing boat was blocked by the cobwebs, they could only lay down one heart, struggling to jump into the river one after another, trying to swim across the river to escape. Joan closely followed the jackals' movements in the air, and found that they jumped across the river, took out a glass bead, chanted spells, cast 2 rings of major salt palm, and created a 6-foot-long and 3-foot-wide out of thin air, translucent big hand. Remote control big hand touched the river, slapped it. This jackal warrior from the dry and hot Musbelim Gobi beach, most of them can't swim, they were forced to dive to escape. Fortunately, the hyenas who followed them jumped into the river naturally proficient in swimming, while maintaining a suspended attitude on the wide river surface, while tightly biting the mane of the nearby jackal, trying to drag the masters to the river to face the bank. The magic giant that fell from the sky hit the river heavily, and the calm water immediately swelled the turbulent waves, engulfed the surrounding jackals and their loyal hyena servants, and sank to the bottom of the river. Joan stretched out his wide wings, suspended above the river, and continuously controlled the major salt palm to punch down. The magic hand held down the jackal's head, forcibly pressed it down the river, and drowned alive. When Joan finished casting, there were no visible jackals or hyenas on the river. The river slammed the body of the drowned person to the shore, and was dragged onto the beach by the officers and men who subsequently arrived. A few jackals were choked by the river water. After landing, the river coughed out of their stomachs and woke up. With their eyes open, they saw countless blades pointing at them, and they had to surrender their hands in frustration. This raid, like a summer rainstorm, was short and violent. It lasted less than an hour from the beginning to the end and won the victory. After the battle was over, the casualty numbers were lightly counted. No one was killed in the Alfheim South Corps, and there were fewer than 20 wounded people. They were able to recover soon after receiving medical treatment and priest treatment. Compared with insignificant casualties, the results achieved are brilliant. In this campaign, a total of 104 jackal robbers were beheaded, 11 were captured, and more than 100 hyenas were killed. The Nangxia Corps won the first battle. The rookie knights in the army who fought against the jackals for the first time were very excited. Before the war, the tension caused by the lack of actual combat experience disappeared, and the morale was unprecedentedly high. This battle can achieve such glorious results, and Joan undoubtedly takes the lead. The elderly Colonel Harrison had initially despised this too young entourage. The impression of Joan after the raid was greatly improved. Colonel Harrison praised Joan's unparalleled performance on the battlefield, and promised to highlight his credit in the report submitted to Governor Norfolk and General Gates, awarding him the Honorable Knight of the Colonial Legion Medal. In fact, Joan had little interest in the medals, preferring to replace them with more affordable bonuses. Of course, these words can only be thought about in his heart. He dare not speak in the presence of the old colonel who valued the honor of the soldier most. After reporting to Colonel Harrison, Joan followed Major Vasa to a temporary prisoner of war camp to assist him in interrogating the captive jackals. In order to prevent prisoners from confessing to each other, the army implements a simple and very practical interrogation strategy, which is simply to isolate each other and interrogate in groups. The interrogated persons were detained in separate rooms, unable to meet each other, and had no way to communicate privately, thus cutting off the channels of confessions. The officers responsible for interrogation of prisoners are also experienced. At first, they were not in a hurry to intimidate the prisoners, showing a gentle and tolerant attitude, promising that as long as the other party is honest, they can be taken lightly and save their lives. Otherwise, if the prisoners of war refuse to confess, or have some to deceive, the gallows is their destination. Chapter 370 Trial. The two paths of life and death lie ahead. Most of the captives choose to confess and save their lives, but looking at the confession alone, it is difficult to tell whether there is a lie or concealment. In order to force the prisoner to tell the truth, the interrogator will always tell the other person that he is not the only prisoner under interrogation. In places where he cannot see, there are other prisoners who are also undergoing the same segregation interrogation. If his confession confessed to other prisoners, it means that at least one person is lying. Under such circumstances, if a prisoner of war tries to deceive the interrogator, he has to worry about his party's facts. After the two contrasts, his lies may be exposed on the spot, causing him to be sent to the gallows. Lie is obviously not an option that is most beneficial to you. What about refusing to confess? There are occasionally one or two tough guys among the prisoners of war, who would rather torture without confessing. But the tough guys are only very few after all. and they also know that other captured companions may not be as tough as they are. If others confess, their persistence will be meaningless, but they will just give up their lives. As long as the interrogator makes this clear to all prisoners of war, most of the tough guys who are determined to be brave and righteous will collapse their beliefs on the spot, give up their vain perseverance, and choose to confess softly. The will to destroy the prisoners of war does not necessarily require torture, as long as a seed of doubt is planted in their hearts. If the captives are firm enough, have common beliefs, and have absolute trust in the captured comrades, this method of interrogation that exploits human weaknesses will not work. However, this situation is too rare. At least the gangsters of the Jackals do not have such organizational discipline and common beliefs, and no one is willing to be a martyr. After being scared by the interrogator, they are all told truthfully. Colonel Harrison personally interrogated the boss of the Jackal who had thrown a javelin at Joan. According to his confession, the total number of Jackals who participated in the northbound looting was not less than 1,000, divided into 6 war groups, scattered on the east and west sides of the Dring Valley, looting villages along the way. The Jackal chief also confessed a key piece of information. The 6 major warfare groups are independent of each other and act independently, but all warfare groups must obey the command of a Jackal chief named Alpha. If they receive the order of this big leader, must be executed unconditionally. According to the prior agreement of the Jackal bandit gang, when a war group encounters a densely defended village or town, or encounters a regular human army interception, and cannot fight against it with the power of the war group alone, it will send someone to the Chief Alpha to send a letter. Please, he summoned the party leaders to come for reinforcements. After the interrogation, Colonel Harrison ordered his attendants to imprison the Jackal leaders. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, he saw Major Vaser and the Joan and Dindal brothers approaching, and they greeted them with a smile. George, what was the result of the interrogation of other prisoners of war? They all confessed, but the confession is not the same. The difference is mainly in the number of Jackals. Some can't say 1,000 people, some say 400 or 500 people, and 600 or 700 people. George Vaser replied with a frown. Joan and I have analyzed for a long time, and we can't confirm whether they are nonsense. George, this is not a fuss. The old colonel laughed and patted the shoulder of the young deputy. You haven't dealt with Jackals, of course you can't understand what is going on in this crazy creature's mind. As for our genius little mage, maybe we only learn about Jackals through books. Yes, Mr. Colonel, today is the first time I saw a living Jackal outside the book. They are more brutal and dirty than the illustrations. Joan answered a little embarrassedly. More brutal, more dirty, and more importantly, you have greatly underestimated the stupidity of Jackals. The smile on Colonel Harrison's face became strange. The lads, the fools with hyenas' heads, the reason why the confessions are different, is not that they dare to lie and lie under the threat of torture, but because most Jackals don't count at all. More than 10, the number of a finger can't be counted. 100 or 1,000 does not make any difference in their eyes. Anyway, it's too many to count. Joan listened to Colonel Harrison's explanation, and then suddenly realized why there was a huge difference in the strength of the confession from the captives. Recalling the records of the werewolves in the monster book of theirs, there is indeed a very insignificant text that mentions that the intelligence level of this creature is similar to that of the orcs, and most of them are illiterate. At the time, Joan thought that the word illiterate meant that the Jackals did not have the ability to read and write. But now they know that they not only can't write their own names, they can't even count them. This made him realize that the knowledge gained from the books was superficial after all, and he wanted to understand the truest aspect of the world, or how much more to walk out, to experience firsthand than the words on paper. Mr. Colonel, even if we take the numerical error into account, according to the most conservative estimate, there are no fewer than 400 or 500 Jackal gangsters from Brass Pass, the size of which is comparable to the strength of our army going south. As for the other details of the prisoner of war confession, for example, it is divided into 6 war regiments. For example, the 6 war regiments all obey the command of Jackal Chief Alpha. but they are all right. It can be seen that it is true. George Vassar handed Joan's interrogation report to Colonel Harrison. Colonel Harrison took a look at the report and whispered softly, "Alpha, Alpha, it's a long time gone. The name reminds me of the war 14 years ago. At the time I was a cavalry company commander under Lord Castis, and our enemies, in addition to the regular Navy troops from Mosbelheim, also had the gangsters of Jackals colluded with the Navy people. The wolves of wolves in packs rushed out of the Brass Pass, taking advantage of the barren horses to raid the southern villages and towns, slaughtering our compatriots, and committing sins. The leader of the bandits is also called Alpha. It's a coincidence. Maybe we have the opportunity to recover the blood debt he owed 14 years ago to the Jackal leader." Roger clenched his shotgun excitedly. "No, boy, you misunderstood." Colonel Harrison shook his head with a smile. "The Alpha that led the Jackal to invade Alfheim 14 years ago was already beheaded by Lord Castis. Now the Alpha that is making a comeback is mostly his heir or heir to power." Colonel Harrison stroked his beard and explained further. "Alpha is not a name, but the title of the Jackal tribe leader, like the indigenous patriarch and chief of Azar. It is not easy to win this title. Every generation of Jackal Alpha, all 4 conditions must be met at the same time." Chapter 371 Chaos Hammer. "Mr. Colonel, what 4 conditions are you referring to?" Joan asked curiously. "First of all, Alpha must have a tyrannical personal strength and a cunning mind that far exceeds his peers. But these 2 are not enough. If you want to climb to the throne of the chiefs of many warring groups, you must also have a noble blood and the grace of the god of the Jackals Yenagu, which cannot make those ambitious wars." The leader of the regiment willingly surrendered to him. "It is well known that the Jackals are the creation of the demon lord Yenagu. The noble bloodline in the eyes of the Jackals refers to the bloodline of purgatory originating from Yenagu. The Jackals with purgatory bloodlines are stronger and more cruel than other similar species, and they possess a variety of supernatural powers derived from their evil bloodlines. As an external manifestation of its evil blood lineage, the body of the purgatory jackal was covered with conspicuous crimson spots, like countless solidified blood scabs. When a jackal tribe loses their leader, the purgatory jackal nobles who are eligible to compete for the throne of the tribe will kill each other until the last survivor remains, which proves that he is more qualified to inherit Alpha the name. After that, the winner will call on the tribe to hold a grand sacrifice to please the god of the Jackals, and pray to Yenagu to lower his grace and crown him. When the ritual ceremony is successfully completed, the new Alpha will get the grace from Yenagu as expected, and after the predecessor Alpha, he will get an extremely powerful weapon, Chaos Hammer. This is the proof of Yenagu's favor, and also becomes the last condition necessary for the new Alpha. Chaos Hammer. Dick looked confused. "Is this weapon terrible? Horrible to exceed your expectations?" Colonel Harrison folded his smile. "Chaotic Hammer looks like a heavy flail with 3 hammerheads. The 3 black steel hammerheads are covered with thorns, emitting a strong red light, as if soaked in blood. This chain hammer was infused into the magic powered by Yenagu himself, reflecting the moody and violent nature of the god of the Jackals. When each hammer hits the enemy, it will cause the other party to suffer severe pain, paralysis and even crazy torture. However, the enchantment effects of these 3 hammerheads are constantly changing. Even Alpha, who holds the hammer, can tell which hammerhead corresponds to which effect. And this extreme disorder is precisely the embodiment of Thecho's will in the bottomless abyss." Joan silently listened to Colonel Harrison's description of Chaos Hammer, compared with the prisoner's confession, and his own understanding of the enchanting process. He could probably guess the unique shape and enchantment characteristics of Chaos Hammer. This weapon is actually 3 sets of flail combined on one grip. The flail that can cause crazy is mostly enchanted with 4 confusion. The flail that caused the pain may have enchanted 5 pain emblems. The last flail that caused the paralysis probably enchanted 5 rings of monster fixation. As for why the enchanting characteristics of the 3 hammerheads will randomly switch, Joan will not know. At his current level of enchantment, he still can't get this kind of perverted effect, and he thinks that this kind of messing is simply asking for trouble. but instead adds unnecessary trouble to the chain hammer holder. This hammer smashed down. I don't know what will happen. Joan is a person who prefers order and dislikes uncertainty. He couldn't figure out why Yenog gave the beloved jackal a random weapon. Perhaps the mortal mind can never understand the essence of chaos, nor can it understand the perverted evil gods who are at the bottom of the chaos. On August 27th, the troops took a full day off and continued to advance south along the river bank the next morning. The itinerary for the next 2 days was fairly calm, until the morning of August 30th, the scout once again found the trace of the jackal. Colonel Harrison received a probe from the front, and immediately sent an attendant to find Joan, and asked him to become a hawk to track the jackal from the air, and quickly passed back key information such as the number and exact location of the enemy as magic. Joan obeyed the old colonel's commission and performed 2 rings of morphing turned into eagle flying up to the sky, following the footsteps found by the scout and retracing at low altitude, and soon about 5 miles from the big army in a gorge. The gangsters of the jackal were found resting. After these days of actual combat training, Joan has accumulated a lot of battlefield investigation experience. Looking down from a high altitude, the canyon where the jackals live is rugged and narrow, with dim light and rugged rocks, and the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. What he saw in front of him made Joan suspect that the wolfmen had found their own troops and planned to ambush here. They blessed themselves with stealth and leaned into the canyon sandwiched between 2 cliffs to approach the investigation. Jackal camp. Joan flew thrillingly in the tortuous canyon, evading the cliff while observing the ground conditions, and flew back and forth 3 times. Fortunately, the canyon had a strong wind, and the roaring wind blocked the airflow brought by the eagles at low altitude, without causing jackals human alertness. After a thorough investigation, Joan fluttered his wings and flew back into the air, performing 2 rings of windstorming to report to Colonel Harrison what he saw. The total number of jackals in the canyon is about 100, and there are almost the same number of hyenas, which happens to be a battle group establishment. In addition, Joan also emphasized the terrain in the canyon, which is not conducive to cavalry combat. If there is a conflict with the jackals here, his own forces will inevitably fall into passive. After sending the information, Joan floated over the canyon, his eyes moving frequently between the jackal camp and his own troops station, waiting for Colonel Harrison's instructions. The waiting time seemed to be particularly slow, just as Joan was waiting impatiently, planning to turn around and fly back. When facing Colonel Harrison for instructions, a red light suddenly burst into the distance between the forests, bursting in the air and bursting out. After a long time, the bright ball of light gradually dimmed. Joan immediately recognized it as a signal arrow, and the red brilliance corresponded to a pre-agreed combat plan. Joan's dangling heart fell to the ground, and his convergence wings landed on the top of a steep mountain. Waiting quietly. After about half an hour, there was a rapid footstep behind him, and Joan looked back. As expected, a group of Azar hunters climbed up from the gentle on the side of the canyon. These Azar boys who are accustomed to climbing mountains and hills, wearing light tight leather armor, painted yellow and green stripes on their faces and clothes, almost merged with the bushes growing on the slopes. It would be difficult to distinguish this group of sturdy hunters unless Joan turned into an eagle. "Brother Magni, how many people have you brought here?" Joan asked in a low voice. Chapter 372 Ambush 1. Magni Boviton, who led the team up to the top of the mountain, grinned, showing 2 rows of bright teeth on his oily face. "A total of 60 great guys came up, 40 of them were hunters of my family, and 20 were the gunmen sent by Georgel. Those who fell behind were—" Magni raised her thumb and pointed towards him. "Those gunmen from the knights have good shooting skills and poor mountain climbing skills. There is not much time left for us. Joan, can you pull them down?" "Of course, no problem, Brother Magni. The jackals are in the valley below the cliff." "It's better not to disturb them," Joan urged. "Relax. I'm good at doing this kind of thing." Magni smiled and patted Joan on the shoulder. "Go ahead, be careful." Joan nodded, gliding down the hillside with his wings spread. Along the way, I saw many Azar hunters carrying bows and arrows, climbing with hands and feet on foot, and the light posture was like a group of antelopes. The young knights who fell behind seemed awkward. Although they all took off their heavy armor, the magic crystal rifle was obliquely behind them, wearing only light singles and hiking boots, and had been trained in mountaineering in the military camp. But after all, they could not run from the small to the big barefoot on the cliff. It took half an hour for the playing Issa hunter to climb to the mountainside. The lieutenant platoon leader of the rifle squad of this night's is the young sharpshooter Roger Dindle from Dillin. Joan was in the air and recognized this old friend who was struggling to climb at a glance, and he converged his wings and landed. Roger was aware of the airflow blowing over his head, and he looked up and saw a black shadow fall. He was taken aback at first, but soon recognized Joan as an eagle man, and released his left hand and waved at him, covered with sweat. An awkward smile appeared on his face. "Hi man, it's nice to fly, but there is no need to fly to me to show off." Joan smiled and ignored him deliberately, and blessed himself with a ring of grand change. The tall and strong Jotunheim Hawkman doubled in size and became a stature of up to 15 under the urging of magic. The giant of the shore, casting a long and narrow shadow on the slope, immediately attracted the astonishing eyes of the climbers around. Joan's giant technique is not deliberately handsome. As his size doubled, his weight-bearing capacity also doubled. A huge pair of eagle claws was found, grabbing the armed bands of the two nearby cavalrymen, lifted up easily, and spread their wings to the summit. Within 10 seconds, Joan sent the two scared-faced guys to the top of the mountain, then turned back and grabbed 2 cavalrymen and sent them to the top of the mountain. After repeating this for 10 times, all 20 cavalrymen were quickly transported uphill by him, leaving Roger alone on the side of the mountain and staring at the sky. "Hi, Joan, my good brother. The gods are on top. I really shouldn't offend you." Roger shook his head pitifully and slapped his face lightly. "Look at this cheap mouth of me. I don't always listen to the brain command, and say something annoying. Don't go to your heart. Don't leave me alone in this ghost place." Joan Nunjun couldn't help but dive down to explore his hands, firmly grasp Roger's shoulder, take him up into the air, and immediately flew to the top of the mountain. After Roger landed, his legs were still shaking, squeezing a wry smile at Joan. "Suddenly found that I seemed a little afraid. Flying is not a good thing. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Bring your gunman with me." Magni made a gesture to Roger, then bowed his waist and walked through the lush bushes on the top of the mountain. As a hunter followed, Roger and Joan also led the gunmen to follow them, spread out along the cliff on the right side of the canyon, each looking for a bunker suitable for sniping down. When the bow and rifle in the hands of everyone pointed to the unconscious jackal below, Joan and Magni exchanged glances, and once again performed windstorming to report to Colonel Harrison that it was ready. About 2 minutes later, a signal arrow flew from the jungle near the entrance of the canyon. Magni took a deep breath and waved for everyone to fire. Roger pulled the trigger first. The muzzle spewed out a bright electric light, and large lead bullets roared out of the bore. In the canyon beneath the 100-foot cliff, the head of a jackal sentry who was sitting on a rock yawning burst and screamed and fell. The other gunmen also pulled the trigger one after another. The electroptics from the muzzle spun into a silver mist. The jackals in the canyon were caught off guard by the attack from above their heads. They were successively shot with blood and fell down with a full face. The jackal had just been baptized by a round of bullet rain, and the arrows thrown by the Asa hunter's bow shot followed. These special bursting arrows equipped with bursts and flaming glue, no matter whether they hit the jackals directly or not, they will cause an explosion, erupt flames, and in a blink of an eye, the camp of the jackals overgrown with weeds turned into a fiery sea of fire. Faced with an attack from above, the jackal warrior suddenly fell into chaos, screaming, cursing and trying to escape from the fire, like an uncontrolled torrent, spontaneously pouring towards the sides of the canyon. At the same time that the gunman and the archer were attacking, Joan's incarnate eagle head flew above the exit of the canyon away from his own large forces. He searched for the narrowest area, spread his wings and soared into the sky, cast 2 spider webs and cast 3 greasy traps, completely blocked the path leading to the valley entrance, and then cast the major salt palm to create a magic giant, which has also been doubled by the grand change technique, is standing by at the exit of the canyon. When the gunshots sounded, thick smoke rose from the jackal camp in the middle of the canyon. Soon afterwards, a group of burnt-out jackals carried the hyena and ran towards the exit of the canyon. As a result, without any suspense, he ran into the trap that Joan arranged in advance, either stuck to the cobweb, or fell down in the sludge pit. Joan hung his eyes in the air and saw the jackal who tried to break free of the trap. After Joan's blessing of grand change, the strength attribute increased to 14, including the 4 strength attribute given by Major Salt Palm, and the doubled size also made the Major Salt Palm destructive. Doubled, the destructive power per square foot reached an astonishing 1,800 pounds. As long as it is swept by this horrible giant palm, it is equivalent to suffering the bite of an adult male lion. The magic hand with glass texture refracts the sunlight and radiates a gorgeous and deadly brilliance. Every time the giant palm smashes into the sky, it will slap the Dodge Wolf man into a meatloaf and send a roar that shocks the earth. When Joan slowly withdraws the magic hand, the ground will leave a palm mark that is 12 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. In the palm mark, there are vaguely corpses of jackals and blood oozing out. The palm marks will soon be submerged. Chapter 373 Ambush 2. Joan slammed his hands in succession, killing the jackals who fled to the exit of the canyon one by one. The jackals who followed were witnessing the huge monsters of half-humans and half-eagles hovering over the canyon, constantly photographing giant palms to kill the clan who tried to escape. Like a terrifying demon, most of them were scared to turn their heads and flee to the other side of the canyon one exit. Occasionally, the daring jackals were unbelievable, pulling their long bows to shoot at the sky, trying to force Joan to flash away. However, none of the bows and arrows in their hands are enchanted weapons. Even if they have great strength, the arrows they fly to a height of 100 feet will become the end of the strong crossbow, and they cannot break through Joan's anti-arrow enchantment. The arrows are useless, and the jackals cannot fly. They can only give up the idea of forcible breakthrough and turn to the exit opposite the canyon. At the other exit, there was no monster like Joan blocking the way. The group of gangsters escaped the canyon smoothly and regrouped in the open area overgrown with weeds. Just breathing for a while, I hadn't figured out what to do next. Suddenly a horn sounded from across the woods, and the 2 teams dressed in snowy armor rushed out. George Vassar took the lead and led the knights to charge with guns, like a raging iron current crushing the panicked jackals. After a storm-like charge, the jackals on the grass were completely dispersed. The leader of the regiment was also pierced in the chest by a shot of Major Vassar. The body was suspended on the steel gun like a flag. The cavaliers did not stay after the charge. Under the leadership of Major Vassar and Major Green, they were divided into 2 teams and spread out to the sides. The cavalry queue was like 2 silver snakes drawing an arc on the grass, making a big circle and turning around and rushing back. At the same time, when the knights adjusted their formation, Colonel Harrison personally led us a hunter to rush out of the woods and greeted the stunned jackals with a burst of arrow rain. This unlucky jackal warrior group was first attacked by a shooter in the canyon. The camp was burnt by rockets, fled to the south side of the valley and was blocked by a fierce and magical eagle man, and the fart came back. Finally, he escaped from the valley entrance on the north side, and he entered another pocket formation under Colonel Harrison. He was crushed by heavy cavalry and shot by cavalry. The remaining jackals were still unwilling to surrender, turn around and escape back to the valley. Jackals flowed with arrows and bullets on their heads, and they fled in embarrassment. They dropped more than 10 corpses along the way. Finally, there were only more than 30 people and a similar number of hyenas, and returned to the exit of the canyon guarded by Joan. Joan saw that the group of mourning dogs ran back again. At first, he didn't care much. He used the previous tactics and remotely controlled the Mage assaulting palm to attack the jackals gathered in the narrow valley. A slap fell, flesh and blood splashed, and screams repeated. However, he soon found something was wrong. The exit of the canyon was clearly blocked by cobweb and greasy. The group of jackals rushed forward like crazy. Are they all scared and stupid? Do not know that such a hard break is pure death? Joan, with confusion, paid close attention to the battlefield dynamics below. It was quickly surprised to find that the group of jackals who were eager to escape was not only stupid, but also showed a near-cruel survival wisdom at the juncture of the crisis, driving the hyenas who were loyal and following them to explore the road. And when all the hyenas have fallen into traps of oil sludge, or are caught in cobwebs, and at the same time, they use their own flesh and blood to lay a safe passage for the jackals behind them. The jackals in the canyon, eager to escape, didn't care about the hyenas' life and death, stepped on their bodies, and quickly walked through the canyon and drilled deep into the jungle. After all, Joan still lacks battlefield experience. Witnessing the jackal abandoning the hyena and walking through the traps he laid, and he can only remotely control a Mage to attack the palm. In any case, it is impossible to stop the 30 by himself. Many gangsters eager to kill a road are at a loss. Seeing the group of jackals moving away, Joan forced himself to calm down, first to perform Windstorm, to report to Colonel Harrison that the small coyote had escaped from the southern end of the canyon, and then spread his wings to fly, tracking the group of escapes in the air jackal into the forest. Joan maintained a height of 100 feet off the ground, flapping his wings in the air, and the sharp eagle eyes stared at the group of gangsters who had no choice. First go through the canyon, then over the meadow surrounded by streams, and then follow them to an open valley with sparse trees. The group of jackals have been running for nearly an hour, all of them so tired that they stick out their tongues, breathless. Seeing their exhausted look, Joan quickly checked his spell reserve, and counted the remaining mythical power and Sid mana, enough to bless all the spells that can improve the combat power and defense, and then landed and changed. As a tree man, you should be able to kill all the groups of tired parasites. Of course, the premise is that the other party will try their best to fight with themselves. If this group of rogues chooses to run around, Joan can't wipe them all. Thinking this way, Qiao An's heart rose to kill. He was about to put this plan into practice. Suddenly there was a long whine in the valley, and someone seemed to sound the horn. Joan couldn't hear what the horn sound meant, but the jackals on the ground who were tired and sitting on the ground all had their ears raised, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on their faces. The direction of coming rushed past. Seeing that they suddenly became so excited, Joan guessed that the horn was mostly from a jackal warrior. These defeated gangsters found a large army, and then they launched a counterattack. Considering that he shouldered the important mission of reconnaissance of the enemy, and driven by curiosity, Joan decided to continue to track down and figure out how many jackal gangsters were stationed in the valley, so as to promptly remind his troops to prepare for the battle. Before entering the valley, Joan first blessed himself with invisibility, so as not to cause the jackal to be alert, and then lowered the flying height and hovered near the valley. The sharp vision of the eagles was blocked by the foliage, and Joan really saw many jackals marching in the forest, followed by a large group of ferocious hyenas beside them. When Joan saw a leafy tree nearby, he quietly gathered his wings and landed on the canopy. He leaned over to look at the jackals who had passed by the team below the tree. March, or a particularly strong war group. Obsessed for a moment, Joan was surprised to find that this unit had significant differences from equipment to discipline compared to the two warfare groups encountered before. In Joan's impression, the jackal's equipment level is commensurate with his rogue identity, and there is basically no uniform standard equipment. Spears, swords, and even farming tools are mixed. A few wear leather armor, mostly naked, or wear whatever clothes they grab after looting the village, and even the woman's skirt is put on the body without care. It looks messy and dirty. Such a chaotic team, of course, can hardly be said to have strict military discipline, plus the jackals are naturally impulsive and combative, and they are free and scattered. When they reach the battlefield, there is a lot of sand. When the bullying is weak, they swarm up and encounter the regular army. Therefore, the fighting strength of a single jackal is obviously stronger than that of human soldiers. Once an army is formed, it is not as powerful as an equal number of humans. However, this jackal army marching in front of Joan seems to be an exception. All of them were dressed in brown leather armor, long bows on their backs, scimitars on their waists, armed with spears, and walked through the forest silently. Even the hyenas that followed their feet buried their heads in a hurry, and never barked. Witnessing this atypical jackal army in front of him, Joan instinctively felt that an atmosphere of killing was pervading the forest. Chapter 374 Alpha. This silent force made Joan feel a killing breath. If it is said that the two jackal warriors encountered before are still at the level of the rogue, then this well-equipped and disciplined unit can be regarded as an elite soldier by human standards. Joan knows how low the civilization of the jackal race is, neither tanned leather armor nor forged iron, and it is impossible for them to purchase such neat equipment with their own power. These uniform weapons and armor can only come from other forces with a higher degree of civilization. It can be seen that the rumored secret alliance between the Navy military and the jackal gangsters is not groundless. Mosbelim's Navy border guards not only indulged this group of gangsters to rush out of the Brass Pass and looted north, they even provided them with sophisticated equipment and even military advisors. Joan was more and more frightened, and was about to fly back to the base camp to report to Colonel Harrison what he saw. Sudden footsteps in the jungle, and the crackling sound of broken branches and leaves, immediately aroused his alertness. Joan held his breath, staring at the direction of the unusual movement, and saw 4 jackals carrying a ride and walking from the forest. The 4 jackals who acted as bearers are all shirtless, with a stronger body than other competitors, and their arms are muscular, and they look powerful and majestic. Ride around, surrounded by a group of armored swords across the sword, the look of the jackal with a solemn look, watching the wind and grass around. Seeing this extraordinary and guarded battle, Joan guessed that the person sitting on the ride must be distinguished. Maybe he was the chief of the jackal tribe Alpha, but when his sight reached the rider big man, his eyes can't help but stagnate. Leaning on the ride, actually a female jackal. The close-fitting soft armor shines with golden magical brilliance, tightly wrapped around the carcass of a graceful body, with the left hand resting on the back of the head, wearing a golden cannon collar on the neck, and holding a slender smoke gun also forged from pure gold in the right hand, which is comfortable puff. The lazy lying position shows the lady jackal's good youthful figure, slender legs, slender and flexible waist, and the full peaks on the chest that almost broke the chain armor. Even with human eyes it is also heartened to see, but unfortunately, that ugly face of the jackal destroyed Joan's initial stunning. After a short period of consternation, Joan was naturally curious about the identity of the outrageous female jackal. After careful observation, she noticed that there were red spots on her skin exposed outside the armor. From a distance, it looked like a little plum blossom, but when you looked closely, she could feel a trace of the familiar evil. Joan Lo thought about it, recalling the similar breath he had sensed in Kota, the son of the devil who had provoked the coup in the Lizardman tribe. The crimson spots on the female jackal are not as dense as Kota, and the evil breath is not as strong as Kota. But there is no doubt that this similar breath comes from the bottomless abyss, which is some kind of evil, the external manifestation of dissent. Kota is a believer of the demon lord Sethinak, and has a semi-inferno lineage. The female jackal's evil aura is not as strong as Kota, and there are no unique distortion characteristics of semi-inferno creatures, such as demon horns and the black bat wings. Then what she has are mostly second-class inferno lineage. Jackal with purgatory blood? Joan couldn't help shivering. He turned his gaze to multiplication again, and soon found a weird weapon on the side of the mother jackal, looking like a heavy flail with 3 hammerheads, and 3 black steel hammerheads covered with thorns. Emitting a strong red light, as if soaked in blood. Chaos Hammer. Kiaoan's pupils contracted slightly, making sure that the female jackal lying on the side was the alpha, who was legendly regarded as the chief by the 6 brass jackals of Brass Mountain. The demon lord, a jackal voter of God Yenagu. Joan couldn't help but scold. Damn. 3 days ago, he personally participated in the interrogation of prisoners of war, but at the time, why did he not think about asking more about the gender of Alpha? In fact, not only did he neglect this question, but neither Colonel Harrison nor Major Vasa could imagine that the Alpha, who led many jackal gangsters, turned out to be a queen. In the army of the human world, women are rarely seen. When people mention a certain general, the default party is always male. However, the atmosphere of the Jackal War Group seems to be different, and it can't see the unspoken rules of men are superior to women in the human army. Joan frowned and thought, and the jackals thought of their distant relatives, hyenas. In the hyenas ethnic group, the status of females is indeed higher than that of males. The patriarch of the hyena family is often a highly respected mistress, followed by other female hyenas, then puppies, and the male dog with the lowest status. All the books about jackal society Joan has read about this creature do not mention the matriarchal clan system, but considering the subtle origins of jackals and hyenas, occasionally a queen appears. It seems not worthy of fuss. Joan settled down and decided to fly back to his camp as soon as possible and report to Colonel Harrison information about Alpha and his clan. However, he had just spread his wings, and Queen Alpha, who was lying on his side, suddenly stood up and squinted a pair of slender and sharp eyes like a fox, looking over the tree crown where Joan was living. Joan sighed with suspicion, suspecting that the airflow that ignited as he fluttered his wings caused Alpha to be alert. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, he still had a stealth body, and the opponent should not see himself. Unfortunately, his self-consolation soon proved to be a mistake. Alpha touched the gorgeous golden collar around her neck, and the magic net distributed around her then raised up layers of ripples and quickly spread out in all directions. The eyes of the Jackal Queen became exceptionally bright under the blessing of magic, and soon, according to the abnormal tremor of the magic echo, they were aware of the traces of abnormal creatures. A vague silhouette of a half-man and half-eagle is presented above the seemingly empty canopy. "Oh cunning little bird, are you playing hide-and-seek with me?" Alpha's sneer made Joan anticipate that something was going wrong. He couldn't hide his tracks anymore, struggling to flap his wings and fly to the sky. Behind him, a surging wave of magic power thrilled him. He glanced back in a hurry and saw Alpha standing up on the ride, holding a javelin in his hand, and the violent natural power poured into the barrel of the gun through his fingertips, coating the javelin with a shining arc and sending out a heart-passive fizz sound. "Farewell, my bird." Alpha, grinning and struggling to throw a javelin, turning into a golden electric light, shooting through the sky towards Joan's eagle. Chapter 375. Desperate. Of course Joan knew that the anti-sword enchantment could not stop the lightning javelin thrown by Alpha. At a critical juncture, he tried his best to roll in the air, finally avoiding the lightning javelin. However, what happened next was far beyond his expectations. The magic javelin, which was about to pass by him, exploded on its own, and a large amount of steel fragments were ejected from the volley, and it was mixed with countless twisting blue and white electric snakes. On him, Joan's magical energy flashed all over the place. Enchantment, shield and mage armor resisted the shrapnel shot, successively exhausted the magic power and slammed, and then the incoming current drove into Joan's body. The electricity made him numb and his consciousness gradually blurred. Joan bit his lip and, with the last trace of consciousness, desperately spread his wings, gliding away from Alpha. The sudden pain in the bone marrow and the subsequent paralysis made him unable to flap his wings, barely supporting the glide above a dense forest, and planted down against the canopy. Dense crackling sounds came from my ears. I do not know how many branches were broken, and finally fell flat on the grass. At the moment of landing, Joan only felt black in front of his eyes and roared in his ears. and then completely lost consciousness. Not knowing how long he had been in a coma, Joan was awakened by the tingling from his back, and he felt as if someone was tearing his wings. He propped his head back and looked around. A cloud of dark shadows swayed in the dim forest. He was licking his left wing, and from time to time showed sharp teeth trying to tear the feathers attached to the wings. It was stinging. Source. Joan shook his head, trying to eliminate the dizziness. The shadow noticed that he was wriggling, alertly stepping back 2 steps, and suddenly raised a pair of forepaws and stood up, sending a threatening roar to Joan. At the moment it stood up, Joan finally saw that the other party was a black bear over 5 feet tall with a conspicuous white-shaped marking on his chest. Joan sat on the ground with both hands in difficulty. It was just such a simple action that caused him to feel severe pain, dizziness, and almost passed out. He knelt down on the grass, gasping for breath, and the black bear behind him stepped forward, sometimes taking a step forward, making an attacking stance, realizing that he hadn't died yet, and stepped back cautiously, roaring again. Joan was not afraid of the stupid bear, but worried that its call would attract a large group of jackals. Due to his current physical condition, he was unable to fly before being properly healed. Surrounded by jackals would definitely be unable to escape death, and would even be torn apart and eaten by the wolves, suffering more painful torture than death. Thinking of his possible misfortune, Joan was anxious and turned and waved to the black bear, trying to get the nasty guy away. "Go away, stupid bear. Go away." I don't know if the word stupid bear angered the other party, or Joan's weak look made the black bear think he had a chance, and suddenly yelled and swooped up. Joan was so weak at the moment that he was too late to cast a spell and was unable to fight against this strong and fierce beast. He had to stare and glare at the approaching black bear. A pale radiance appeared in the left eye, and suddenly a faint ray was shot, which was in the middle of the black bear face. A chill, penetrating through the black bear's fur through Joan's eyes, instantly penetrated the flesh and blood. The erosion of negative energy makes the black bear feel cold and weak. This strange feeling caused the simple-minded beast to panic, shuddering again and again, turning his head into the trees, and fled away in a blink of an eye. The dark forest returned to silence. Joan took a long breath, forcing himself to temporarily forget the pain and enter meditation. His body fluttered slightly. His body quickly twisted and deformed, and returned to human form. Supported sitting on the damp grass, Joan quickly checked his body and found obvious scars on his chest, left ribs, and right leg roots. One of them was abrasions caused by steel debris, and 2 were like long scars left by the whip. The surface of the wound is red, swollen and black, exuding a slight burnt smell, which is obviously a burn caused by electric shock. Fortunately, all 3 wounds are not fatal. Joan feels at ease, spreads the palm of his left hand, calls out tears of gods, throws them into the endless water bag to soak for a while, shakes the water bags, and gathers 2 lips to drink sips from the tears of God to heal magic potion. The rest of the potion sprinkled on the wound. The magical effect of tears of God once again rescued him, and his injuries improved quickly with internal and external application. What he had to do urgently now was to leave here as soon as possible, find a safe place to hide, first send a letter to Colonel Harrison, then rest for a while to recover his strength, and then return to the camp as an eagle. Joan slowly stood up, holding the tree trunk, and stumbled toward the depths of the jungle. About 200 yards away, a towering tree appeared in front, and a black hole was visible near the root of the tree. Joan walked to the front of the tree hole and found that the hole was more than 2 feet wide, with smooth edges, and it seemed that creatures often came in and out. The empty cave is quite spacious, with deep hay in the cave, no smell, and black mane. Joan guessed that this tree hole was probably the place where the bear dug out for hibernation. It may be the black bear's den scared by him just now. It was suitable for temporary shelter, so he bowed his head and drilled in, looking for a suitable one. The position curled up and pulled a few weeds to cover the hole. After doing all this, Joan felt a little safe. After a few minutes of rest, Joan's energy recovered enough to support himself to complete a spell, so he sat up and chanted the mantra, using Windstorm to report to Colonel Harrison the latest developments of the Jackal and his current difficult situation. Joan does not expect Colonel Harrison to send someone to rescue himself after receiving the magic summons, but only hopes that he will be ready to fight a tough battle in time. The guards of Jackal Alpha, the Jackal, are not comparable in combat effectiveness to the two gangs they encountered before. When the information was sent smoothly, Joanne was worried. Next, all he can do is hide in this secret cave, wait for the potion to fully heal, and wait for his physical fitness to recover enough to become an eagle and fly back to the team. According to his own estimates, at least 1 hour rest. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Coupled with exhaustion of body and mind, Joan simply fell asleep. Unconsciously, he went into sleepy. A buzzing tremor echoed around Joan's ear, waking him from his sleep. He subconsciously stood up, his forehead slammed into the wall of the cave, and he grinned so painfully that he remembered where he was. Chapter 376. Cheers. Joan quickly used magic tricks to check the current time and found that he had slept for 2 hours. There was a buzzing sound again in my ear, and there was something trembling in his pocket. Joan froze for a few seconds before realizing that the magic siren made by the earthworm tentacles was alarming, and quickly pulled out to check. The thin tentacles tremble violently and deflect towards the side of the hole. Joan's nerves tightened immediately, holding his breath, and plucked out the grass that blocked the entrance to carefully peep out. The abnormal movement of the alarm indicates that dangerous creatures are approaching the cave. Joan hoped that it was the forest beast or the black bear that had occupied the cave, but the sound of footsteps and barking in the distance made him hopeless. His heart was suddenly cold. The forest leaves rustled, and 2 heavily armed jackals appeared in Joan's field of vision. There were also 4 hyenas surrounding the jackal before and after, sniffing around in the grass, clearly following his trail and breath. Joan quickly figured out how to save himself. He was seriously wounded, and he would certainly be no match for Queen Alpha's elite bodyguard if he wrestled head. If he cast a spell. Joan looked at the jackals and hyenas near the cave and found that they were too scattered. No matter whether the offensive spells or the control spells like Cobweb, they could not get 2 jackals and 4 hyenas at the same time, and he had only 1 chance to cast spells. The enemy is getting closer and closer, and Joan naturally thinks of the branch of Ilmancer who saved himself in times of desperation in the past. This is his last hole card. Is it about to play it now? Joan hesitated for a moment, and decided not to use the branch of Ilmancer for the time being. Try another method first. Thinking this way, he drew out a dry eye stem from the spellcasting material bag, held it in his hand and chanted the spell of morphing. At the same time, a hyena, not far away, seemed to smell something, and ran straight to the front of the big tree, roaring loudly at the grass-covered cave. The 2 jackal warriors heard the dog bark, exchanged glances, and at the same time pulled out the saber and lightly paced from the left and right sides. One of the jackals wore a knife to cut off the weeds, and the bleak airflow screamed along with Xuliang's blade, blowing away the weeds cut off at the waist, exposing the dark lacquered cave. There is a hole in the ground. There seems to be a shadow shaking. It is alive. Could it be a bear? It's better to be the eagle who was shot down by Master Alpha. There will be a reward for catching him back. The opening is too narrow. I am afraid the eagle's size may not get in. Don't worry about that much. Drag him out and talk. After discussing with the 2 jackal warriors, the whistle sounded one after another, urging the hyena to burrow into the cave to bite the creature hidden in it and drag it out. The hyenas gritted their teeth close to the hole, and just as they probed in, 4 purple soft whips suddenly flew out of the hole, hitting 4 dog faces. All 4 hyenas screamed and retracted their heads. Their nosebleeds blew and wailed. No matter how the owner urged them, they dared not move closer to the cave. Damn it. What a monster is that? The samurai warrior squeaked his grip tightly. It looks like some kind of tentacle. The jackal warrior closer to the hole trembles, staring at the four purple tentacles with creeping suction cups and knob-like protrusions, which can't help but cold sweat. The dense foliage above the head shields the sunlight, and in the dark cave, the four strange tentacles meander slowly and leisurely. The jackal, who had been soaked in cold sweat behind his back, noticed that a bulging eyeball was embedded at the end of each of the four tentacles. He suddenly screamed in fright, and staggered back, almost unable to hold the knife in his hand. The ghost is calling a fart. It's just a nest of snakes, what's so scary? Another jackal warrior shouted bravely. Snake? No, no, I bet my head, that monster is definitely not a snake. The frightened jackal stumbled back, and looked like it was attracted by a magnet, staring firmly at the hole. The ominous hunch was soon confirmed. A strange big ball of meat squeezed out of the hole, shaking four long tentacles suspended in midair. The surface of the round body was covered with a hard and uneven fuchsia chitin carapace. In the center of the meat ball, there is a wide mouth with 2 rows of fangs and teeth. Above the mouth is an eyeball as large as a basin. Huge eyeballs, staring coldly at the opposing 2 werewolf weapons that have been frightened. The pupil is like an abyss, a circle of scarlet blood is spreading out, and anyone who looks at it will experience a nightmarish fear. This is. The jackals with less guts had been so scared that they couldn't even speak smoothly, and their faces turned back without blood. The courageous jackals were not convinced yet, their hands trembling and holding up sabers, and they brave enough to rush towards the eye demons. The giant-eyed monster raised a tentacle at random, and the eyes embedded at the tip of the tentacle widened suddenly, radiating a red beam from the depth of the pupil, which was in the middle of the jackal chest. The raging flames ignited his hair and turned into a fireman in a blink of an eye, wailing 2 steps backwards and falling on the grass on his back, struggling with pain. Wow! Eye demons. Eye demons. Seeing the companion being burned to death by the sight of the giant-eyed monster, another jackal warrior was completely frightened, convinced that the eyeball monster suspended in front of him was one of the most terrifying strange monsters in the world. A strong man of the rank of Big-Eyed Tyrant, even Queen Alpha may not dare to provoke, let alone his little hello. The great fear made the jackal warrior only have one thought in his mind: escape. The farther the better. The 4 hyenas were also frightened by the fierce eye demons, whimpering and following the jackal samurai, turning around and rushing into the jungle. Joan watched the figures of the wolf samurai and hyena Kerrang panic disappear into the depths of the jungle, secretly relieved. He stretched out an eye stalk and leaned close to the wolf samurai who was lying on the ground and burned to the ground. Realizing that he hadn't cut off his breath, he used his eye stem as a noose, wrapped his neck tightly, and clicked and twisted his neck. Solving the last witness, Joan was able to restart the morphing with peace of mind, from the Eye of Insight form that had just been used to bluff people, to the eagle form of Jotunheim, regardless of the injury has not been healed. Supporting the vibration, the wings flew into the air. At about dusk, Kiaoan bathed in the setting sun and soared in the sky. Seeing the smoke billowing in the open area near the beach from afar, and shouting killing sounds came with the wind. The scene in front of him made his heart sink, and realized that while he was sleeping in a tree hole, the Alfheim Bandit Regiment had encountered the main battle group personally commanded by the Queen of the Jackal Alpha. Fierce Battle. Chapter 377 Assassination. This was the first tough battle encountered since the Corps went south. Kiao Anju looked at the battlefield from a condescending position. The troops of both sides of the battle set off along the tortuous river beach. The panorama of the battlefield was clearly displayed in front of him like a chessboard. Major Vasa and his 300 heavy armored knights have dismounted to form a strong defensive phalanx of lances, blocking the wave-like offensive of the Jackal army. As our hunting horses were divided into 2 teams, with roundabout assaults on both sides of the pike phalanx. When galloping, the bow was released and arrows were thrown. The rain-like arrows fell down, forcing the jackals to block and block. The heavy cavalry phalanx advanced forward, and the steel guns shone like a forest, and the jackals who had no time to avoid along the way were stabbed into honeycombs, Blood stained the Red River beach. Seeing that his own side firmly controlled the initiative on the battlefield, Qiao Angius' heart finally fell to the ground. The strength of your own forces is overwhelming, and Colonel Harrison's immediate command is impeccable. With the current momentum developing, this battle will surely end in the defeat of the Jackals. If Alpha is wise enough, she should use the trumpet of retreat now to rescue her men who are about to be ruthlessly crushed by the meat grinder to avoid the doom of the whole army. The situation on the battlefield seemed to be fixed, and Joan turned and flew back to his side. The shadow cast during the flight caused Azar hunting to be alert, and they all bowed to the sky. However, they soon recognized that Joan had turned into an eagle. The hostility on his face was replaced by a smile, and he gave a thumbs up to the black shadow flying overhead. Thanks to Joan for sending back the information in time, they were informed of the Jackal. The marching route of the main battle group is prepared in advance to meet. The encouragement of the comrades in arms made Joan feel relieved. The intelligence that he passed back to death was not in vain, and it laid a foundation for victory for his own troops. Colonel Harrison's headquarters was located on a hill about half a mile away from the war zone. The old colonel rode his tall black horse and stood on the hill, watching the battle below through a telescope. Major Vassar, Major Green, and Magni all led the team to kill the enemy. Edmund Harrison, after all, was old and had to serve the old and sit in the rear to command the overall situation, which was more conducive to giving play to his advantage in experience. Next to the colonel were 4 young knights, all guards arranged for him by Major Vassar. Major Vassar originally arranged 8 bodyguards to protect Colonel Harrison's personal safety, but Colonel Harrison himself scoffed at the arrangement, claiming that he did not need a nanny. Instead of wasting his hands around his old man, it was better to send him go to the front to kill the enemy. Major Vassar couldn't help but the stubborn old boss and had to halve the number of guards. Colonel Harrison chose to establish a command post on the hill because the field of vision is wide enough and the distance to the front line is just right, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by enemy forces. There are low shrubs growing on the steep slopes of the hill, horses chewing the green grass leisurely, and the cries of battle on the battlefield have reached the faintly unheard of here. However, in this seemingly peaceful atmosphere, Colonel Harrison suddenly heard the subtle and rapid footsteps from the grass behind him. At first he thought that it was a herald sent by Major Vassar to report on the front line, so he put away his telescope and looked back inadvertently. The strange thing is that there is nothing left behind, and there is no figure of herald soldier he expected. Colonel Harrison froze for a moment, looking down at the grass coming from the footsteps. The green grass leaves sway with the wind, and at first glance everything looks normal. However, after a short while, 2 footprints emerged one after another, pressing the tender grass slightly to sink, as if a pair of invisible feet were walking on the grass. The weird scenes in front of him reminded Colonel Harrison to realize that an invisible man was approaching himself and conspiracy. He didn't care about calling the bodyguard, grabbing the sword handle with his hands and the shield hanging on the side of the saddle. At this moment, the sneer of strange women came from the bushes, followed by the clang of steel collision. Harrison subconsciously looked at the place where the abnormal movement came, and there was a vaguely visible human figure emerging out of thin air. At the same time, 3 big iron full of sharp thorns dragged the banging chain to fly through the air, and each hammer was shrouded in rich glory. Seeing this awe-inspiring glare, Colonel Harrison immediately recognized that the assassin was swinging the hammer, and launched a supernatural martial art called brokenness. Anyone who still has good intentions in his heart was recruited. If you hit it, you will be additionally killed by evil magic. Despicable villain. Colonel Harrison cursed and hurriedly raised his shield to block a flying hammer, and the long sword in his right hand picked another flying hammer. However, he couldn't escape the third flying hammer anyway. He was hit by a heavy hammer as a chest, and a large gulp of blood was sprayed on the spot, and he planted his head back from the horse. Compared with the lethality of the flying hammer itself, the evil magic contained therein poses a greater threat to Colonel Harrison. The veteran who had been fighting for a long time tried to stand up after being dropped, but was interrupted by a strong sense of paralysis that suddenly struck the whole body. like an old tree that was cut down and collapsed to the ground, stiff all over, unable to move. He. In the bushes opposite, the woman sneered again. The assassin faded into invisibility and was a female jackal in golden mail. Colonel Harrison's eyes widened, and his eyes touched the three-pronged hammer in her hand, shining with a dark red brilliance, and she immediately realized that the female jackal was the alpha mentioned by Joan in Windstorming. When he learned that the alpha ruling the 6 jackal warriors was a woman, he was still a little bit doubtful, not even thinking that this woman was so mean. As the Jackal Queen, instead of directing troops to fight on her position, she sneaked into the enemy's rear invisible and personally assassinated the other's commander. Colonel Harrison has fought all his life and has never encountered such an insidious opponent on the battlefield. He cannot help feeling sorry for his negligence. The 4 young knights who were instructed to protect Colonel Harrison also lacked the experience to deal with sudden changes. They did not expect that the enemy would send a killer to stealth and sneak in to stab. It was not until the death of Colonel Harrison that he was attacked. Come, hurrying around the old colonel who fell to the ground, Liang Jian prevented the female assassin from approaching. Alpha sneered and shook his wrists. The Chaos Hammer seemed to have a 3-headed monster python with life, dragging the chain to the guard, forcing them to block with a shield. The impact from the chain hammer was unstoppable, and the 2 guards standing in the front row collided and fell on their backs. The steel shield was torn apart. Alpha swung the chain hammer in his right hand, freed his left hand to touch the storage bag hanging on the waist, and a forged javelin made of stainless steel appeared in the palm of his hand. Natural power was injected into the javelin through her fingertips, transformed into countless arcs that sizzled and danced like silver snakes. Old guy, say goodbye. Chapter 378 Sacrifice. Old guy, say goodbye. Jackal Alpha, the Wolf Queen, grinned and threw a javelin blessing the 3rd-level magic lightning strike. A dazzling flash across the sky penetrated Colonel Harrison's chest, and was deeply nailed into the grass, and the arc of fire burst out covering the surrounding 10 feet of space, swallowing the 4 guards together. The electric current spread through the body through the cast iron armor, bursting out a series of crackling sparks, and instantly stunned all 4 young and strong knights. Alpha sneered, shook the hammer of chaos in his hand, twisting his slim waist to his prey. The bleak air that struck the air made her stunned and looked up, her grim face twitched slightly. You my lovely bird, you are not dead yet. The cold eyes of the Jackal Queen stared closely at the eagle men hovering above her head, raised her left hand to touch the golden collar on her neck, and it seemed to trigger the magic emblem engraved on the collar. Into the air, disappeared without a trace. The sharp eagle's eyes were fixed on the hill, and Joan couldn't determine exactly where the Alpha that had escaped into the invisible state was hidden, but he knew that Alpha must not have gone far, which was enough for him to gather his wings towards the mountain. Gang swooped down. Joan finished preparing for casting while diving at a very high speed, and waved a handful of mica powder. The magic power merges the mica dust into a glittering cloud, completely covering the top of the hill. In the seemingly empty bushes, a woman suddenly screamed in pain. A vague figure with glowing dust all over him emerged from the trees. His hands shuffled over his face. Unexpectedly, Alpha's eyes were red and swollen with tears, and the pain was almost impossible to open. Just as she hurriedly wiped her eyes, there was a roar behind her, and the ground shook violently under her feet. The sudden shock wave almost overturned her. The face of the Jackal Queen finally showed horror, endured the tingling, and tried to open his eyes and looked back. In the blurred vision of tears, a huge monster of half man and half tree suddenly appeared. The giant feet with twisted roots sink into the soft grass, and countless radial ravines split around their feet. The aftershocks caused by the fall of the sky also spread out in a wave, causing sand and dust to disperse into the sky. Alpha's face flashed with consternation and confusion alternately. For a moment, he couldn't figure out where this murderous demon came from. A series of incidents happened just now, quickly flashing in her mind. First, I saw an eagle dive down from the air, then he was stabbed in the eyes by the flash dust cast by the eagle, forced to leave the invisible state, and in the blink of an eye, the eagle disappeared from the sky and replaced the volley. It was a tree man who had never seen before. Alpha wiped her eyes blurred by tears, and looked up and down at the tree man with a strong contrast compared to the eagle. Although it was a little weird, she could only think of such a possibility. "Are you that little bird just now?" Joan said nothing. His sight shifted from Colonel Harrison's chest pierced by a javelin, to the face of the Wolf Queen's grimace, and he waved a giant palm instead of answering. The wind from the giant palm of the tree came across. Alpha's face changed greatly, and he folded backward without thinking. The flexible waist bent into an arch, and the thrill flashed across the giant palm. However, the many rattans that accompanied the treeman's giant palm sweeping through the sky were not so easy to dodge, as countless leather whips whizzed on her. The Jackal Queen was like a doll slapped by the angry little master. He flew out and broke a bush, rolled down the steep hillside, and finally hit the huge rock to stop. This time it fell really hard. Alpha supported the rock with his right hand, covering his broken forehead with his left hand, struggling to stand up. The blood from the forehead wound stained her face, and it was terrible. The severe pain from all over made her almost faint. She gritted her teeth and stayed awake. She looked up at the top of the mountain and saw the terrible tree man walking in a big step. Behind her, there is a dense sound of horseshoes from far to near. It is the assassin riding station that is stationed under the hill that finds that the hilltop headquarters has been attacked and is urging horses to come to support it. If the enemy has only one tree person, Alpha still has the confidence to fight with each other, but the Asa cavalry surrounded by her makes her have to suppress her hatred. It is more important to save her life than to seek revenge from the tree person. "Damn monster, let me put you first today." The old lady of this account remembers that one day I will get back even with this prophet. Alpha whispered and whispered to activate the magic collar, and his body quickly faded until it completely disappeared into the air. The Jackal Queen finally threw a bitterly falcon to the tree man, leaned over and dived into the bush, and quickly escaped to his position under the protection of stealth. Seeing that Alpha was invisible again, Joan was too far away from her. She had no time to catch up and had no time to cast flashing dust to break the invisibility. She had to give up the pursuit and turned back to the top of the mountain. The branch of Ilmansa was exhausted, and Joan changed from a tree to a human form, and quickly ran to Colonel Harrison. The respectable old man lay quietly in the pool of blood. His hands clenched tightly through the steel gun piercing his chest, and his angry face was bloodless. Joan stretched out his trembling fingers and touched the old man's pulse. The last hope in his heart shattered. Reluctantly restraining the urge to cry, Kiawan smoothed the old man's eyes and silently wished his soul a rest in another world. Joan knelt beside the body of Colonel Harrison, both hating the mean and insidious Jackal Queen, and deeply blamed herself for failing to return in time to protect Colonel Harrison. What happened in front of him seemed like a nightmare, making him unable to recall the war outside Dillon. The scene of Captain Daniel's sacrifice was vividly remembered, and he still feels very sad when I think about it. At this moment in his mind, the young captain and the elderly colonel, the two blood-stained figures seemed to merge into one, bringing him double grief. Joan sat for a long time, and a loud trumpet came from his ear. He heard that this was the horn of joyous victory and got up to look down at the battlefield. Hundreds of jackals are retreating, and hundreds of corpses lie down on the twilight-covered river beach. This narrow encounter finally ended. The Alfheim Corps won the most glorious victory since going south, but it also paid a heavy price for it. After the battle, George Vassar, Nathaniel Green and Magni Beauverton came to the headquarters for the first time to report the good news on the front line to Colonel Harrison, and a cold body. The smiles on the three people's faces suddenly solidified, followed by shock and sorrow. Chapter 379. St. Joan told Vassar and others the beginning and end of Colonel Harrison's assassination. The three of them were speechless for a long time. The news of the assassination and death of the top commander of the regiment was like a thunder bursting over their heads, and they were shocked for a while, not knowing what to do. The sacrifice of Colonel Harrison is a heavy blow to our corps. However, our mission has not been completed, and we cannot stop the pace of sorrow. The only thing we can do now is to inherit the legacy of Colonel Harrison and continue march to Brass Pass. Perhaps because of the Azat tribe who was born in a savage and indifferent manner, Magni Beauxbaton took the lead in restoring his composure and encouraged his comrades to cheer up with a powerful tone. "George, you are Colonel Harrison's deputy. No one in this regiment is more prestigious than you. Once the news of Colonel Harrison's sacrifice spreads, I am afraid it will cause a heavy blow to the morale of the officers and soldiers." Major Green looked serious and reminded Major Vaser of the most important things. "George, in order not to shake your mind, you must take the flag of Colonel Harrison as soon as possible and lead us on." George Vaser lowered his head, listening quietly to the encouragement of his two old friends. After a long silence, he finally nodded heavily. In the evening of the same day, news of Colonel Harrison's sacrifice was announced. The officers and soldiers who had just won a big victory were all stunned. The atmosphere of celebration was immediately replaced by a cloud of grief and indignation. Major Vassar hurriedly wrote a handwritten letter about the frontline accident, and later found Joan, asked him to become an eagle, and flew back to Port Leyden overnight to send a letter to inform the Governor-General of the bad news that Colonel Harrison was killed, and he asked to go south. Corps personnel arrangements. The military situation cannot be delayed for a moment, and Joan receives the autograph of Major Vaser, and immediately becomes an eagle to fly. At this time the night had come, and the time was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Joan departed from the southern part of the Dring Valley, during which he spent all his Sidmana to maintain the eagle form. He flew for 2 full hours, and the bustling night scene of the tens of thousands of lights in Port Leyden finally appeared at the end of his vision. In order to save time, Joan flew directly over the city and quietly landed in a secluded alley near the governor's mansion under the cover of night. Joan converged his wings, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, there was a cry of exclamation. He frowned and looked back. A pair of men and women with disheveled clothes hugged each other and curled up in the corner, staring at him dumbfounded. The woman on the opposite side had heavy makeup, and the skirt was rolled up to the waist, exposing the white flower's thigh. The man who held her together also dropped his pants, a pair of hairy legs trembling straight, scared by a monster that suddenly fell from the sky, half man and half eagle, almost standing unsteady. The scene in front of him made Joan realize that his sudden arrival disturbed a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Of course, it may also be a pair of prostitutes who have not yet had time to negotiate the price. He apologized and waved his hand to release the sleep technique, so that the frightened men and women stopped screaming and took a nap quietly, so as not to attract more passers-by to watch. Joan relieved his transformation in the quiet alley, returned to his original image, and hurriedly left the alley to the governor's mansion. When he arrived at the gate, 2 guards on guard raised his hand to stop him, and asked cautiously who he was and why he broke into the governor's mansion. Joan had already prepared for this, first showing his identity, and then showing a seal that Major Vaser lent him to prove the identity of the messenger. After checking the seal, the guard's face became more solemn, and he bowed to Joan first, and asked him to wait outside the door, and then hurried back to report. Joan waited for about 10 minutes outside the door, and the guard returned with a grey-haired butler. "Mr. Vader, Lord told me to take you to the living room for a cup of tea. He will come later." The old housekeeper looked at Joan's eyes, and seemed to be curious about his servant appearance. "Please allow me to ask one more question, Mr. Joan Vader. Did you enter the city tonight?" Joan nodded. "There was nothing to hide." "So did you visit Mr. Gates before you came here?" the butler asked quietly. "Major Vaser ordered me to send his handwritten letter to His Excellency the first time. I haven't had time to report to His Excellency," Joan answered truthfully. "You have worked hard, Mr. Vader. The old housekeeper smiled kindly. You go to the living room to rest. General Gates will not have to trouble you to run in person. Lord has sent someone to invite your army to discuss frontline military. Joan vaguely felt that there was something in the old housekeeper's words, but he really did not understand the intriguing routines in the social field, and did not understand what the other party's subtext meant, so he nodded ignorantly and followed him into the living room. Flying over the road, Joan was really tired and choked. His throat was hot and unbearable, and the tea delivered by the butler was poured into his stomach in one breath, and his thirst disappeared, and he felt refreshed. The butler smiled and poured him tea. Suddenly feeling a little embarrassed, Joan blushed with thanks and took a sip of the teacup. Joan waited for half an hour in the living room, and finally footsteps came from outside the door. The petite and handsome Governor Norfolk and General Edward Gates, who were dressed in military uniforms and slender, came in one after another. Joan quickly bounced off the sofa, bowed to the two big men, introduced his identity, and presented Major's letter from Major Vaser to the Governor of Norfolk. After seeing the letter, the Governor-General, with a sad expression on his face, sighed gently and turned to hand the letter to General Gates. General Gates quickly read the letter again, frowning, not saying a word, and his face was so dull as if to freeze. Joan was quietly observing the two people's expressions on the side, feeling nervous. Governor Norfolk paced in the living room, pacing back and forth 2 times before breaking the silence, asking Joan about the end of the assassination of Colonel Edmund Harrison. Joan told all the things he had seen with his own eyes. During the period, he inevitably stuttered, but he tried his best. Governor Norfolk patiently listened to him and turned to give General Gates a wink. General Gates nodded intently, followed the governor into the next room, and closed the door. Joanne was left alone in the living room, standing neither sitting nor sitting. There was a conversation between the governor and the general next door. His Excellency was still breathless. General Gates' voice was obviously louder, and he seemed unable to suppress the anger. Joan couldn't hear exactly why the two were arguing, but it's not difficult to guess that they are closely related to the front line. Now that the two big men go to the next door to talk alone and clearly don't want him to listen to him, the only thing Joan can do now is to wait patiently. Chapter 380 SMS. The dispute between the governor and the general lasted for a long time, and finally it seemed that an agreement was finally reached. Sir Norfolk pushed open the door and returned to the living room, and General Gates followed. Mr. Vader, I heard the housekeeper say that you flew back from the front line. Is this true? The governor of Norfolk and Yan asked Joanne erotically. It is indeed so, dear lord. This only requires a small transformation spell. So do you have enough spells to fly today? In fact, Joan still has enough mythical energy to perform morph transformation. But then thinking about it, a normal 3rd-level wizard can never have so many spell slots, and shook his head guilty. Governor Norfolk was not surprised. General Gates gave Joan a disgruntled glance, as if blaming him for his inability. Mr. Vader, I know that you are tired, but the frontline military situation is urgent. You have to work hard again, and sent this letter to the front line overnight, and you must hand it to Lieutenant Colonel George Vaser. Joan received the reply from Sir Norfolk and couldn't help whispering, Lieutenant Colonel Vaser? That's right. The letter contains a letter of appointment that General Gates and I have just signed jointly, granting the rank of Lieutenant Colonel George Vaser, appointing him to replace the unfortunately killed Colonel Edmund Harrison as the commander of the South Down Corps, and continuing to execute the original plan. Combat missions. Sir Norfolk explained with a smile. Your Excellency, there is no need to explain these things to the messenger. His mission is just to send letters, not to convey your words. General Gates was quite disapproving of the governor's practice of revealing the contents of the reply to Joanne. Of course, Joanne knew that, in his own capacity, he was indeed not qualified to inquire about the correspondence between the governor and the frontline commander, but His Excellency did not blame him, but satisfied his curiosity and made him deeply flattered. General Gates' attitude was diametrically opposed to that of His Excellency Governor, which puzzled him deeply and did not understand why His Excellency slammed at such a small person. Was it because he didn't immediately report to the front line as his military chief, but to the Governor-General? Or was he not satisfied with the decision to appoint George Vassar to replace Colonel Harrison as the commander? Annoyed by this messenger, the chaotic thoughts intertwine in Joan's mind, making him overwhelmed. Sir Norfolk patted his shoulder with a smile, and resolved his embarrassment in time. Mr. Vader, take this mezzanine note to the quartermaster and get the morph scroll required to fly back to the front line. In addition, remember to receive 2 SMS scrolls. If there is an emergency in the front line, the news is reported to me, and it can be sent through ZMS, so you don't have to work hard to fly around. Upon learning that he could receive the spell scroll, Joan was refreshed and bowed to His Excellency the Governor, collecting his reply and hurriedly leaving. Joan first ran to the quartermaster and showed the governor's instructions to the officer on duty at night. He successfully received 3 morph scrolls and 2 SMS scrolls. There is nothing to say about the morphing scroll. Joan values the 2 SMS scrolls more. The 3-ring SMS is a comprehensive enhanced version of the 0-ring communication and the 2-ring wind communications. The function is still to transmit a piece of information, but the transmission distance is similar to that of communication or wind communications. Compared, it is almost like a cloud. The maximum communication distance of communication is only a few hundred feet. Wind communication is better. The communication distance can reach 20 miles. SMS is so powerful, the communication distance is infinite, and it can even cross the barrier of the plane and send a letter to the object in another plane. After getting the SMS scroll, Joan first thought of copying this very practical 3-ring spell to his spellbook. This night, running back and forth, can be regarded as no white labor. Joan spent half an hour copying the scrolls, and then cast the spell into an eagle man flying into the night sky. With a pair of sharp eagle eyes, he flew all the way south by the moonlight and returned to the barracks at 3 a.m. on August 31st. He handed over the letter from the Governor of Norfolk and the letter of appointment to George Vassar, who stayed up and waited for his return. The next morning, George Vassar called all the officers and men to a meeting and read out the letter from the Governor and the letter of appointment in public. Major Vassar was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel Vassar, succeeding Colonel Harrison as the commander of the corps, and leading the troops to continue the mission of expelling the jackals. George Vassar has served as the head of the Knights for many years, and he has been in good harmony with the Assam mercenaries. His replacement of Colonel Harrison can be described as expected. This personnel arrangement successfully resolved the crisis brought to the South Corps by the assassination of Colonel Harrison, and the signs of floating hearts in the barracks subsided. Although everything seemed to be back on track, Joan noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere in the army compared to before. The sacrifice of Colonel Harrison caused a strong mental shock to all the young soldiers, including himself, and made these fledgling recruits realize that the real war is far more cruel than their imagination. Even the highest commander of the army may fall under the enemy's butcher's knife. Who dares to say that he can definitely live to the end of the war? The cruel reality of the impermanence of life and death on the battlefield, coupled with the condolences to Colonel Harrison and other fallen comrades in arms, the young people in the corps felt great mental pressure and urgently needed a vent channel, otherwise they would have to drive people crazy. In late August 16, 2020, the 3 encounters in the Dillon Valley ended in a terrible defeat with the Jackal side. The 6 major war corps of the Jackal clan invading the area of Alfheim have been wiped out, and even the clan warriors of the Alpha Queen of the Jackal Corps have also suffered defeat. The Alfheim Corps, who encountered the bandits south, abandoned their plans to go north and plunder. The day after George Vassar took over as commander of the Alfheim Corps, he led the troops to continue to advance south. Along the way south, the tracks of the werewolf were found many times. However, the other party had also realized the strength of this human core and dared not confront it. They all avoided their sharp edges and turned to follow Alpha's legionary regiment to retreat toward the south. From August 31st to September 6th, In the whole week, the Vasa Corps traced the footprints of the jackals all the way south without encountering any threats, until the morning of September 7th, when the rolling Brass Mountains appeared at the end of the horizon that people could see. The officers and soldiers fighting south finally found a vent target for the anger that had accumulated for a long time. Chapter 381 Weird Navy. At 5 o'clock on the morning of September 7th, Lieutenant Colonel George Vasa received news from the ISA scout ahead. About 6 miles away in the southwest, a suspicious team was found among the jungles, with a total of more than 20 rides, all of them carrying weapons. Half of them were wearing casual clothes, and the rest of the knights were wearing the armor of the Navy Colonial Corps. Various indications indicate that the opponent is likely to be a scout squad attached to the Mosbelheim border guard and shouldering the mission of cross-border reconnaissance. The next question is, how to deal with this courageous group of sea blue people. In fact, this problem is far more complicated than it seems on the surface, and it involves a geopolitical game involving the whole body. As we all know, between the colony of Yolfheim in the Ashan Empire and the colony of Mosbelheim in the Azure Kingdom, there is a Brass Mountain range with an average elevation of more than 3,000 yards, which is oriented east-west. Due to the steep mountain range and the jungle, there are many beasts and even monsters. The Brass Mountain area has been regarded as an extremely dangerous restricted area by the indigenous people living in the north and south since ancient times. The Old World colonists who migrated to Yolfheim and Mosbelheim have been pioneering and reclamation for many years, approaching the Brass Mountains from the north and south. When the footsteps of colonial expansion reached the foothills of the Brass Mountains, they were forced to stop, and neither side dared to take great risks to cross the mountainous mountains. Therefore, the Brass Mountains acted as a barrier, separating the two colonies from the north and the south, forming a natural borderline. With the increasing number of immigrants from the New World, the lands on both sides of the Brass Mountains have also been reclaimed. First, a colonial stronghold was established. Over time, it gradually developed into villages and even towns. There are trades where there are people. The grains, spirits, woolen cloth, cotton cloth and tobacco produced by Yolfheim are very popular in the vast area south of Brass Mountain, and can be sold at twice the price. Conversely, the gems, precious metals, spices, coffee, and cocoa beans that are abundant in the Mosbelheim region are also sought after in the Yolfheim market. Driven by interests, businessmen of the two places naturally have a strong demand for mutual trade, and the Brass Mountains between the two colonies in the north and the south have become a major obstacle to blocking trade exchanges. Break through this channel. After some in-depth investigation, the explorers were pleasantly surprised to discover that the dense forest in the middle of the Brass Mountains hides a wide pass, and a little clearing can open up a wide avenue for 4 carriages to pass side by side. Commercial road running through north and south. If we compare the Brass Mountain range in the direction of east and west to a row of neat and dense teeth, then the passage found by the explorer is like the only gap in the toothbrush, so it is visually named Broken Valley, which is later people commonly known as Brass Pass. Broken Tooth Valley is the only gateway to and from Yolfheim and Mosbelheim. Not only has irreplaceable commercial value, but also a military strategic place of great strategic value. As early as the beginning of the last century, the ruling authorities of the Ashan Empire and the Aquamarine Kingdom realized the importance of the Valley of the Broken Tooth, and sent colonial garrisons to establish border defense positions on both sides of the pass, all trying to control this main traffic route. The colonial authorities of the two sides have sharp conflicts of interest, and over time it is inevitable that they will breed hostility. Military frictions, large and small, have occurred from time to time. By the beginning of this century, the long-standing conflict between the two sides was finally intensified, and a local war broke out for the dominance of this trade route, which was later widely known as the Ear War by the residents of Alfheim. This war actually ended in a tie between the two sides. The sea invaders were escorted back to the south of the mountain pass by surcasts, but the Yolfheim garrison did not have enough troops to pursue the victory and kill the mountain pass, let alone conquer the vast land south of the Brass Pass. The mother countries of the two colonies did not want to continue to bleed for this trade route in the New World, so they signed a paper agreement to temporarily suspend the border disputes and share the trade benefits. In the blink of an eye, 14 years ago, the border dispute between Yolfheim and Mospelheim has not yet been resolved. The two sides also held several meetings at the governor level in an attempt to negotiate border demarcation, but in the end they could not reach consensus. The historical problem of the border demarcation of the Brass Pass has persisted to this day. The two sides have only reached a verbal compromise. They have agreed to use the Broken Tooth Valley as a boundary. Without advance communication, the border guards of both sides shall not enter the 50-mile range around the Broken Tooth Valley. Due to the lack of written constraints in the above agreement, whether to admit it or not is entirely at the discretion of both parties. It is inevitable that there will be a dispute of publicly speaking, and rationally speaking. For example, at this moment, the Navy soldiers appear in the disputed area. They may think that they are marching on their own land, and the military of Yolfheim has no right to interfere. From the standpoint of Lieutenant Colonel Vaser and his officers and men, it must be determined that the actions of the other party are illegal border crossings. Otherwise it is equivalent to recognizing that the disputed area near Yamaguchi is the legal territory of the Heian. From this standpoint, Lieutenant Colonel Vaser had to resolutely fight back against the provocation of the Navy military. Considering that the enemy's area is overgrown with forests, which is not conducive to heavy cavalry assault, he assigned the task of dealing with this Sea Blue Scout to the Azar hunter who was better at woodland combat. Magni personally led the horse and led 50 under the cover of the forest. The Sa people are quietly approaching the enemy troops and siege them. Magni patted his chest to ensure the completion of the task, but for safety reasons, he also made a request to Lieutenant Colonel Vaser. "Can you borrow Joan for me?" With him in charge of aerial reconnaissance and spell support, don't even want to escape from those Sea Blue villains. I have no opinion, but you have to ask for Joan's opinion. Of course Joan would not refuse Magni's request, and immediately turned into an eagle to take off, flying out in less than 10 minutes in the direction indicated by the scout, and saw a group of humans eating around a campfire in the forest. Figure. Joan first blessed himself with invisibility, and his convergence wings quietly landed on a large tree near the glade. He leaned over and peeped through the leaves to confirm that the group of people around the campfire was the Sea Blue that was scouted. Cavalry. A total of 24 intruders, half of them in Navy uniforms, and some in cloaks, are not like soldiers in terms of manner, but rather like civilian officials. What made Joan even more surprised was that this group of people had a fire in the forest during the day, and they didn't seem to worry about the fire and smoke exposing them. There are no sentry posts in the surrounding trees, which is not like a trained professional scout. Are the military discipline of the Navy forces so loose? Joan secretly suspiciously. He glanced inadvertently at the crowd below, and he was surprised to find that this group of people actually had a cook who was grilling small steaks in a hot pan roasted by a campfire. The scent of butter, pepper, rosemary and roasted meat mixed with the enticing aroma filled the forest. Joan, who was secretly observing, was greedy with this fragrant smell and could not help swallowing her saliva. Chapter 382 Massacre. Joan opened the branch carefully and looked down carefully. There was a large iron bucket hanging from the fire, and half a barrel of water had boiled away. A Navy soldier used a dagger to cut a well-sealed grease-proof paper bag, and filled a large white bag full of 2 inches long, with a little thumb thick and resembling a bolt, all poured into a bucket and stewed. Then unscrew the 2 large glass cans, pour the cans of tomato sauce and meat sauce into the bucket, and the pungent aroma will escape. Joan rubbed his nose and gradually realized that these people were cooking noodles. Of course, he knew that noodles served with tomato meat sauce is the most aquamarine cuisine, and to some extent, it can even represent the culture and ethnic characteristics of this country. However, He couldn't figure it out. The group of Navy soldiers could still spend their time cooking food during the cross-border reconnaissance. Do they really treat Brass Pass as their own garden and cross-border investigation as a picnic in the countryside? This is too much to take the Alfheim border guard seriously. As a member of the Alfheim Corps, Joan felt insulted and swore in his heart with a drool. A group of shameless bastards. Even if you cross the border illegally, you dare to cook noodles on our site. It is unforgivable. Joan became more and more angry, quietly casting a signal to Magni. At this time, the Issa hunter led by Magni was approaching the woods. In order not to disturb the enemy in the forest, the cavalrymen all dismounted and walked, crouching close to the forest clearing camp where the Blue Man was camped. Through the dense foliage, they secretly peeked at the group of prey who were enjoying lunch around the campfire. Magni received a signal from Joan with windstorming. His lips curled up with a cruel arc, and raised his hand to signal that his men were ready for combat. The Issa people around were all veterans of woodland combat experience. They raised their cloaks one after another, quietly took off their crossbows with arrows in advance, and aimed at the unsuspecting Navy people with their backs on their backs, waiting quietly for the attack signal. After about 2 minutes, there was a sound of chanting words above the glade. The group of Sea Blue people also heard the movement, and immediately became alert, throwing away the dinner plates and forks, holding the sword handles and looking up in the direction of the singing. At the same time, a flash of clouds suddenly erupted in midair, and the intense light almost blinded all the Sea Blue people's eyes almost instantly. There were repeated cries of excitement in the forest, and the birds fluttered their wings and fled, converging into a cloud of dark clouds above the woods. Arrow. The next moment Joan cast flash dust. Magni also issued a murderous command. 50 Issa hunters simultaneously buckled the crossbow machine. The crossbow arrows swept through the open space like a storm, shooting down the group of Sea Blue men who were blinded and moaned. Blood stained the forest glade, and the original picnic atmosphere disappeared, replaced by the killing movement. After a round of raids, the bodies of the Sea Blue men were lying around the still burning bonfire, and most of them were shot before they could even resist. On the chaotic battlefield, only 2 Navy soldiers left their shields to block the screaming crossbow arrows, protecting a man in casual clothes, and retreated to the place where the war horses gathered. A Navy soldier wielded a sword and cut off the bridle of the horse, and his companion tried to push the noble-looking man on horseback. Magni yelled and started the furious, carrying the battle-axe giant slayer and rushed straight up. First, the axe chopped down the soldier holding the shield, then raised the battle-axe high, and swept across the horseback. "Stop it! I am not your enemy." The man on horseback raised his hands up to show that he had no weapons and tried to dissuade Magni from stopping. However, Magni Boverton, known as the Crazy, has already killed his red eyes at this time, and in a violent state, it is even less likely to have the patience to listen to the enemy. Can't help but say that an axe swept the man off his horse, then stepped forward and lifted the battle axe toward the opponent's chest. With the puff tearing flesh and blood, the palm of the man reaching Magni was red with blood and drooping. The last Navy soldier saw that the big man he had been ordered to protect had been killed. He hurriedly jumped onto the warhorse originally prepared for the man, and fled into the desert. Joan's incarnate eagle man, suspended above the forest glade, wanted to kill the Sea Blue men who ran away on horseback, but when I recalled the battle just now, I always felt something was wrong. In order to understand why this uncomfortable feeling was born, he gave the mission of pursuing the Sea Blue deserter to as a hunter, landed, and returned to the human form, approaching the Sea Blue that tried to communicate with Magni before his death. Noble. The corpse was lying on his back in the pool of blood, and the expression frozen on his face at the last moment looked more anxious than fear. This detail deepened Joan's anxiety. So he squatted down to search the body and touched it up and down. He found a leather belt bag with some Sea Blue coins in it, then a platinum tobacco box, an exquisite meerschaum pipe, and a letter. Joan picked up the letter and glanced at it. On the envelope, the words "Sir John Norfolk" were petitioned were written abruptly, and the payee was Count Alfonso Antonioni. Sir John Norfolk is the current governor of the Alfheim colony of the Asan Empire, and Count Alfonso Antonioni is the current governor of the Muspelheim colony of the Aquamarine Kingdom. If the letter was not a forgery, it was a correspondence between the two governors. So it is conceivable that most of the people holding this official letter are cronies around Count Antonioni. Joan's eyes turned from the envelope back to the corpse lying in the pool of blood. The anxious and helpless expression on the other side's deathbed always froze on his face, as if he was anxious to tell the truth, yet he had no chance to speak. Joan's ominous hunch grew stronger and he felt hard to breathe. He opened the collar button and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Settling, Joan was about to open the envelope in his hand. He accidentally glanced at the golden light in the corner of his eyes. He quickly turned his head and looked over. His sight was immediately attracted by the golden ring worn on the deceased's left index finger. Joan looked closely and found that the ring's ring face was very special, like a thick coin, with a red mark on the edge. At first, he thought it was bloodstains, but after careful reading, he confirmed that it was a smudge of ink. Joan also found that the ring surface is divided into two layers, with a thin slit in it, which should be able to be opened. The ring itself has no magic aura, but he can't guarantee that there are no delicate mechanical traps inside, such as the poison needle that suddenly pops up when it is opened. For safety reasons, Joan retreated behind a large tree, and then cast the mage's hand. Remote control magic palm lightly touched the gold ring on the corpse's hand, first tried to pull the top layer of the ring, and found that it could not move. Try to spin. This time it unscrewed smoothly. Chapter 383 Sir Jumonville. The result proved that Joan was a false alarm. The ring did not set any dangerous traps. Unscrew the cover on the top of the ring to reveal a carved pattern. The outline of the pattern looks like a small shield with a rose flower engraved on it, and red ink mud remains between the delicate textures of the carvings. Joan saw that this was a sign ring that was often used to stamp documents. The exquisite emblem on the ring was clearly a noble coat of arms. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about heraldry, and he couldn't remember which noble's coat of arms was the combination of shield and rose, but he was a little sure that the man wearing this ring must be a noble master. However, he had become a cold body, unable to answer Joan's doubts. Joan took the remote control master's hand to take off the seal ring and figured out his pocket. Only the last clue left was the letter in his hand. He hesitated for a while, but he couldn't stop curiosity after all. He carefully opened the envelope, took out a page of stationery, and quickly scanned it. His face became a little ugly. The contents of the letter confirmed his hunch. This is a letter from Governor Alfonso Antonioni, Governor of Muspelheim, to Sir John Norfolk, Governor of Alfheim. In his letter, Count Antonioni stated clearly that he accepted Sir Norfolk's initiative to resolve the legacy of border demarcation by peaceful consultation rather than military confrontation. The two governors also reached a consensus in the letter that they believed it was necessary to hold a formal demarcation negotiation with a view to completely ending the border dispute around Brass Pass. In order to express sincerity, Count Antonioni specially formed an envoy to send his reply to Sir Norfolk in Port Leiden and to discuss the preparations for the demarcation negotiations. This envoy consists of 12 diplomats and the Navy cavalry escorting them. The chief representative of the envoy was the body lying next to Joan, Sir Joseph Jumonville, the hereditary aristocrat of the Aquamarine Kingdom, and also the official responsible for foreign affairs of the maritime government in the Muspelheim colony. The thin stationery in his hand seemed to have become so heavy that Joan couldn't breathe, making him realize that he and his comrades had just made a serious mistake that might even cause irreparable consequences. Joan did not dare to make his own claim, and quickly took the letter and seal to seek Magni Boviton. Brother Magni, we are afraid that we will have a big disaster. What's wrong, Joan? You look so ugly. Joan didn't make a sound, and passed the letter. Magni glanced at it hurriedly, and said with a chin touched, "No wonder the group of Cebu men just didn't fight. It turned out to be just a messenger, and it seems that we will not be glorious." Brother Magni, The key is that the leader of the other party is a diplomat from the Navy nobility, who shoulders the mission of peace, and is now dead here. We may not be able to explain. Joan's face was gloomy. The accidental death of Sir Joseph Jumonville is likely to intensify the original gunpowder-flavored border dispute between Yalfheim and Mosberheim, and the efforts of the governors of the two parties to peace negotiations will be dissipated. It's too serious. Joan couldn't even think about it. Magni, a rude man from an indigenous tribe, didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem. Hearing Joan's concerns, he laughed indifferently, hugged his shoulder and comforted, "Is there anything to worry about?" The other party arbitrarily entered our site in navy uniforms, and did not make an explanation before the war. It is also deserved to die. We don't need to be responsible for this. Joan smiled bitterly. Sir Jumonville tried to explain, but unfortunately they killed too fast, and they didn't wait for others to explain their intentions. Okay, Joan, don't worry, this matter is just a misunderstanding in the end. Even if someone is responsible for this, there is also a big brother who is holding it up and will not be implicated in you. Magnus' comfort could not make Joan relieved. In fact, he suspected that Magni and even Lieutenant Colonel Vaser were unable to bear the consequences of the accidental killing of Sir Jumonville. The opponent is not only a diplomat representing the governor of the Muspelheim colony, but also a navy aristocrat, whose family power and even the Navy royal family may not be willing to give up. After all, Joanne is just a small person. This matter involves the dispute between the two great powers. He thought it would be useless no matter what. He followed Magni back to the camp with great thoughts, and sent the letter and the seal of Sir Jumonville. He handed it over to George Vassar and recounted what he knew. Of course, George Vassar's political mind was far from Magni's. Stubborn man. After hearing Joan's words, he immediately realized that there was a big disaster. He hurriedly opened the letter and read it again, frowning and thinking deeply. Seeing Vassar's face so ugly, Magni was really a little scared at the moment. He touched the back of the head and asked humbly, "George, is the problem really serious?" George Vassar took a deep breath and replied as quietly as possible, "Sir Joseph Jumonville, who came to the Muspelheim colony from the Hay Island native last autumn, is engaged in trade and diplomacy coordination. Frankly, I don't know much about him, but he has a more famous brother. The name of this person must have been heard by you. That is Louis Jumonville." Louis Jumonville. Is that new garrison commander of the Muspelheim colony? Magni finally changed his face. Yes, that is General Jumonville. A bitter smile appeared on George Vassar's lips. This person is a representative of the young and navy of the Navy military. After taking over the colonial defense, he showed a radical and aggressive style. He took the initiative to provoke border friction on many occasions, intending to bring the disputed area around the Brass Pass to his control. An ambitious figure like General Jumonville, if he knew his brother was killed by our army, how could he bear this breath? Since General Louis Jumonville took over as commander of the Muspelheim garrison, he first established a military stronghold named Dukenburg in the disputed border area, and then encouraged the jackal robbers to rob north through the Brass Pass. Border conflict. Major Green also frowned, expressing similar concerns as Lieutenant Colonel Vassar. Louis Jumonville is worried that there is no excuse to start a war, but we just killed his elder brother at this juncture. With this man's domineering style, we will definitely play by the topic and set off our storm. People have been killed, and there is no way to regret it. The impact of this matter is too great. We are not able to decide on the follow-up development. The top priority is to report this change to the Governor-General and ask him to make a decision. Lieutenant Colonel Vassar turned around and looked at Joan. The military situation is urgent. You can use the SMS scroll to report. Chapter 384. Dafingtown. Joan nodded and hurriedly took out the scroll of spells, about to cast his spell, but was stopped by Major Green. "Joan, don't worry, we better consider this matter carefully." "Is there anything else to consider?" Lieutenant Colonel Vassar said impatiently. "Our level is too low, and it doesn't make sense to think more. After all, We still have to ask the governor for your ideas. George, calm down first and listen to me. Major Green looked around with vigilance, and gestured to Vaser, Magni, and Joan to surround him, and said in a voice that only the four of them could hear clearly, George, my friend, please think about it. Your Excellency has just promoted you to be the commander of the corps, and you stabbed the big basket, not only involved yourself in big trouble, but also implicated the governor who promoted you, and the matter spreaded, and even made the governor-general unknown. Criticism. Where do you put his face? George Vaser heard his face changing, hesitantly said, your concerns can't be unreasonable, but you can't hide the truth from your superiors. I mean, not for you to hide the truth, but not to report the matter first. It's better to wait for a while and wait for the troops to win the battle, or drive the jackals back to the south of Brass Pass, and then you will write to the governor to report the good news and piggyback on the accidental killing of the Sea Blue diplomat. In this way, the good news is offset by the bad news. We have saved our face, and the governor-general will not be too angry. Major Green said slowly. George Vaser frowned and thought for a long time, still undecided, and asked Magni and Joan what they thought. Mr. Green's words make sense. If we have a bad news and have to report it to our boss, then it's best to match it with good news, so that you can make yourself appear to fail so much. I also agree with Mr. Green's approach, but this news cannot be delayed for too long. In case Lord Governor receives the news of Sir Joseph Jumonville through other channels before receiving your report, that would be self-defeating. Joan solemnly warned Lieutenant Colonel Vaser. I see. George Vaser nodded hard. Nathaniel, just do what you said. After the less glorious battle that took place on September 7th, relevant news was immediately blocked. Except for George Vaser, Nathaniel Green, Magni Beauverton, and Joan, all the other officers and soldiers who participated in the raid were concealed in the drums, and they did not know the group killed by them. The Navy is actually not a reconnaissance force, but a diplomatic mission ordered to perform diplomatic missions. I don't even know that the leader of this mission is the brother of General Louis Jumonville, the new garrison commander of Musbelheim, who has built a Dukenberg on the south side of the Brass Pass and provoked the border friction with an aggressive attitude. A time bomb was carefully packed and sunk into the deep sea by a few insiders. Afterwards, if nothing had happened, he continued to lead the regiment to the south. The parties, including Joan, knew that the bomb would explode sooner or later, and it would be unpredictable how turbulent the undercurrent would be. The last 2 days of the southbound corps made no surprises. After more than half a month of marching, the troops finally passed through the densely forested Dring Valley, approaching the northern foot of Brass Mountain, and the scenery along the way gradually changed. From the lush green forest to the desolate wilderness, the tall trees were gradually replaced by low bushes and even bare gobi, and the ground at the foot also faded the woven coat of fallen leaves and weeds, exposing the brown-yellow skin. The further southward, the more sparse the surface vegetation and the more dry and barren the soil. When the troops arrived outside the Broken Tooth Valley on September 9th, the hot wind whizzing from the Gobi across the Mosbelheim across the valley blew on Joan's face, causing him to feel a slight tingling on his face, as if being sanded by sandpaper. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser observed the map scroll for a long time. After careful consideration, he finally raised a pen and drew a circle on a small hill between the Broken Tooth Valley and the Jinshaw River, a tributary of the Dillon River, as a building. The address of the military stronghold. Joan was instructed to investigate the environment around the fortification site from the air. He turned into an eagle man, overlooking the sky, and found that the Jinshaw River was the boundary, and the landforms on the north and south banks were very different. The vegetation on the north bank of the river is still lush. At a glance, it is full of green spaces and meadows. It is a natural pasture for local residents to graze cattle and sheep. The south bank of the river gradually became barren, and beyond the Broken Tooth Valley, greenery was rarely seen, and it was rough gravel. The fortification site chosen by Lieutenant Colonel Vazu is located between the southern bank of the river and the north entrance of the Broken Tooth Valley. It is backed by water and mountains. It is convenient for taking water and can stand high and monitor the mountain pass. It is indeed a good place to establish a military outpost. But before starting to build a fort, there are two more urgent things. One is to recruit workers, and the other is to buy military food. On the morning of September 10th, Joan was ordered to come to the camp of Lieutenant Colonel Vaser and found that there were also the Magni and Dindal brothers who came to report together. It was inevitable to speculate that Lieutenant Colonel Vaser planned to arrange what he would do. His doubts were quickly answered. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser handed him a heavy purse and asked him to go to a small town near the mountain pass to hire locals to help build the fortress. In addition to this, Joan also has to try to get in touch with a local grain merchant named Pickman. Pickman is a supplier designated by the Alfheim military, and he is responsible for the supply of grain and grass during our army's stationing at Brass Pass. The payment for food is settled directly with Pickman from the headquarters. We are responsible for transporting the food from his warehouse to the military barracks. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser considered that there were frequent wolves and robbers in the vicinity, and was likely to be looted while transporting grain. He specially arranged Magni to lead a cavalry platoon to take charge. As for the Dindal brothers, the main task is to serve as Joan's bodyguard. This is not only to protect Joan's personal safety, but also to protect the military expenses he carries with him to hire workers. The small town where grain merchant Pickman is located is about 10 miles away from the military camp. Joan led them to set off, and within an hour of riding the fast horse, they saw the town in the valley. Because it is located in the Brass Pass, the strong wind blowing in the canyon is endless all year round, so the local is also known as Big Wind Town. There are more than 100 families in the town. Most of them are as a herdsman, and there are some shops that provide food and accommodation for business travelers, mostly humans. In addition, there are some professional adventurers in the town, mainly relying on providing bodyguard services for business travel from north to south to make a living. Chapter 385 Fight Joan and his party dismounted near the entrance of the town and led by Magni into the town. There was only one gravel-paved street in the town, and few figures could not be seen. The wind blew through the dust and looked a bit deserted. Magni stopped at the town entrance and looked around carefully, whispering to Joan, "The atmosphere is wrong here, I'm afraid there is trouble." Joan looked around but couldn't see anything unusual. Dafing town, I have been here 3 times, and I have never seen such a bleak scene. Magni took a deep breath and his face became more dignified. There is blood in the wind. There were people who died here not long ago, and there are more than 1 or 2. Let's be careful. Joan listened to him saying that his nerves were tense, and moved forward with anxious mood. "Hey, foreigner, where did you call?" There were shouts with a strong southern accent from the street. A dark-skinned as a man, sitting under the porch of the wooden house, holding a large glass of ale in his hand, looked at Joan drunkenly. "Good morning, Uncle." Roger, who is the best at dealing with strangers, took off his hat and waved, and said to the man with a smile, "We are from Dillon Town, looking for someone named Pickman. Friend, do you know where he lives?" "By Pickman?" The man was taken aback. He threw away the glass in his hand, jumped up in a panic, turned into the house, and closed the door heavily, no matter how Roger called. Sure enough, Magnus' eyes flashed sharply, and he turned to the accompanying Asa Hunter. A group of 3 dispersed to the town to inquire about the news. "Joan, Dick, Roger, there is a tavern in front. Let's go drink ale and ask about Mr. Pickman." Joan followed Magni out of the tavern, tied the horse and pushed the door in. A smell of alcohol mixed with sweat smelled, and he couldn't help sneezing twice. The tavern was full of people, and Joan was upset by the noise, and patiently followed the Magni and Dindale brothers to the crowd and came to the bar. A fat old man with thin hair and strong beard standing on the inside of the bar was wiping the glass stemware with a white rag. When he looked up, he saw Joan and a professional smile appeared on his face. "Welcome to the shop. What do you want to drink?" "Give us a glass of ale, Magni sat at the bar, tapping his fingers on the table. Pretending to be casual. "Old man, has my friend Mr. Pickman recently patronized your tavern?" Pickman. The tavern's face changed slightly, and he smiled again, then replied lightly, "I haven't seen him for some days." "Oh, so Mr. Pickman finally accepted my suggestion and decided to stop drinking?" Magni said nonchalantly. "Well, I don't know." The bar owner still maintained the mask-like smile, "but after all, Mr. Pickman seems to be late to stop drinking now, and besides alcohol, there are many more in this world. Other things will also harm people's health." Magni heard his out-of-string sound, took out 2 gold coins and put them on the bar, and raised his toast to the pub owner. "Excuse me, tell me a little more about my friend Pickman. I might need it later when I visit him." The bar owner glanced behind Magni, then waved the rag and quickly swept away the 2 gold coins, lowering his voice and saying, "Mr. Pickman is a well-known monopoly in this town. In fact, he has played the role of mayor for all these years. Of course you also know that Mr. Pickman made a fortune from the grain trade and has a close relationship with the Yolfheim military. Although he is not very good-tempered, he occasionally acts overbearingly, but overall he looks after us poor folks. Pickman's grain store has always provided affordable flour to all families in the town. If anyone can't open the pot, go to Mr. Pickman for help and always get some relief food. Unfortunately, such a good day has already been. Never go back." "Why do you say that?" Magni asked. This has to start 2 weeks ago." The pub owner watched the surroundings with vigilance and took a step towards Magni. "A group of jackal gangsters ran from the south of Broken Tooth Valley to our town and broke into Mr. Pickman's house while the night fell, brutally killing the whole Pickman's family, setting fire to the mansion, and occupying the Pickman's house, the mill and the barn. Since then, this group of gangsters have done things in the town, and they have tripled the price of flour. Now people in the town hate jackals, but no one dares to pick up their heads and fight against the gangsters. Whoever dares to show a little disrespect to the jackal gangsters will immediately suffer killings. Even the bodies will be eaten by the hyenas raised by the gangsters." The pub owner suddenly stopped and bowed his head to pretend to wipe the bar. Joan heard the clatter of footsteps behind him, and looking back, it turned out that 3 half-drunken jackals walked with a big swing, and all the guests who were blocking the road were rudely pushed away by them. "Hello, you guys have faces, sneaky looks like spies. Come with us." The jackal, headed by jackals, had his hands on his hips and looked at Joan's purse in his arms. "Go shit, doghead mongrel." Magni jumped up suddenly and threw a punch with anger, hitting the jackal with a heavy blow. His nose suddenly cracked and blood spattered. The screams pressed down on the hustle and bustle in the tavern, and everyone's eyes were gathered towards the conflict zone. Every face was full of shock, and immediately the excitement of looking forward to a good show was revealed. The next play did not disappoint the audience. Dick saw Magni move and rushed towards the stunned jackal without thinking, kicking on the opponent's stomach and flying out to smash the table and chairs. "How dare you do it!" The third jackal saw the 2 companions being knocked down, holding the knife handle in fright. Before he could pull out his saber, Roger had poured a full glass of ale on his face. The jackal screamed and wiped his face in a hurry. Joan took the opportunity to grab the bottle and hit him hard in the back of the head. With a bang, the glass shattered, and the jackal's head broke and bleed, and howled and bowed his head. Roger grabbed his shoulders with both hands, lifted his knees, and hit his face hard. The jackal snorted, as if he had his bones removed, and he collapsed to the ground and passed out. The jackal, who was kicked by Dick, struggling to get up, and saw that his companions had fallen to the ground, and turned his head out of the tavern. His intimidation came from far outside the door. "You humans who should be cursed, wait for me." Chapter 386. Red-Nosed Buck. Joan was not in a hurry to chase the savage guy, turned around and asked the pub owner, "How many jackal gangsters are there in town?" "Not counting the 2 you knocked down, there are 26. They usually stay in the pickman's warehouse and occasionally gather in the mill to drink and gamble. The pub owner answered in a low voice. Joan nodded his thanks and turned away. There are only 20 or so jackals, not difficult to deal with. Beware of Red-Nosed Budge. Someone in the pub reminded loudly. Who is Red-Nosed Budge? Joan stopped looking at the man. The leader of the gangsters of the jackals. That guy has a magic crystal shotgun. Batch always sits under the mill windmill and shoots passers-by at will, not even the children. It's a beast. Red-Nosed Budge's marksmanship is accurate. It is said that he can easily shoot down crows flying over 100 feet. Joan heard the word-of-mouth warning and turned to look at Roger. Roger carried a long cloth bag wrapped around the magic crystal rifle, whistling exaggeratedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Red-Nosed Budge, right? That guy will leave it to me. Joan walked out of the tavern door and turned his horse. At the same time, Magni has summoned the accompanying Asa hunters. A group of more than 30 people walked across the street and rushed to the direction of the granary. Seeing a tall domed stone house from afar, it must be the Pickman warehouse seized by the jackals. Not far from the warehouse, there was also a mill. A high-pitched spire erected a rotating windmill, and the wheel shaft made a squeaking noise. The fled jackal had already rushed into the mill, and in a blink of an eye gathered a large group of partisans, carrying the sword to the side of the tavern. Encountered with Joan and his entourage on the way, howling and screaming with arms raised. Joan held the reins, sneered and chanted spellcasting spells, creating a thick sticky cobweb in his hand, covering the group of jackal gangsters. As our hunting horses took advantage of the spider webs to entangle the spider web and could not move, they all bowed and released arrows. A round of rain-dense arrows hit the jackal through the cobweb holes, and the blood splash screamed again and again. The remaining jackals, which were not covered by the cobweb, were all frightened and turned around. Magni led his men to chase them up, lifted his battle axe and toppled the jackal who had fallen at the end. At this time a wicked figure flashed from the window on the second floor of the mill, and then gunfire came. The Asa hunter next to Magni splashed blood on his forehead and rolled over. Roger heard a gunshot. His face slightly changed. He quickly jumped off his horse, and reminded his companion loudly, "Get off the horse." Joan and others also found that a cunning gunman was hiding on the second floor of the mill. Presumably it was the leader of the jackal gangster Red-Nosed Budge. The crowd hurriedly turned over and dismounted, crawling on the spot following Roger's warning, looking for bunkers to block the bullets. Gunfire was heard again on the second floor of the mill, and an Azar hunter who had not found a bunker was shot in the shoulder blade and fell to the ground, moaning in a low voice, "Fuck you." Roger cursed and returned with a gun, but unfortunately his opponent reacted extremely quickly, retracting the window to avoid the shooting. The bullet shot by Roger hit the windowsill and splashed a soot, which hindered his sniper vision. Fortunately, with his gun, the Red-Nosed Budge didn't dare to snipe out as unscrupulously as he did just now, helping other companions greatly reduce the risk of being shot. Joan hid behind the stone well fence and carefully looked at the mill 100 yards across. This masonry tower building, which combines a mill and a windmill, is very common in the Gospel district of Mosbelheim all year round. In order to obtain sufficient wind power, the tower mill is usually built very high. The huge windmill is fixed on the top of the tower and connected to the mill attic by an escalator. If the windmill fails, the mechanic can climb up from the attic to repair it. Red-Nosed Budge, hidden in the attic at the moment, shot out through the narrow window. On his own side, only Roger had a magic crystal gun in his hand, but the location was not ideal, and it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage when shooting with Bark in the attic of the high tower. The two shot frequently, but they couldn't help each other for a while. Joan decides to break the deadlock, first blessing himself with Anti-Zord enchantment and invisibility, and then performing transformation, incarnate as the Jotunheim Hawkman rises into the air, flying directly above the mill. A huge windmill turns around. The airflow brought by the paddles formed a vortex in the air, like an invisible big hand, to drag Joan over. Joan was afraid of being swept by the forged blades of steel, struggling to flap his wings, keeping his balance in the rapidly changing high airflow, and keeping a close eye on the movement. Waiting patiently for about 2 minutes, the figure in the attic window flickered, a jackal with a red wine nose, crouching near the window, holding a magic crystal shotgun in both hands, bowing and aiming out the window. Joan seized this passing opportunity and swooped down. The eagle's sharp claws protruded into the window, grabbing the red-nosed Bucky's hair, and grabbed his wrist with his left claw, flapping his wings and dragging hard, forcibly pulling him out of the window. Bucky exclaimed, struggling desperately, trying to shake off Joan. Roger glimpsed the movement of the window and quickly raised his gun to aim. Joan and Bucky, the two figures, are entangled fiercely. Roger was worried about accidentally injuring Joanne, aiming and aiming, but he never dared to shoot. Joan struggled to flap his wings and pulled Bucky out of the window. The two twisted and hung in the air, ups and downs. Joan suddenly let go of his hands, flew a foot and kicked heavily on Buck's chest, kicking the jackal leader. Bucky dragged a scream, fell down, straight for 20 yards, and fell on the drying valley outside the mill door. The straw bale spread on the ground saved his life. Only one leg was broken, and the magic crystal shotgun was still clenched in his hand. The face of this gangster was distorted by pain and anger. Seeing the eagle swoop down, Red-Nosed Bucky gritted his teeth and raised his gun to fire. Joan didn't expect that the jackal's boss was so stubborn. He fell into a half-death and didn't forget to shoot. A white light flashed in front of him, and then he took a punch in the chest like a heavy blow, and almost gasped. He hurriedly turned over and spread his wings, trying to maintain a gliding attitude, looking down at his chest. Fortunately, he blessed the anti-Zord enchantment in advance, and the magic shield bounced off the lead, leaving only a large bruise on the chest. Joan gritted his teeth, swooping down from the air with pain, and rushed to him before Bucky reloaded the bullet. First, he kicked the dangerous magic crystal gun in his hand and rode on him. He found a pair of sharp eagle claws and choked his throat. Budge struggled to whimper. Now not only his nose, but his entire face was flushed with blood. He grinned painfully, trying to breathe a life-saving air, pushing Joan with both hands, but couldn't shake the eagle claws that choked his throat. Chapter 387 Cloudiness. A jackal hiding in the mill saw the boss pressed by a half-eagle half-man monster on the ground, quickly picked up a crossbow, bravely gathered up at the door, and shot an arrow at the back of Joan. Ding! The arrow was bounced off again by the magic shield, and Joan was knocked down on Buck by the impact of the crossbow. However, he choked the hands of the other person's throat, but did not relax at all, so that Bucky turned his eyes up and foamed in his mouth. At this time, Magni had already rushed over with the Dingle brothers and as a hunter, while rushing and shooting arrows at the mill. The two sides shot each other for a while. The gangsters of the werewolves dropped 4 bodies. The rest of them slid away from the back door of the mill and fled into the granary. The doors and windows were closed. Joan heard the cracking sound of a broken neck coming from the tip of his claws. Secretly relieved, got up and left Buddy's body, and searched the way, and found 2 boxes of lead bullets and a brass jar in a lambskin pocket. Joan unscrewed the jar and looked at it. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a pile of coffee cube-sized lump magic crystals, all of which were cut neatly and uniformly in size, with a visual inspection of no less than half a pound. This guy is really rich. Joan glanced at Buck's body and guessed that the magic crystal in the jar was probably the stolen goods he had robbed by the Pickman family, the richest man in Dafing Town. Without any moral burden on Black eating black, he put the copper canister into his storage bag. There were no living jackals in the mill. Joan went through the back door to the door of the granary and met with Magni and others who had arrived first. For fire prevention and anti-theft considerations, Pickman's granary is very strong. The thick stone walls are strong enough to withstand arrows and bullets. The gate and 2 iron grills have been closed and tied by the wolves hiding inside. Magni led a man to surround the granary, but he couldn't think of a way to break through the bunker. Instead, the jackals fired crossbows from the window from time to time, preventing them from stepping forward and breaking them into a stalemate. You have to find a way to drive them out. Dick rubbed his chin and started to use his brain. Why not set a fire outside the granary and smoke the jackals with smoke? Don't give up your bad idea. Roger gave his brother a white look angrily. It doesn't matter if the grains stored in the warehouse ignite and burn a few jackals. Our army's food can be destroyed. Eat back. What should I do? Dick was gone. I can't think of any good idea. Joan, can you deal with the group of who have shrunk in the warehouse? Roger looked at the young mage. Joan didn't answer the question for the first time. He carefully observed the structure of the doors and windows of the granary, and then nodded gently. Let me try it. Under the watchful anticipation of everyone, Joan took out a handful of iron powder from the cast material bag, a glass bead with a large thumb, and then asked Roger for a bullet. Joan first used iron powder as a casting material to bless himself with the growth technique and instantly became a giant with a height of more than 10 feet. Then twisted the lead projectile and blessed him with illusion. Joan returned the lead bullet to Roger, instructing him to load the enchanted bullet into the barrel of the gun, and after receiving his instructions, he shot the bullet into the warehouse. With these preparations in place, Joan finally used the glass bead as a medium to cast 2 rings of Mage Assault Palm to create a translucent force field that extends over 100 feet. Joan maintained his concentration, remotely controlled the huge devil's hand close to the warehouse, and waved his hands to the window. With a loud bang, the sash and the steel fence were slapped by the Mage Assault Palm remotely controlled by Joan, leaving only the black hole window exposed to people's eyes. There were cries of jackals in the warehouse. Joan ignored it. Remote control magic hand slapped the second window. At this time, the jackals in the warehouse finally realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly shot the translucent giant palm suspended in the air with a crossbow arrow through the window. However, the big hand constructed by the arrow hitting the force field was bounced away, and there was no way to hinder it. Joan remote control Mage Assault Palm was transferred to the front of the main entrance of the warehouse, gathered his fingers into his fists, and tried his best to bombard the thick wooden door. Boom! A huge fist hit the closed door, and the door panel suddenly showed a large crack. Joan's face didn't change color. Remote control magic giant fist bombarded continuously, and finally threw the granary gate completely in the third fist. The broken wood chips splashed all over. The cries in the warehouse were one after another, and all the jackals hidden inside were so frightened that they did not dare to leave the warehouse. Joan cancelled the Mage Assaulting Palm, skillfully made a series of gestures, and chanted the spell in a low voice. Oi I am your. Finally, it ends with a Kenya word representing fog, and Joan successfully completes the casting process of the second ring of cloud fog. In between the waves, the thick fog was summoned, and the doors and windows opened from the hole poured into the warehouse, completely covering the vision of the jackal hiding in it. Roger, you can shoot. Okay. Roger followed the impression and shot a shot at the door of the granary covered by thick fog. The lead shot suddenly entered the door, embedded in the of a hapless jackal, and he screamed in pain. At the same time, Joan blessed the phantom phonics on the lead bullets in advance to start on his own, creating messy footsteps and shouting killing sounds. The jackals in the granary were scared and nervous at this time, coupled with their vision being obscured by thick fog. They heard the shouting and killing sounds produced by the illusion and mistakenly thought that the enemy had rushed into the warehouse under the cover of fog. Grabbed the weapon and waved wildly at the place where the shouting came. The jackal who was shot in the buttocks was cut down in a blink of an eye by his incomprehensible companion, becoming the first victim of this scuffle. After he fell, the two sides in the melee still did not stop their hands. They were driven by fear to treat the blurred figure in the opposite fog as an enemy, desperately attacking each other, and some people screamed and fell. The jackals were killing each other in the foggy warehouse. At the same time, the Magni and Dindle brothers led the Azar Hunter. They took the chaos and quietly approached the doors and windows of the granary hold. The bullets were loaded and the bowstrings were filled. Ready. Joan managed the cloak and walked slowly outside the warehouse door, chanting the spell in a low voice. When the sound of fighting in the warehouse gradually weakened, Joan raised his hand to release the 2 rings of wind-making technique, and a turbulent airflow whistled into the warehouse door, instantly blowing off the mist and clearing the companion's vision. When the fog was blown away by the strong wind, the jackal talents in the warehouse could see clearly that they were their own. After a fratricidal killing in deep fog, less than half of the jackals who could stand up in the warehouse at this time were all dazed, and looked at each other in a daze, as if they had just woken up from a nightmare. Chapter 388 Plastic Wand 1. In the warehouse, a group of sullen jackals haven't recovered yet, and there have been dense wind-breaking sounds outside the doors and windows. Countless arrows flew in to penetrate the body of the remaining jackals, and in a flash, they were all shot into hedgehogs, howling and falling down in the pool of blood. Magni led the assay hunter into the warehouse, one by one, to make up for the jackals who had not yet died. When all the gangsters were killed, Joan also entered the warehouse and saw a sack of flour piled up on the shelves. His lips slightly raised. The unfortunate Pikmans were all killed by the gangsters. Before the headquarters appointed a new military food supplier, the warehouse would be taken over by the South Corps. Joan visually inspected that the stock of flour was no less than 500 tons. At least for the whole year, the troops did not have to worry about bread. When Joan counted the grain, Magni led the assay hunter to move the corpse of the werewolf out of the warehouse, gathered together with the gangsters who had died in the mill, and poured light on the arson. They have made such a big battle here, and it is inevitable that they will disturb the residents of Dafing Town. First, a few daring passers-by ran to see the excitement, and learn that the gangsters of the jackals who had entrenched the town had been annihilated by the military, and they happily relayed it to their family neighborhood. In this way, 10 times, hundreds, and within an hour, almost all the townspeople learned of the good news and ran to watch. Seeing the black crowd outside the warehouse door, Joan whispered a few words to Magni. Magni nodded repeatedly and asked Joan with confusion, "You are very thoughtful, but I don't understand why you don't go out and announce these things to the townspeople, which will make you win their love and become them, the hero in my mind." "I'm not good at dealing with strangers, or Brother Magni. Let's go." Joan looked embarrassed. "No wonder Candy said you were like a little girl, blushing and shy if you couldn't move." Magni laughed. "Well, I'll go out and tell them." Magni took the Dingdor brothers out of the granary and stood in front of the gate with hands on hips. The tall and burly figure and the graceful manners of the device were completely in line with people's imagination of a chivalrous knight. The residents of Dafing Town deterred him from the powerful gas atmosphere. All stopped talking, hundreds of eyes focused on Magni. "The folks in Dafing Town, I have 3 good news to tell you." Magni followed Joan's instructions and raised his voice to announce to everyone that the gangsters of the Wolf who had been entangled in the Strong Wind Town had been annihilated by the Corps of Yolfheim he belonged to, and avenged the slain Pikman family. After that, everyone no longer has to worry about being bullied by the group of cannibal monsters. Although most of the townspeople had already heard of the news, listening to Magni confirmed it was true. He couldn't help applauding and cheering, and sincerely thanked the military for helping them to eliminate a major scourge. After people's emotions calmed down a bit, Magni then announced the second good news. Starting today, Pikman's mills, warehouses, and grain stores are all taken over by the military. We promise to follow the rules set by Mr. Pikman during his lifetime and sell flour to the townsmen at a fair price. Pricing returned to 3 copper coins per pound. Magnus' words fell, and the town people cheered in unison again, and some even burst into tears. Joan fully understands why locals react so fiercely to changes in food prices. Dafing Town is a barren land. The winds that roared all year round wiped away the topsoil rich in water and nutrients, leaving only rough gravel. Growing grain on such land, no matter how hard it will be difficult to get a good harvest. Local people mostly live on grazing and hunting, and exchange cashmere and game for bread. The increase in flour prices means that they can get less bread, and many poor people have to be hungry. Compared with the jackal gangs who control the town's food supply, the price of a silver coin per pound of flour is as high as the price of a silver coin. All residents of the town bring a great gospel. Magni hitting the iron while hot, and then announced the third good news. In fact, this is their main purpose of coming to Dafing Town. In order to resist the jackal gangsters who frequently flowed through the Brass Pass, the military decided to build a fortress near Dafing Town to station troops. For this purpose, a large number of construction workers need to be recruited. Healthy adult men can come to me to sign up. 1 silver coin per day will be settled on the same day, no deductions. For city people living in Port Leiden, a silver coin is only enough to take a public carriage or buy a newspaper. However, for those living in remote towns, a sound silver coin can be exchanged for 3. There is still a pound of flour left, which is enough to maintain the daily food expenses of a family of 5. It is already a high salary. Moreover, working on the construction site does not require any special skills. It is enough to have the strength. The most important thing for the rural man is strength, and they are actively signing up. Joan is responsible for registering the registered workers. He thought it would be very good to recruit 100 strong laborers for this trip. As a result, the total number of people registered in the end was no less than 200, which will undoubtedly shorten the construction period of the fortress. After arranging work arrangements, Magni left half of the assay hunters in charge of guarding the granaries, rented more than 10 carts in the town, and escorted them back to the barracks with flour. George Vassar is waiting for them to return, listening to the Magni, Joan and Dindal brothers telling their experiences in Dafing Town, applauding them for appeasing the townspeople, and leaving Joan alone afterwards, saying there is one thing important: military supplies must be handed over to him. Mr. Vassar, since it is a very important thing, you should keep it in person. Why should you give it to me? Joan asked puzzlingly. This thing has no value in my hands. Only you can stimulate its magic and help the workers build the fortress. Lieutenant Colonel Vassar smiled mysteriously, and then took a 2-foot-long ivory rod-like object about 2 thumbs thick from the storage bag, held it with both hands, and handed it to Joan very solemnly. Joan took the thin rod and felt the strong magical power fluctuations at the moment of tentacle, and immediately realized that it was a magic wand. He looked down and found that the wand was made of clay, and the surface showed a smooth and delicate texture unique to ceramics. One end of the wand was inlaid with a red drop-shaped gem as large as a dove egg. At first, Joan thought it was a ruby or zircon, and after careful discrimination, he realized that it was actually a crimson tear. This rare ore of bright color is said to have been formed by the tears shed for loved ones who died in war. In the jewelry store, crimson tears is almost the same as ordinary rubies, but in the view of Joan, who is good at enchanting craftsmanship, the difference between crimson tears and ruby in the field of enchanting can be greatly different. Chapter 389 Plastic Wand 2. When the caster makes a magic wand or wand, if conditions permit, he always inlays a gem that matches the spell stored in the wand for his work. Different gems have different magical phases. Only with matching magic guides can the gem's enchanting characteristics be displayed. Otherwise it is just a beautiful decoration. For example, ruby, which is characterized by a high degree of fit with the plastic energy magic, is embedded in the plastic magic wand, which can significantly enhance the power of the magic spells released by the magic wand. Crimson tears looks almost the same as ruby, but the enchanting characteristics are completely different. This gem cannot be used to enhance the plastic energy wand, but it has a particularly high degree of fit with the change energy spell. Then Joan can imagine that this ceramic wand in his hand must have stored some kind of change school spell. Just as Joan was distracted by the ceramic wand, trying to identify the spell it contained, George Vassar's next words revealed the answer. This is a plastic stone wand. It can transform irregular stones into regular-sized slabs and bricks. It can also be used to strengthen city walls and cut gates. You can go back and study the use of this wand. It can be of great use on the construction site. It turned out to be stone molding. Joan nodded thoughtfully, put away his wand carefully, and told Lieutenant Colonel Vaser to return to his barracks. Everyone knows that the mage needs a quiet environment to meditate, so Joan is given special care and lives alone in a tent. In addition to the camp bed, there is a folding desk for him to use. Joan sat down at the desk, took out the ceramic wand, and wrote the fourth rune Anseus on it with a pen. A flash of elven text appeared before him. Joan quickly read the entire text, and then copied it into his spellbook. He is already very proficient in such parsing operations, and the intelligence attribute of up to 24 gives him almost memorable memory. It took less than an hour to transcribe the plastic stone mantra that was parsed from the wand into the spell on the book. In fact, Joan is no stranger to plastic stone. Not long ago, he witnessed Canty cast this spell in Dillon Township, turning a pile of loose ore into a stone wall without any gaps. However, the plastic stone performed by Candy is not exactly the same as the plastic stone transcribed by Joan at the moment. The druid only needs 3 rings of magical powers to release the plastic stone. The spell version is a 4-ring spell. Both divine art and arcane art are magic, but there are great differences in the way of using the magic net corresponding to a specific spell. There may be both a divine version and an arcane version, but there are differences in the difficulty of implementing the spell in different ways, which leads to the endless spell slots occupied by the divine version and the arcane version of the same spell. Sometimes the arcane version has a lower level than the magic version. Sometimes the opposite is true. Plastic stone is the latter case. Regardless of the magical version or the arcane version of plastic stone, the function is actually the same. You can change the stone or stone products the caster touches into the shape you want. The use of plastic stone to produce simply structured stone products, such as stone walls, stone boxes and stone doors, can guarantee absolute success. But it is impossible to process the stone materials carefully. If you directly manufacture an object containing movable parts, such as a stone mill, then there is a certain chance that the cast will fail, resulting in the stone mill being manufactured with a shape but unable to rotate freely. The upper limit of the volume of stone that plastic stone can process depends on the cast level, and it is usually not less than 10 cubic feet. Joan is currently unable to learn this up to 4th level spell, but with the help of the plastic wand, he can cast 10 times a day, accounting for the increase in crimson tears, and can process up to 20 cubic feet each time. Stone. After copying the last spell, Joan put down the pen and picked up the stone wand again for a look. As far as the enchanting process is concerned, ceramics are not a very good material. The biggest disadvantage is that they are too brittle and can easily break if you are not careful. The maker of this magic wand chose ceramic as the material for the magic wand, which is actually last resort. Plastic stone needs to use clay as the casting material, and ceramics are actually clay that hardens after high temperature burning. When making a plastic stone wand with ceramics, each cast will consume a part of the material of the wand itself. Since the ceramic is very dense and consumes very little component each time, it can almost be regarded as inexhaustible. Joan has not yet made a wand by hand, but he has learned the basic crafts of wand making from master rolls. From the point of view of this plastic stone wand, the most mature and popular integrated enchantment is used. To put it bluntly, it is to gather several magic guides on a wand, so as to increase the purpose of the cast ceiling. After some in-depth analysis, Joan confirmed that the maker of this stone wand was an 8th level wizard or 8th level sorcerer, and had 2 4th level spell slots. In the first stage of making a wand, he routinely enchanted this ceramic rod inlaid with crimson tears. For this purpose, he consumed 4 ounces of magic crystals, and the processed semi-finished wand can only release stone shaping twice a day. Next, perform the same enchanting operation repeatedly, each time consuming 2 ounces of magic crystals, and increasing the casting limit 2 times. Repeating the enchantment 5 times in this way, you will eventually get such a plastic stone that can release up to 10 times a day. Wand. The cost for this is quite high. The total value of 20 ounces of magic crystal plus a crimson tear is more than 13,000 gold dugger, which is not counting the manufacturer's own spelling and labor costs. At the time, Joan's crafting of secondary gorgeous belts was similar to integrated magic, and he had to use the same kind of magic for repeated stacking. The difference is that Joan uses the magic number 23 runed egg, which can eliminate the magic crystal required for multiple enchantments, which greatly saves money. Unfortunately, this enchanting process is only effective for a very small number of spells that involve growth and evolution, and plastic stone is not included. Think of it this way, although this method of making a wand is not clever, but Joan can't think of a more time-saving process. If you need to make a wand yourself in the future, this solid plastic stone wand can be used as reference. P.S. According to the D&D 5 version rules, write a plastic stone wand example. This 2-foot-long, half-inch thick ceramic thin rod is inlaid with a crimson tears at the end of the thumb. The magic energy contained in it can be used to release 4 rings of plastic stone, which will not exceed 20 cubic feet. The stone is transformed into the shape desired by the holder, and precise machining of the stone may cause the spell to malfunction. The magic wand can release stone forming up to 10 times a day, and it will automatically be full of energy after 24 hours. Chapter 390 Turn sand into brick. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Joan came to the construction site after breakfast and opened the roster to begin the roll call. 204 employees from Dafingtown arrived on time. It can be seen that the daily wage of 1 silver coin is very tempting to these poor rural people. In addition to the employees registered on the list, many women and children also voluntarily came and begged Joan to give them a job, even if the wages were less. Joan didn't want to hire women and miners to do heavy physical work on the construction site, but they couldn't stand their continued pleading, especially those young faces in the crowd, who looked only 12 or 3 years old, and were considered his peers. It reminded him of the hard experience of working hard to make money for tuition. If there was such a job in front of me, I would strive hard. With such a thought, Joan couldn't bear to say no, and used windstorm technique to forward people's request to Lieutenant Colonel Vaser and asked him to take his idea. Joan relieved Lieutenant Colonel Vaser. Immediately tell those women and teenagers who have their eyes on them, the Corps can hire you to do some laundry, cooking, cleaning and other debris, but only give you 3 copper coins a day. If you are willing to accept it, come to me. Sign up here. Although the wages were less than a third of the construction workers, the women and half-old children cheered in unison and rushed to Joan to sign up. Joan spent a whole hour busy with sweat, and finally settled in these female workers and child laborers. Later, the roster was put away and returned to the construction site. More than 200 laborers recruited earlier were excavating the foundation and moving sand. Joan strolled around the site and went to chat with Major Green, who was in charge of construction supervision. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser swiped a large swath on the map, circled a suitable piece of land as a place to build a fortress, and Major Green was responsible for how to construct it. Even the engineering drawings of the fortress were hand-drawn by this versatile academic officer. Joan was deeply admired after reading the drawings. Major Green's handwriting was not inferior to that of professional engineers. The building materials of the house are nothing more than wood and masonry. The dormitory for officers and soldiers can be built with wood and simply burn mud embryos. But the fortress and the city wall are not good. It must be built with stronger stone. Major Green pointed to the drawing and introduced it to Joan. The problem now is that there is no ready-made quarry near the construction site. If we start quarrying by ourselves, it will be too much trouble, and the construction period will be greatly slowed down. Not only will we need to pay a lot of extra money, But we must always beware of the wolves and even gangs. The Musbelim border guards attacked our army before the fort was completed. In other words, the top priority is to solve the problem of stone supply. Joan heard the subtext of Major Green and thought of the stone wand that Lieutenant Colonel Vaser gave to him last night. Mr. Green, less than half a mile from the construction site is the Jinshaw River, and there is gravel near the beach. If you do not object, I plan to allocate some workers to be responsible for extracting the gravel, and transport the gravel to the construction site with a pole or a wheelbarrow. I can apply the law. Turn this gravel into sandstone and cut it into regular-sized stone bricks. Great. This is the answer I want to hear. Major Green smiled and patted the shoulder of the young mage. Can you give me a rough number? How many stone bricks can be converted every day? Joan figured it out and used the magic wand to perform plastic stone, which can process up to 20 cubic feet of stone at a time, which is equivalent to 400 stone bricks. The energy stored in the wand can be cast 10 times a day, so a total of 4,000 can be processed. Stone brick, 4,000 stone bricks. Well, a little less. According to my plan, a total of 60,000 to 70,000 bricks are needed to build the fortress and the surrounding wall. Fortunately, the current main projects are digging foundations, harvesting timber and setting up barracks. The construction of fortresses and fences has not yet been completed. During this period of time, we will store a lot of stone bricks and we will have sufficient supplies when they are used in the future. No problem, Mr. Green, just do what you said. Joan nodded happily. That afternoon, Joan came to the construction site again. The labor arranged by Major Green has piled up hilly gravel on the designated ground. When Joan came, he heard the workers talking about the use of collecting so much gravel. If it is used to mix clay to make mortar for bonding bricks and tiles, then fine river sand should also be used. These fist-sized pebbles are not useful at all. In the sound of people's discussion, Joan walked to the gravel pile, pulled out his wand from the storage bag and held it in his palm, chanted softly to start the spell. Ondo. The Kenya word Ondo is translated into the common language as stone. Along with Joan's chant, the crimson tears set on the top of the wand released a strong magical glory. This magical force caused the magic mesh threads randomly distributed around the head of the rod to be bundled into a regular loop of stripes. It looks like Joan took the magic wand as the handle and stretched out a braided with countless magic threads. The big umbrella enveloped a pile of gravel. At the same time, the local magic net that constitutes this big umbrella also maps the order obtained by the entropy reduction to the scattered sand covered by it, instantly changing its physical form, changing its original size and shape. The same pebbles are reshaped into a pile of bricks of uniform material and equal size. No more, no less. Just 400. Witnessing the sand pile in front of him instantly transforming into a pile of neatly arranged stone bricks, Joan nodded with satisfaction, and walked all the way with his magic wand, touching the gravel pile from time to time with the head of the crimson tears inlaid. After a dizzying glory of magic, a pile of gravel was transformed into a square stack of bricks arranged behind him. Joan exhausted the wand's energy in one breath, and the gravel accumulated in the field almost completely disappeared. Instead, 4,000 solid stones appeared in front of people. Those who have lived in the back country of their lifetimes have never seen such a miracle. The admiration of people made Joan secretly ashamed. Turning gravel into stones is nothing more than a magical skill for a truly powerful mage, not to mention that he completed the work with a wand made by someone, not his own power, which is really not a real skill. Now that the energy of the stone wand has been exhausted, Joan continues to stay on the construction site and has nothing to do, so he returns to his barracks and starts a job that is more important to him than making bricks. To use your own mythical power to improve several carefully selected once-to-level spells into mythical spells. Chapter 391 Mythical Spell 1. Since being officially promoted to level 3 Mage 3 months ago, he has a second level spell slot, and Joan's mythical power has also evolved synchronously, and can be used to replace the second level spell slot. Under such circumstances, if you use mythical power to cast a ring spell, a lot of redundant magic power will be generated. These redundant magic powers cannot be used by the existing ring spell structure, and can only be wasted in the end. In order to avoid this waste, it is necessary for Joan to choose some commonly used one-ring spells for optimization, to obtain a corresponding more powerful version of the myth, and finally achieve the purpose of making full use of the redundant magic power. For the caster, spell optimization is a compulsory course with a long and profound history. In the field of arcane art known to Joan alone, there are thousands of arcane arts from 0 to 9 inherited up to now, and this is only a small part of all invented arcane art. The most popular part. The vast majority of arcane spells have not been popularized. Of course, some inventors have been too conservative and lost it. More because the use of the spell itself is too narrow, or the structure is not reasonable enough. As the times change, it is gradually better. Of similar spells, most of these spells that remain in the world are based on those that have been eliminated. After years of painstaking research by casters, they have been improved through numerous optimizations, so they can withstand the test of time. Outdated, so much so that it has become a textbook included in all major Austrian law schools. Being able to become a textbook means that a spell has been optimized to the extreme, and almost all magic power has been fully utilized. Unless there is a breakthrough in the basic theory of arcane art, this spell structure that condenses the wisdom of countless ancestors can hardly be modified to be more perfect. The so-called improvements of the younger casters are often just a standard spell model adjusted so that it loses some of its original functions and at the same time acquires features that were not originally available. For example, Hand of Advanced Master. After modification, the maximum load of the magic palm is doubled, but the maximum extension distance is shortened to half of the original. Is this an optimization? Barely speaking. But this optimization comes at the cost of destroying the original balance of the spell. In some special cases, it may be better than the original version, but in other cases it is not as good as the original version. This so-called optimization is nothing more than moving back and forth on the same indifference curve, and it does not improve the total effectiveness of the spell. Joan's current work is not such a demolition of the east wall to supplement the west wall optimization, but the use of the redundant magic power of the mythical power relative to the once level spell slot to enhance the overall effectiveness of the spell. Since the current upper limit of the magic power of mythical power is equivalent to 2 ring spell slots, then it is conceivable that the fully optimized one-ring mythical spell can match or even exceed the ordinary 2-ring spell. Joan determined the above general idea as early as 3 months ago. The first stage of the work is not optimization, but a comprehensive and in-depth screening of the currently mastered one-level spells, from which several targets suitable for optimization are selected. In theory, all one-level spells can be optimized by mythic power, and will be more or less stronger than the original. However, optimizing spells is a very time-consuming and energy-intensive work. Joan's daily time for studying spells is very limited. Most of the time is also spent on mental meditation and learning new spells. Less time. If the net is cast in full, it turns out that a large part of the optimized spells are not practical. It would be better to use these time and energy to learn new spells. Based on the above considerations, Joan formulated 2 screening criteria. The first is to prefer the more practical spells. For example, Mage Armor and Door Sealing, these 2 one-level spells. The former is obviously used more frequently, and it has more optimization value. The second is to avoid crash. For example, Greasy Technique, among the first-level spells, has the highest practicality. It should be optimized, but Joan did not choose this spell, because the Austrian Law Library of Leiden College contains a 2-ring spell called Fuel Oil, which is a super-enhanced version of Grease. If the Greasy Technique is optimized, the best result is only to reach the level of Fuel Technique. So why bother with this thought? Rather than spend a lot of time and energy, reinventing the wheel, it is better to go directly to the library to copy fuel technology, which is convenient and convenient. According to the above two screening criteria, Joan carefully sorted out his spell book, and finally selected 6 ring spells to be optimized. The first are 2 offensive spells, Magic Missile and Burning Hand. Next are 2 defensive spells, Mage Armor and Shield. The final selection is 2 transforming spells, Enlargement Technique and Reduction Technique. After determining the candidate spells, Joan then designs optimization expectations for each candidate spell separately. Only by setting a reasonable expectation in advance, can the optimization work have a clear goal and know in which direction to work. For Magic Missile, Joan first helps to increase the lethality. On the premise of meeting this expectation, if there is room for further optimization, he hopes to enhance the penetration of this spell. Ordinary magic missiles can easily penetrate armor and shields made of metal, leather or wood, but will be blocked by force shields such as Shield. Joan hopes that the mythical magic missile, which he has personally optimized and improved, can penetrate through magic shields such as Shield, and will be in a more advantageous position when confronting the caster in the future. The Burning Hand is the only regional killing spell currently mastered by Joan. As for the more powerful and large-scale attack spells, I am afraid that I can only count on the promotion of a 5th level wizard to learn a 3rd ring of Fireball. This is not Joan's dilemma. In fact, all low-level casters lack practical range attacks. The Burning Hand has a killing range of only 15 feet. Which is really embarrassing. At this distance, not only are the enemy bows and firearms more dominant, but even melee careers only need to run 2 steps to rush to the caster, which allows you to sing spells slowly. Therefore, Joan's greatest expectation for the mythical Burning Hand is to increase the magical damage range. On this basis, it is best to increase the damage. Chapter 392 Mythical Spell 2. The 3rd spell Joan identified as worth optimizing is Mage Armor. This spell can provide the caster with a layer of invisible armor formed by magical condensation, and the defense power is equivalent to a finely crafted scale armor. Joan's expectation for the optimization of this spell is very clear, that is to continue to improve the defense. The higher the better. In addition, nothing else. The role of shielding technique is also to strengthen the defense. The created force field tower shield is similar to the real tower shield defense level. Joan has 2 main expectations for this spell optimization. First of all, of course, to strengthen the physical defense, and second, to try to strengthen its resistance to spells. If this idea can be realized, Mythical Shield and Mythical Magic Missile will constitute a combination of offense and defense tactics. The Mythical Missile fired by Joan can penetrate the shield of the enemy caster, but the enemy's Magic Missile will be blocked by his Mythical Shield. If this happens, even if the enemy master is not killed, he must be alive and dead. The last 2 candidate spells, Enlargement Technique and Reduction Technique, of which Joan is more commonly used Enlargement Technique. This spell can temporarily double the size of a humanoid, gain an additional 2 power bonus, and also reduce the agility attribute by 2 due to sluggish movements caused by the larger body. Joan's Grow Giant technique is mainly used to cooperate with the master to attack the palm. The doubled size and additional power bonus can directly increase the power of Mage Strike's palm. Following this tactical idea, he hopes that the fully optimized Growing Giant will be able to take it to a higher level, increase his body size by 3 times or even 4 times, and increase his strength attributes. In this way, cooperating with the display of Mage Assaulting Palm is even more powerful. Of course, there is a price to be sacrificed for more agility. Fortunately, his agility is not low, and it doesn't hurt to lose 3 or 4 points. Moreover, for a giant with a height of more than 20 feet and a weight of up to 5,000 pounds, the hard front is just king. What else do you want to avoid? Joan learned to shrink a long time ago, but it was rarely used. He put this somewhat unpopular spell on the optimized list, but not just out of a fascination with symmetrical aesthetics. The main reason is that he deeply knows that although this spell is not practical, It has great potential, especially after optimization. It can even create a set of very magical tactics around the myth reduction technique as the core. The ordinary version of reduction technique has the opposite function of enlargement technique. It can reduce the size of a humanoid to half of its normal form, and its strength is weakened by 2 points. Thanks to its petite and flexible body, will increase by 2. The embarrassment of this spell is that it is difficult to find a suitable scene. For example, Joan is 5 feet and 2 inches tall, but less than 3 feet in half, which is equivalent to the size of a 4-year-old child. If he is not interested in activities such as stealing chickens and dogs or peeking at the bottom of women's skirts, and becomes a bear boy, what benefits can he have? Of course, this spell can also be applied to the enemy. For example, turning a big man into a dwarf figure, it is easy to deal with. However, the success rate of the shrinkage spell is closely related to the physique of the recipient. The stronger the physique, the more likely it is to save the spell's influence. The sturdy man is obviously strong. Rather than risking his spellcasting failure to release the shrinking technique close to him, it is better to hide in the distance and shoot him a magic missile. In Joan's view, the curiosity of shrinkage is that it is not small enough. It is not enough to reduce the size of a normal person by half. If it can be reduced to a quarter of its original shape, it will be quite different. Joan's optimization expectation of myth reduction is to shrink the subject as much as possible. The smaller the better. As for the power attribute that is inevitably lost in the shrinking process, that is not important. After all, there is an additional agility attribute to hedge. Moreover, if the height is reduced to less than 1.5 feet, who would be stupid times to be stiff with people? Of course, you must shoot yourself invisibility, resist a poisoned utility knife, and become a pedicure master who hates ghosts. The potential of reduction technique does not stop there. If Joan's expectations can be fulfilled, he will then try to use morph transformation with myth reduction. Transfiguration can change the race of a humanoid, and among the common humanoid races, the shortest height is probably halfling. If lush leg hair is hidden, the adult halfling looks like a human child of 4 or 5 years old, with an average height of only about 3 feet and a weight of more than 30 pounds. If Joan first performed the transformation technique to become a 3-foot halfling, and then added myth reduction technique to himself, his height would shrink to about 8 inches and his weight would shrink to no more than 8 pounds. How many interesting things a person can do in such a compact form depends entirely on imagination. After 3 months of preparation, Joan's mythical spell optimization work has been on track. In a military camp, frankly speaking, his life was boring. He was not interested in social activities such as drinking and gambling that soldiers were passionate about. After busy working every day, he hid alone in a single barrack to study mythical spells. The study method is quite simple. It is to enter the state of spiritual meditation, call the power of myth to enhance the probe of will, and then use this probe composed entirely of spiritual power to act as a knitting needle to extract magic power from the magic net. The silk thread is woven into the spell configuration, and then the spell configuration is continuously adjusted according to the preset optimization expectations. So repeatedly tested, tried repeatedly. If you find something unsatisfactory, you can break up the local structure that has been woven and reknit it until it meets your expectations. Unfortunately, ideals sometimes have to succumb to reality. In the process of specific optimization practice, Joan also found that the expectations he first formulated were a little too high, which seemed unrealistic to implement. At this time, you can't be too stubborn. You must lower your expectations and achieve the best results under the conditions allowed by reality. A monotonous and busy life is like a clock, turning around slowly and slowly every day, and time passes quietly as the pendulum swings. When the time came to September 24, 1620, Joan's mythical spell optimization research had made breakthrough progress. At the same time, all the officers and men joined more than 200 workers through 2 weeks of hard work, plus the sufficient building materials provided by the plastic stone wand, the border fortress built by George Vasa was finally completed. Chapter 393 Fortress of Nicaea. If measured by the castle standard, this single-story building, which is only 20 feet high, is like a matchbox made of bricks and stones, which is really not inflow. However, considering that the construction period is only half a month, it is not easy to complete such a strong and practical fortress. The fortress built on the hillside is only part of the general defense plan of Lieutenant Colonel Vasa. At the top of the fortress, there is also a wooden whistle tower, standing on the tall tower. From the Jinshaw River to Broken Tooth Valley, the vast field of view. A circle of wall was built around the fortress, and a trench with a depth of 10 feet and a width of about 20 feet was also dug out of the wall. The Jinshaw River water was introduced to form a moat, which provided a second protection ring for the fortress. The ring-shaped space between the fortress and the city wall is used to build dormitory, canteen, hospital, training ground, warehouse and stable. In addition to military functions, the fort also doubles as a church, conference hall, and banquet hall. George Vasa was very satisfied with the newly built fortress, and named it Fortress of Nicaea, meaning necessary fortress. In the evening of the same day, the camp specially held a bonfire party to celebrate. Dafing Township residents who had worked hard for more than half a month on the construction site were also invited to the party. They also brought wine, meat and local products from their homes to share with the officers and soldiers, and celebrated the completion of the fort. Throughout the construction period, including the construction workers to the miscellaneous women and children, the wages received were settled on the same day, and Joan never owed a copper plate. Lieutenant Colonel Vasa has repeatedly emphasized that his officers and soldiers obey military discipline, and those who bully and harass civilians will be severely punished. With the ease of payment and the strict military discipline, few military forces can accomplish both at the same time in this era, and of course won the support of local residents. The barracks are like a large furnace. The young people who are involved in this furnace are like pieces of ore with different shapes and different materials. Most of them are grinded away and burned away, and they are merged into a large piece of inseparable and closely connected steel. But occasionally there are special individuals, which remain unique after smelting and cannot be fully integrated into the collective. Joan is such a hard stone. Everyone in the army was very enthusiastic about him, but his character that was so lonely in his bones did not change because of it. Like an ice that never melted, he still hated the noisy and lively occasions like he did before joining the army. Tongel's social activities. Fortunately, George Vasa understood his strange temper and did not force him to attend the party. As for those who don't know Joan so much, they are actually considerate of his absence. Just because he is a mage. In the public's impression, the mage should be this kind of lonely nerd image. If a mage laughs all day long, drinks in large bowls, eats meat in large chunks, can brag and fart with anyone, and quickly mixes, people should suspect that this person has the name of mage, but it is actually a Jiangulaya. Of course, this is a prejudice. In fact, there aren't necessarily fewer enthusiastic and cheerful masters than indifferent masters. But Joan heartily thanked people for their prejudice against the profession of mage, allowing him to stay away from the crowd with peace of mind and stay alone in the barracks to concentrate on his work. The fortress has been built, and Lieutenant Colonel Vasa has some confidence in his heart. In the afternoon, he personally wrote a report submitted to Sir John Norfolk, Governor of the Colonial of Alfheim. In the report, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel confidently declared, even if the enemy sent 1,000 people to attack, there is no possibility of capturing this strong fortress. Lieutenant Colonel Vasa still remembers Major Green's original suggestion: if there is a bad news report to the superior, then try to send a piece of good news. The successful completion of the Nicaea fortress is undoubtedly good news, and the bad news that has been concealed for half a month is also the time to report. Therefore, in the second half of the report, Lieutenant Colonel Vasa recounted his own self-blame and recounted the accidental killing of CBU diplomat Sir Joseph Jumonville and his entourage, and pleaded guilty to the governor. The report written by Lieutenant Colonel Vazu is now on Joan's desk. His job is to edit and transcribe the report, and then use magic to send the report directly to the governor. Joan transcribed the manuscript, and after repeated inspections confirmed that there was no problem. He took out a scroll from the storage bag and unfolded the scroll to read the spelling mantra. The rhythmic elven mantras flow from Joan's lips, and each letter is like a note, converging into a beautiful melody in the night sky. The magic wire that was originally disorderly distributed in the space was pulled by this wonderful melody, gradually resonating, and gathered in front of Joan into a group of red glowing spheres woven by countless lines. When Joan chanted the last bard spell, the scroll in his hand ran out of magic and turned into dust. The red yarn ball suspended in the air stopped vibrating and seemed to wait for something quietly. Joan picked up the military report in his hand and read it aloud from beginning to end. Each bite spit out in the mouth caused the red light ball to resonate again. The magic wire that made up the light ball remembered the vibration frequency. After reading the report, Joan raised his hand to touch the sphere of light, and ordered it to fly to the place where the governor of Norfolk was mentally, and the red sphere of light suddenly disappeared. Nicey Fortress is hundreds of miles away from the governor's palace in Port Leyden, but this magic light ball can reach its destination in an instant, and emerges in front of the governor. Your Excellency, as long as you follow the head of this magic yarn ball, you can replay every word that Joan just said in his mind. This is the 3-ring short message communication principle. After completing the mission of delivering the letter, the next thing Joan had to do was to wait for the reply from His Excellency the Governor, and then transcribe the governor's speech to Lieutenant Colonel Vazu. With Joan's status, it's not his turn to care about how the Excellency Governor handles this diplomatic turmoil. The waiting time cannot be wasted, so he closes his eyes and enters a state of meditation. Explore. Deep meditation is a bit like a daze. People who are immersed in it tend to ignore the passage of time. Joan didn't know how long it was in the state of meditation. Suddenly, he felt a trace of abnormal movement outside his body. He ended his meditation and opened his eyes to look in the direction of the abnormal movement. A crow was standing on the edge of the window, and his eyes were directly caught in his eyes, reflecting slightly in the night. Joan recognized that it was an animal messenger and got up to open the window and shattered the remaining half of the bread on the table. The crow croaked with satisfaction, and jumped into Joan's open palm, waiting for Joan to release the white cloth straps tied to his feet, and then eagerly jumped back to the windowsill to peck bread crumbs. Chapter 394. 2 letters. Joan opened the cloth. Several lines of Zhuangxius words came into his eyes, and immediately recognized Candy's letter. Since Joan left his hometown to report to the military camp, in this more than 1 month, he received a letter from Candy from the town of Dillon almost every week. Although the content is just some short chores in the family, but every time her letter always makes Joan feel at ease. Today this letter is unusual. In addition to the routine greetings at the beginning, Candy is describing the physical condition of Grandpa Joan. Although she tried to avoid using negative vocabulary in her letter, it was not difficult for Joanne to see her worries between the lines, and to see that Grandpa's condition was so severe that she could not even speak, and Candy had to feed him the elderly. Taking Shenbury barely sustains life. After reading the letter, Joan's chest seemed to be stuffed with a heavy stone, which was both anxious and depressed, and he wished to fly back to Dillon town immediately. However, here is a military camp after all. Military discipline does not allow him to leave his post without permission. Just when he was uneasy, magic waves suddenly appeared in front of him, and a ball of red light emerged out of thin air, leaping slightly in front of him. Joan stared at the ball of light for a moment, realizing that it was probably a reply from His Excellency the Governor. He had to temporarily suppress his grandfather's concern and raised his hand to touch the ball of light, and a message appeared in his mind. Joan read through the text. That SMS came into his mind twice from beginning to end, then wrote it down verbatim, and took the manuscript paper to find Lieutenant Colonel Vassar. George Vassar was presiding over the gala. When he received the latest instructions from the governor, he commissioned Major Green to preside over the party and took Joan back to his office. After reading the manuscript transcribed by Joan in a hurry, the headmaster of Vassar took a sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on his lips. For more than half a month, he has been worried about the evil effects of the accidental killing of Sir Jumonville on himself and the entire corps, and now he can finally rest assured. In his reply, His Excellency expressed regret for this unfortunate incident, and warned him not to make such impulsive mistakes again. In addition, there was no word of blame. He did not demote him or deprive him of his command. He reminded him not to be careless. Beware of the death of the Musbeline border guards, taking the death of Sir Joseph Jumonville as an excuse for fierce retaliation. Your Excellency met with General Gates overnight and reached a consensus, deciding to send an additional reinforcement of not less than 300 troops to the Fort Nice to assist the Vassar Corps against threats from south of Brass Pass. Joan, you bring us good news, a more exciting news than the completion of the fortress of Nice. Lieutenant Colonel Vassar put the stationery in the drawer, lit the pipe and took a deep sip, sitting comfortably on the armchair. Your Excellency will send us a support force. Commander Lieutenant Colonel Anderson is my old friend and your old senior. In addition to this upcoming reinforcements, the total force stationed in Fort Nice will exceed 800, and the Sea Blues must mobilize at least 2,000 elite officers and soldiers in order to pose a threat to our defense. However, the entire Musbil, the colony of Haim, I'm afraid I can't make up so many regular troops. You can't just count as a regular army, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel. Just as there are a lot of Azar mercenaries in our troops, the Sea Blues also have the support of jackals. Joan reminded. This is indeed a problem. We have to increase our vigilance. It is best to eliminate 1 or 2 jackal warriors before Louis Jumonville decides to send troops to avenge his brother. In this way, our pressure will be after the war officially breaks out, greatly reduced. Lieutenant Colonel Vassar paced back and forth with a pipe, and suddenly stopped and cast his attention on Joan. Your face is ugly tonight. Is it uncomfortable? I'm fine. Joan avoided his gaze. If you are not ill, then you are worried. Really nothing. Joan barely squeezed out his smile. George Vassar looked at him deeply, turned around and walked to the window, holding the pipe to look at the night. And it took a long time before breaking the silence. Joan, these days, I have always treated you as my own brother. If I have something to worry about, I will never hide it from you. I hope you will allow me to share your troubles. No matter how I say, I am more than 10 years older than you. Maybe I can give you some helpful suggestions. Joan listened to his words full of sincere emotions and couldn't help touching his nose. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke his mind. I received a letter from a friend in my hometown today and learned that my grandfather is getting sicker, and I feel a little uneasy. So this is our Lieutenant Colonel Vassar nodded and turned to show him a gentle smile. For comfort, I won't say much. Mr. Tell is your only relative in this world. You should return to him as soon as possible and give him the power to overcome the disease. But don't worry about the army. The employment contract we signed at the beginning was very clear. Your service period will end when the fortress is completed. From now on, you no longer have to undertake any obligations to the Corps and me personally. In fact, your contribution during the service has greatly exceeded what was originally stipulated in the contract. A commission of 1,000 gold dugo is not enough to repay your work. I will write to your Excellency the Governor and seek a more reasonable remuneration for you, and the Medal of Honor you deserve. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you for your consideration, but I can't leave now. Joan took a deep breath and calmed his mood as much as possible. If I did not receive a reply from the Governor General tonight, I will probably accept your suggestion and return to my hometown to visit my grandfather overnight. However, I have already received the letter, so I can't be a deserter anyway. Joan. How can this be a deserter? George Vassar frowned displeasurely. In your letter, Your Excellency Governor specifically urged you to beware of the threat from the opposite side of Brass Pass. and even sent reinforcements overnight. A calm figure like him, if you don't detect any bad wind, why should you be so nervous? Joan sighed and continued. Your Excellency also emphasized in the letter that any major changes on the front line must be reported to him as soon as possible. I also noticed this, but what does it have to do with you? Lieutenant Colonel Vaso asked inexplicably. Mr. Vassar, in the current situation, the so-called significant changes may happen at any time, but if I leave, who do you plan to arrange to take over my work? Who else can take the shortest time? Breaking news from the front line to the Excellency Governor far away from Port Leyden, Joan asked blankly. Chapter 395. Hold on. Again, facing the melancholic gaze of the young mage and hearing his calm and quizzical questioning, George Vaso was at first stunned, and then shook his head helplessly. Yes, the reality is as Joan said, if his only envoy of the army leaves the front line, and the front line changes, who can cast a message to the governor, who is hundreds of miles away, and who can become an eagle to succeed? Does he conduct aerial reconnaissance? Not to mention serving as the tactical corps on the battlefield and providing magical support to the troops in time. No matter what was originally agreed on the contract, I still can't leave the front line under the current tensions. Even if I have to go, at least I have to wait until the day that Lieutenant Colonel Anderson leads the reinforcements to Fort Nicey. Joan said bitterly. George Vaso wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. As Joan said, the front line is still inseparable from him, but his only relative in the world, the poor old man who may die at any time, should he be sacrificed, and he should not be able to see his beloved grandson before his death. At a glance, when one has to sacrifice family care, all words of comfort appear so pale or even hypocritical. You have worked hard, Joan. Lieutenant Colonel Vaso patted the juvenile master's tender shoulders. Just hold on for a while, and our reinforcements will arrive in 2 weeks at most. The Nicey fortress was just completed, and the morale of the Southward Corps was strong on September 23. Joan was at this time node. In the foreseeable future, according to the fort, it was not difficult to hold on for 2 weeks. For him, what is worth worrying about right now is only the grandfather's condition. Can it be delayed for another 2 weeks, and the reinforcements supporting Lieutenant Colonel Anderson arrive? However, the situation on the front changed quickly, and the Navy troops did not give them 2 weeks, and even appeared on the horizon south of Broken Tooth Valley without delay. It was Joan himself who first discovered this crisis. On the evening of September 29th, Joan performed the morph as usual, turning into an eagle and flying into the air, performing aerial reconnaissance through the twilight cover. He spent half an hour first, flying low in the surrounding area of Fort Nicey, confirming that everything was normal from the strong wind town to the Jinshaw River, and then rose to a height in the cold moonlight, overlooking from a height of more than 1,000 feet. The majestic and steep Brass Mountains, like a meandering dragon traversing the earth, extend from the west coast of Willnoya to the east coast. There is a narrow gap in the waist of this giant dragon, which is the main road Broken Tooth Valley that runs through the north and south of the mainland. Joan flew south along the gorge, investigating the ground. The valley is as calm as ever, except for the flocks of rock sheep climbing mountains and hills. There are only 3 or 5 groups of business travelers traveling between them. Joan does not rule out the possibility of a sea spy pretending to be a business brigade, but the identification of identity is the job of a border guard. He only needs to pay attention to the dynamics of large forces. As soon as 11 o'clock, Joan had flown to the southern exit of Broken Tooth Valley and continued on to the control area of the Sea Blue border guards. From his current location, he can see the vast Musmaheim Gobi Desert in the south. The long yellow sand reflects the pale light under the reflection of a crescent moon. In the oasis on the edge of the Gobi, there is a majestic fortress. It is the frontline stronghold Dukenberg built by the Sea Blue men despite the strong opposition of the Yolfheim authorities. Joan had flown over Dukenberg for reconnaissance at night, and he had to admit that the fortress was far more magnificent than Fort Nicey, which had been hurriedly built. and the troops stationed there were twice as many as the Vasa Corps. Joan finally looked at Duquesne Castle and was planning to return the same way. He inadvertently glanced at the shadow of the trees in the wood below, and quickly blessed himself with stealth to lower his height and investigate carefully. The figure in the forest is gradually changed from fuzzy to clear, dirty grey and yellow mane, large and small spots on the body, and the iconic hyena head all indicate their jackal status. To Joan's surprise, the number of jackals gathered in the woodland is so large. It is probably estimated that it is not less than 500. This is by no means the size of a war group, and it looks more like the action of the divisions of multiple war groups. The anomalous scene in front of him made Joan vigilant. This summer, the jackals from the Brass Mountain Pass to Yalfheim were mainly composed of 6 warfare groups. Except for the guards of the Wolf Queen Alpha, the remaining 5 warfare groups were all around 100 people. Since Joan's army went south, he has eliminated 2 war regiments and also slammed Alpha's guard regiment to expel the forces of the jackal to the south of the Valley of the Broken Tooth, and there has been no hidden conflict with it since. Now it seems that almost all the remaining jackal gangsters are gathered in this wood, and there are neither villages nor sufficient prey nearby. What is the plot of their gathering here? With doubt, Joan continued to lower the flying height until his wings almost touched the treetops, patrolling the entire jackal camp and flying forward. Spreading his wings across the woodland, he came to a clear stream. Joan was surprised to find that a cavalry unit wearing helmets and armor was camping by the stream, clearly planning to spend the night here. Joan estimated the size of this unit, with a total of no fewer than 500 troops. All of them were equipped with aquamarine standard equipment, and they knew that they were from Duquesneburg without asking. From the navy force in front of him, Joan thought of the Jackal Corps that he had just seen. The 2 troops were stationed so close that they were able to stay in peace, only to prove that they belonged to the same camp. Jackal gangsters plus the Shanghai Blue Regular Army, the total strength has reached a scale of 1,000 people, so the march of the division. The purpose can only be to attack the Nisseborgs stationed by the Yalfheim border guard. Joan couldn't help but take a breath. He barely suppressed the restless emotions, spread his wings and glide along the stream, intending to conduct a more detailed investigation. At this moment, the 2 figures caught his attention, and then he converged his wings, and quietly landed on a high raised rock, listening to them with ears. The dress of these 2 people is different from that of ordinary Navy officers and soldiers. The man facing Joan on the side, wearing a chainmail of mithril braid, a cloak, tall, and raising his hands to show a calm and majestic momentum, looks like a senior officer. The man who talked to him face-to-face was a little younger, looking like he was in his early 20s, dressed in a dazzling red robe, and his hair was bright red like fire, with a lazy smile on his handsome face, raising his hands from time to time. Combing the wind-blown hairstyle, inadvertently revealed the narcissistic mentality of Cao Bao. The more Joan looked at the man who looked like an officer, the more familiar he was. After thinking for a while, he remembered having seen the portrait of this person on the front page of the Leiden Post. Although there is a difference between the board illustrations in the newspaper and the image of a real person, the young, ambitious charm of the other party was accurately grasped by the painter, which made him unforgettable at first sight. Chapter 396 Redhead Warlock. That's right. This extraordinary young officer is General Louis Jumonville. C. Blue is the new garrison commander of the Muspelheim colony, a dangerous person criticized by the Leiden Post as ambitionist and war madman, and also the unfortunate Blue Sea diplomat Joseph Middledot, the brother of Sir Jumonville. Louis, my dear friend, I will persuade you once again. Could you please respect my father's opinion a little bit and take your people back to Duquesne for a peaceful settlement of border disputes instead of armed conflict? The red-haired youth found that General Jumonville's complexion became more and more ugly, and he quickly added, if the facts prove that the negotiation will not solve the problem, you will not be late to send troops. Enough. Diego, I don't want to hear you talking nonsense again. General Zumengville angrily interrupted the persuasion of the red-haired youth. Unfortunate Joseph, just believe the gibberish of your father and son. What is the result now? I regret the unfortunate experience of Jazz, but that was just an accident. The red-haired youth also tried to justify, but was again interrupted roughly by General Jumonville. Go to your accident. It's not your big brother who died. However, after the sacrifice of poor Joseph, it is not for me to inherit his title. The red-haired young man murmured sadly. What did you say? General Jumonville turned sharply, staring at him like an angry lion. I did not say anything. The red-haired young man dared not look squarely at his gaze. Try it again. General Jumonville took a step closer to him, clenching his fists. I won't say it. The red-haired youth couldn't help but shrink his head, his mouth still very tough. I order you to say, let's come here for a while. I'm not talking about it. Do not admit what you said, Diego, you coward. General Jumonville looked at the red-haired youth with contempt. So what? The red-haired young man shrugged and spread his hands, not caring. I'm not masochistic. I know I'm going to get beaten up. Why do I have to say it? Okay, Diego, I have to withdraw your evaluation of you just now. You are not a coward. General Jumonville's face changed from anger to crying and laughing. You rogue? Yo, General Jumonville, Master Antonioni, you are still arguing so late. A woman's voice came from the forest, the sound of footsteps moving from far to near. Joan was lying on the back of the rock, erecting his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between General Jumonville and Diego Antonioni, son of the governor of Mosbelheim. Suddenly he heard the voice of this familiar woman, and he was shocked and shivered, barely restrained. The idea of running away immediately spread his wings. Holding his breath and peeping down, the Wolf Queen Alpha came from the forest, with a charming smile on her face. Why the two of you are always arguing, just like a husband and wife. Ha ha, look at what you said. Because of good feelings, we often quarrel. Diego Antonioni bowed his chest, took Alpha's hand and kissed it, smiling gracefully and emotionally. Beautiful lady. Do you like the little gift I made for you? Oh, I like it so much. Alpha stroking the golden collar around his neck, throwing a wink at Diego Antonioni. Dear Diego, I like it so much that I want to treat you to my body, as if we were tonight. Are you coming to me, or am I going to find you? The smile on Diego Antonioni's face immediately transformed into a pretense horror in a dramatic way. Oh, the gods are on top. Forgive me, my small body. I can't stand your queen, your toss. Alpha whitened him angrily, just about to make a few jokes about his colored heart but not guts, and suddenly his face changed, and his eyes went straight to the rock where Joan was hiding. When Joan first met Alpha, she had been through the invisible state. Although there was no evidence, she vaguely suspected that the golden collar around her neck would not only make her invisible, but also constant through the invisible spell. So when Alpha first appeared, he was ready to run away. At this moment, she saw her look was wrong. Without thinking about fluttering wings. Aha! It's you again. Cunning bird. You stop me. Below came the surprised call of the Jackal Queen. Deaf. Joan turned a deaf ear, turned into a jungle. Then the sound of chanting mantras came from behind, and the scorching magic wave fluctuated like a wave of waves. Qiao Anqian endured heart palpitations, hurriedly glanced back and saw a red figure flying up into the air, waving a huge ball of fire at himself with his sleeves. Third ring fireball. Joan desperately raised the flying height, and the fireball rolled over his feet, hit a tree, and burst. Seeing the flames in the area where the fireball exploded, the heat wave wrapped up in the thick smoke, Joan was shocked with cold sweat, and tried his best to flap his wings, just wanting to escape to Fort Nice as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he is not the only person who can fly under the night sky. Turning around in a hurry, Joan saw a red figure passing by the moonlight, and was chasing behind him at no less than his flight speed. It was the man named Diego Antonioni. Joan had no time to recognize the spell that the opponent was flying on, and there was only one thought in his mind: never let the opponent approach within 200 yards of himself, otherwise he might enter the range of fireball. Judging from the power of the fireball that Diego Antonioni just blasted out, at least an 8th level arcane caster, and considering his gorgeous costumes and hands-up efforts, he is striving for a compelling narcissism. Joan speculates that he should be a warlock who relies on charm attributes, not intelligence, to cast spells. The sorcerer's ability to cast spells comes from bloodline talent. Joan, who was born with a strange bloodline, almost chose the warlock's path at the beginning. He still knows a lot about this profession, although it is still not clear what kind of special bloodline Diego Antonioni has, but the warlock has two things in common: there are more spell positions than the wizards of the same level, and there is no need to prepare spells in advance. These two characteristics make warlocks more suitable for playing the role of turrets on the battlefield than mages. You don't need to consider so much. Just boom. What's more, Joan's level is much lower than that of the other party, and he is facing the bombing spell. It is purely that he has a long life, and now he has no choice but to run away. Joan has already increased his flying speed to the limit, but he still can't get rid of Antonioni, but fortunately the other party can't close the distance between the two. The two chased and fled in this way, flying from the southern end of Broken Tooth Valley to the northern end. Seeing Fort Nicey getting closer and closer, Joan's mood was ups and downs, and he was extremely nervous. Chapter 397 Mythical Missile. The closer to the Nicey Fortress, the safer Joan's situation is, there is no doubt about it, but he also led the red-haired warlock, the disaster star, to his door. Even if Diego Antonioni can't catch up with him, at least he can incidentally investigate the strength and garrison situation of the Yalfheim border guard, and even have the power to throw fireballs to bomb the barracks and even the granary, wreaking havoc and chaos for the navy. The follow-up offensive provides convenience. In this way, wouldn't you be a leading party that brought dry food to the enemy? Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Joan thought, more and more depressed. He was hesitating whether to change the flight direction and lead the red-haired warlock away from his own barracks. He accidentally glimpsed a familiar figure on the sentry tower at the top of the fortress, which seemed to be Roger Dingdall, chatting with two sentries who are also on duty carrying magic crystal rifles. Joan's heart moved, and with an idea, he gathered his wings and dived towards the sentry tower, trying to attract Roger's attention. Roger was responsible for leading the team tonight. The two sentries who accompanied him on guard were carefully selected gunmen from the Knights and belonged to the Lance Squadron led by him. Roger's squadron nominally belongs to the company level. In fact, there are only 30 people in total. No way. The magic crystal gun is very expensive equipment. The entire corps can only make up these 30 guns in total. Roger's gun was brought from home. It was already dark at night. Roger was chatting and farting with two subordinates on the watchtower. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit him. Looking up, a black and red figure crossed the sky and was approaching in the direction of his own. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, Roger recognized that it was Joan, who had transformed into an eagle in front of him, but the red figure behind was strange. As an iron buddy who played with Joan to a big boy since childhood, Roger soon realized that the situation was wrong. Under normal circumstances, Joan didn't need to fly so fast over his own barracks, and kept circling around the fortress, seemingly trying to get rid of the red figure that was chasing behind him. Roger hurriedly spit out the chewing tobacco and hurriedly grabbed his shotgun. Guys, beware, trouble is coming. At the signal of Roger, the duty companion quickly sounded the alarm. Roger raised his gun and shot into the sky. Since he could not confirm the identity of the red figure, his first shot was more conservative, and he deliberately avoided the other party's vital point, which meant more intimidation than killing. The bullets roared past, and Diego Antonioni was taken aback. He couldn't catch up with Joan anymore and hurriedly cast a spellcasting gesture. Joan was already exhausted at this time, finally got a chance to breathe, folded his wings and landed on the sentry tower, leaned down and shouted at Roger and others. hesitate for a fart. "Shoot now!" "Shoot the red hair fiercely." "Ah! That red hair, what the did he do to make our mage master like this?" Roger ridiculed. But his hands were not slow. After being modified, his shotgun was able to shoot continuously. Raising his hand was 3 consecutive shots at the red figure hovering in the night sky. Afterwards, he could not observe whether it was hit, and quickly changed the magazine. The other 2 gunmen on the sentry tower also picked up the magic crystal gun and aimed at Diego Antonioni and opened fire. Unfortunately, Roger's shooting was 2 seconds late. The red-haired warlock had completed the casting process, and a thick fog spread out around him, and he was wrapped in an instant. The missing bullets fired into the dense fog that filled the night sky. Roger and his companions had no way of knowing whether they had hit the enemy, nor could they see the figure covered by the dense fog. The next round of shooting was pure chaos, shooting birds, all expecting luck. Joan stood on the top of the towering tower and looked up at the night sky. Seeing that Diego Antonioni had just cast a hidden fog technique, he chanted a spell to release the wind-making technique to his latent dense fog area. Sure. The powerful airflow created by the magic power turned into a strong wind blowing against the night sky, and instantly dispersed the dense fog. Antonioni lost his fog cover and was again exposed to the guns of Roger and others, attracting intensive shots. Antonioni stood in the air, fluttering in a red dress, sneer in the face, and did not hide from the shooting of the magic crystal gun. The whistling lead bullets were successively bounced off by the magic shield that shrouded him all over. When he escaped into the clouds just now, he blessed himself with shield and mage armor, and drank a bottle of Antizord enchantment potion to provide complete protection, and he was not afraid of gunfire. Unhurriedly chanting spellcasting spells, the scorching magic quickly gathered in his palm, and gradually formed a ball of fire full of violent destructive power. In just 3 seconds, Antonioni can complete the preparation of the 3rd ring of fireball spellcasting, and the tower below, along with the officers and soldiers of Alfheim, are slamming together. Never let him fireball. Joan gritted his teeth and quickly invoked a mythical power to transform it into a once-level spell slot for launching a special spell. The fireball held in Antonioni's palm is expanding rapidly, and the radiated heat is also soaring. Even Roger and others in the sentry tower feel the hot air blowing on their faces, and they can't help but be shocked. Just at the moment when the horrible fireball was about to fly out of Antonioni, Joan preempted the spellcasting preparation, waved 2 missiles, and dragged a purple arc into the night sky. Antonioni saw Joan's move, and his lips raised a contemptuous arc. He saw that the little mage intended to use magic missiles to interrupt his casting process. The idea was good, but the other party didn't seem to realize that he had blessed the shield. Any arcane spellcaster with some actual combat experience should know that magic missiles can never penetrate shield. 2 purple missiles approached quickly, almost simultaneously hitting Antonioni's magic shield. So far, it was within his expectations, and what happened next refreshed his knowledge. The 2 missiles were not blocked by the shield, but they were easily torn apart by a torn shield, and they slammed into his chest. It seemed like he was hitting 2 punches head. Antonioni felt black in front of him, and the severe pain in his chest made him suffocate. Barely restraining the urge to vomit blood on the spot, Antonioni was horrified to find that the ball of fire in his hand was out of control. The threat posed by fireball against him is far more deadly than being hit by 2 magic missiles. Antonioni changed his face in shock, hurriedly waved the fireball out of control, turned his head and flew away. The fireball exploded from the moment that Antonioni had mastered. The roaring sounds awakened the people in the barracks. They stood up one after another and looked up at the night sky. When they saw the fiery fireball, they were all startled. Chapter 398 The Footsteps of War 1 Antonioni was the closest to the fireball, tumbling in a heat wave, and the gorgeous red robe was also burned by the spattered Mars. The accident that had just happened made him afraid and confused. He glanced at Joan deeply and turned to fly away from the fortress of Nice. Joan stood on the roof of the sentry tower, watching the red figure disappear into the depths of the night, secretly relieved. Had it not been for the mythical missile that I had optimized with my own hand, which had penetrated the magic shield of the red-haired warlock Antonioni and interrupted his casting process, this post might be smashed by the fireball. The crisis was temporarily lifted, but Joan's mood was still heavy. He fluttered his wings and flew back to the original form. He quickly hurried to the Lieutenant Colonel Vassar to report the intelligence obtained by the investigation tonight. George Vassar was still doing business. He was shocked by the explosion and fire from the air. He stood in front of the fortress window and looked out. Hearing the familiar and rapid footsteps, he turned and opened the door for Joan. "Joan, there was so much noise outside. What happened?" "Mr. Vassar, this sentence or two are unclear. You have to listen to me from the beginning." Joan sat down across the desk and detailed the scenes he saw during the air reconnaissance tonight and the conversations he overheard in the enemy camp. "Unfortunately, I was too careless. I was invisible by Jackal Queen Alpha and forced to flee the camp of the Blue Man. On the way back, I was hunted down by the red-haired warlock named Diego Antonioni, and flew all the way to our military fortress before he repelled him with the assistance of Lieutenant Roger." Joan took the teacup delivered by Lieutenant Colonel Vassar and drank, before finally answering the question that Lieutenant Colonel Vassar initially asked. "The explosion you just heard was the fireball cast by the red-haired warlock. Fortunately, he was disturbed during the casting process, and the fireball was detonated in advance, causing no damage to our army." George Vassar listened to him quietly, his face gradual and dignified, and he didn't ask questions until he finished speaking. "According to your observations, how many troops did the Sea Blues recruit for this cross-border?" "There are about 500 regular cavalry wearing Navy armor. In addition, there are a large group of jackals to cooperate with them. The total strength is not less than 1,000. Joan answered truthfully. George Vassar nodded, a bitter smile on his lips. "In my previous report to His Excellency the Governor, I once boasted that Fort Nice could withstand the siege of 1,000 people. Okay, now we have to face the Sea Blue Cavalry and their jackal allies. There are thousands of them. I am really a genius prophet." Joan couldn't laugh, and asked the Lieutenant Colonel urgently, "Mr. Vassar, what are you going to do next?" "According to the normal marching speed, the enemy will be able to reach our military defense zone at the latest after tomorrow afternoon. Considering that the enemy's strength is twice that of ours, it is probably not a good idea to take the initiative to attack." George Vassar thought about it with a touch of his chin, and his face softened slightly. "Fortunately, our fortress has been built, and the stocked food is also sufficient to support long-term consumption. It is more beneficial for our army to rely on the defensive posture by relying on the city wall. It is possible to kill as many enemy forces as possible under the premise of avoiding casualties, as long as you stick to Anderson. When the school's reinforcements arrive, they can attack and defeat the enemy inside and outside." Joan has not received formal military training and is completely layperson for combat command. He can only analyze the tactical arrangement of Lieutenant Colonel Vassar from a general logic. It sounds reasonable and reasonable. It is indeed the most beneficial thing that can be done at present. Decision-making. "Joan, you just said that during the investigation of the enemy's situation, you saw General Louis Jumonville, the commander of the garrison of Mos Belheim. I want to hear your impression of this person." Vassar asked in a correction. "General Jumonville looks younger than I thought. From his conversation with the red-haired warlock Diego Antonioni, this person has a very strong personality and a great temper." Joan thought about it for a while and then said, "From the details revealed in the conversation between the two, Diego Antonioni is likely to be the son of the Count Antonioni of the colony of Mos Belheim. General Jumonville's attitude towards him is very tough, but the two are like feelings, deep friends. Besides this, I have also noticed that there is serious disagreement between General Jumonville and son Antonioni on the border conflict. Fathers and sons of Antonioni have settled disputes through peace talks, and General Jumonville is more inclined to resort to force, especially after the envoy of his elder brother Sir Louis Jumonville was mistakenly killed by us. General Jumonville became obviously more radical. I even suspect that General Jumonville's troop dispatch was a self-assertion and was not authorized by Count Antonioni in advance. If we didn't launch that sloppy raid at the beginning, and did not kill Sir Jumonville, the enemy troops would not come so fast, so suddenly. The situation on the border would not be so bad. George Vals's sigh exuded his inner remorse, but now it is too late to regret. He can only force his mind to conquer the enemy's way. Joan, you just mentioned that there is a disagreement between General Jumonville and Earl Antonioni. This is the key point. We may be able to use the contradiction between the two to make some articles and dismantle the hostile forces from within. He pondered for a long time, and suddenly shook his head, laughing at himself. This is what politicians should do, and I'm just a soldier. It's no use thinking about it. Do you want to report to your Excellency Governor? Mage Joan asked. Lieutenant Colonel Valsa hesitated a little and shook his head gently. There is only the last short message scroll left, which can save you money, or leave it to the most critical moment before using it. Then I flew back to Port Leiden overnight. And should I report to the Governor-General on the front line? Don't be so anxious first. You are already working hard today. Go back and have a rest, and inform the guards to invite Nathaniel and Magni, and I have to discuss with them how to deal with the army of Jumonville. Lieutenant Colonel Valsa's say spirit. Early the next morning, news of the enemy's coming was spread throughout the barracks. Joan was also affected by the tense atmosphere of the upcoming war. He was tortured by fear and anxiety until dawn, and he fell asleep on the bed for 2 hours before being awakened by the bugle and hurriedly got up to Washington. While having breakfast in the officers' canteen, Joan found out that the Dingle brothers had large dark circles on their faces. They yawned continuously while drinking soup, and it seemed that they did not sleep well last night. Joan, are we really going to fight the Aquamarine? Dick asked. I'm afraid it is. Since the end of the Ear War 14 years ago, this will be the first time our army has collided head-on with the regular Sea Blue Army. It's exciting to think about it. Dick was very excited. It is said that the Navy's navy is very strong. As for the army, it is not in the old world's major powers at all. Roger's casual teasing caused a laugh, and the atmosphere in the cafeteria turned light. Chapter 399 The Footsteps of War 2. Since Joan's service, he has collected a lot of information on the military forces of various countries. Based on all kinds of written records, the Army of the Navy is indeed inferior to the Navy, and its equipment level and combat effectiveness are mediocre. However, this is only the evaluation standard of the old continent. The situation of the colony is completely different from that of the old continent. In terms of the strength, equipment and training level of the Vasa Corps, it is already an elite division in the colony, and it is measured by the standards of the major military powers of the old continent, not to mention elite, and it does not even reach the average level. Before coming to the New World to serve as the colonial garrison commander, General Jumonville became famous in the Hainan homeland, and made a military contribution in the war against the invasion of the Bozi Chinese. He was hailed as a famous leader of the Hainan youth, and his qualifications and experience are far from never commanded. Lieutenant Colonel Vasa in a large battle can match the troops trained by General Jumonville, even if they are not stronger than the Vasa Corps, will not be too inferior if you think about it. Coupled with the help of the Wolves Queen Alpha and the brutal gangsters, his own combat power is obviously at a disadvantage. Joan didn't know whether the young officers represented by the Dingle brothers really looked down on the enemy, or they were just bragging to brave themselves, but he couldn't laugh anyway. After having breakfast, Joan began to be busy all day. First go to the headquarters to participate in the combat meeting, and then accompany Magni to Galetown, inform the local residents of the upcoming Blue invaders, remind them to prepare for refuge, and transport most of the food stored in the Pickman warehouse back. The Nisesi fortress serves as a reserve for a long-term anti-Japanese war. After busy with these affairs, Mage Joan hurriedly ate a few meals in the officers' canteen and went on the road again, turning into an eagle to investigate the dynamics of the navy. At this time, the coalition composed of the Sea Blues and the Jackals has reached the middle of the Valley of Broken Tooth. Joan tried to cast a spell to attack the enemies marching in the narrow valley. Unfortunately, the red-haired warlock Diego Antonioni had been covering himself in the air all day, so that he could not find the opportunity to attack, and finally had to leave with disappointment. In this way, from early morning until late, Joan flew back to the camp to report to Lieutenant Colonel Vaser, and then returned to his barracks to rest. The smell of gunpowder in the air made it difficult for Joan to sleep, and all kinds of weird thoughts appeared in his mind. If you sacrifice yourself on the battlefield, what would your grandfather think? What would Candy think? What would Rebecca think? After the Rolls mentor learned this news, what would he think? Thinking of having so many people who cared about him, Joan couldn't help but have a contemptible thought that he felt. Before the fight has begun, quietly leave the barracks. Is it considered a deserter? According to the employment contract he originally signed with Lieutenant Colonel Vaser, Joan can actually leave the barracks at any time, and no one has the right to stop him. However, the contract belongs to the contract, and the human relationship belongs to the human relationship. Under the current situation, he must first pass the barrier in his heart to get out of the barracks gate. He knows that even if others can understand his choices for self-protection, he cannot forgive himself. As long as he takes that step, he will become a cowardly deserter in his mind. This shame will accompany him for life and become a heart that will never be forgotten. Rather than spend the rest of my life in regret, it is better to fall conscientiously on the battlefield. Death is nothing but the world plus the world minus the world. Born in the dust, returned to the earth. What can't be put down? Disorganized thoughts circulated in Joan's mind, and eventually formed countless strange nightmares, making him still nervous and sleepy in his sleep. This night seemed to be particularly long. He didn't wake up from the dream until the loud horn sounded outside the window. He realized that the footsteps of war had extended from the dream to the reality. The test he faced next would be more terrifying than the nightmare. Early morning, October 1, 1620. The troops led by General Jumonville finally appeared in the field of view of the sentry at Fort Nicey. The sirens reverberating above the fort declared that the 14-year-old peacetime between the border between Alfheim and Mossbeim was suspended. A brutal war officially opened. The commander of Fort Nicey, George Vassar, and his colleagues were prepared for the arrival of the invaders, and immediately mobilized their troops to arm along the trenches and walls around the fort. A burlesque and stone thrower have long been neatly placed on the wall. Officers and soldiers have a long bow, a hard crossbow or a magic crystal rifle. The enemy dares to approach within 1,000 feet, and will be baptized by the rain of bullets. Louis Jumonville deserved to be a famous general in the sea. He observed through the telescope that the garrison of Nicey had completed defensive measures. He was not in a hurry to launch an offensive and ordered the troops to set up positions on the banks of the Golden Sands, about 2 miles away from the fort. Accompanied by Chief of Staff and Warlock Diego Antonioni and Alpha Queen of the Jackal, General Jumonville climbed a hill near the position to conduct a more detailed investigation of the environment around the fortress of Nicey. Louis, you are stationing your troops on the riverside. Do you want to cut off the enemy's water source, take a seagless strategy against the fortress, and force them to take the initiative to go out of the city to fight under the thirst? Antonioni thought that he had seen through his old friend's plans, but General Jumonville cast a despising glance at him. Diego, when will you get rid of your cleverness? Don't think that the enemy commander is as naive as you. Although you can't clearly see the inside of the fortress here, I bet that the enemy troops have dug out the well in advance, and you can provide the garrison with sufficient cleanliness without leaving the fortress. Water source. If you don't believe it, you may wish to fly over the fort and see for yourself. You can see more than one wellhead. Ha! You disgusting man. If you want me to fly over to help you investigate the enemy's situation, just say so. Why use such a small method? Antonioni replied in dismay. General, if as you said, the enemy has already stored enough food and water, Our siege tactics may be difficult to take effect in a short time. Alpha said, slightly uneasy. Who said to be a siege? General Jumanville shook his head and sneered. Our force is only about twice that of the enemy, and the logistics support is only enough to support 1 month, which is simply not enough to maintain a long-term siege confrontation. What's more, as far as I know, the enemy has a support team that is coming quickly. If we can't overcome the fortress in front of us within a week, we can never occupy it. Is this so serious? Alpha was stunned and murmured, I always feel that we have the upper hand. Isn't that the case? Is it our situation more dangerous? Chapter 400 The Footsteps of War 3 General Jumanville nodded calmly. It looks like this at the moment. But you don't have to worry too much. I have never fought unsure battles in my life. I have made a comprehensive plan before sending troops. Even in the worst case, there are still 60 to 70% of them grasp the overall victory. So how did you plan? Alpha used a respectful speech unconsciously. Well, it's not convenient to disclose for now. General Jumanville smiled mysteriously. Alpha's eyes drifted to Antonioni. Diego, how about we talk in private? Don't talk. Antonioni opened his fingers and combed his flaming long hair. Louis is very cunning. I can't guess what he's doing in his stomach. It's useless to ask me. Aren't you the chief of staff? Dear Colonel Antonioni, the commander didn't discuss the battle plan with you, chief of staff. Alpha chuckled. The red-haired warlock suddenly turned red and stomped his feet in annoyance. Of course I have the right to understand the combat plan, but Louis refused to tell me. What can I do? Seriously, I hope he has a defeat. Maybe it will help change the dogma and the unprecedented stink. Alpha chuckled and covered his mouth. Jumanville only glanced contemptuously at Antonioni, and his eyes quickly returned to the telescope, looking away at the fortress standing on the hill in the distance, and fell into long-term thinking. Alpha Sau said, and said to Antonioni mysteriously, I have an idea, which can make you raise your eyebrows in front of our general. Really? You talk about it. The enemy's defense looks very tight, but it can only prevent ordinary people. But it can't stop the caster like you and me. Let's first bless the stealth and then you start the flying boots and take me to the over the enemy fortress. Landed silently, managed to find the well and poisoned it. Hey, so that they can not easily destroy their defense. My dear Miss Alpha, you think the war is too simple. Antonioni shook his head bitterly. The evening before yesterday, I chased the enemy mage who turned into an eagle and flew over the fort. Although it was only a few quick glances, the strong defenses inside the fort still left a very deep impression on me. Saying 5 steps and 1 post, 10 steps and 1 whistle is not an exaggeration. The enemy sentry posts are also equipped with military dogs, and even if we use stealth, it is difficult to escape from the sharp-smelling military dogs. As for the wells, unfortunately, I haven't seen any open-air wells. If there are wells, they must be indoors and guarded. It's not as easy as you think to sneak in and poison. Is there always a chance of success? Alpha insisted on his own opinion. I successfully assassinated the former commander of the enemy a month ago. Maybe the goddess of destiny will look after me again. Madam, if we pin our hopes on good luck, then we have lost half before we even start. I am more concerned about the consequences of failure than the chance of success. Obviously, this consequence is equivalent to death. We cannot afford such a risk. Antonioni rarely put a frivolous smile on his face. You may feel that I am making alarmist speeches, and maybe you still believe that you can kill the enemy camp even if you reveal your identity with your own strength. But it is not true. Master Antonioni, what do you mean? The Jackal Queen's self-esteem was stabbed, and her face suddenly sank. Can anyone in the enemy camp pose a threat to you and me? Really, there are more than one. Antonioni, the chief of staff, is not a dry person. He is in charge of the intelligence work against the enemy. He has a much better understanding of the personnel inside the Vasa Corps than Alpha. First of all, the commander of the enemy, George Vassar. This Lieutenant Colonel is a level 10 paladin. I am afraid that you are not his opponent in the heads-up. We only have the level 12 Awful Knight Louis win him steadily. There is also an assistant named Magni Boviton next to Lieutenant Colonel Vassar. This man is from the Algonquin Valley and is the leader of an Azam mercenary fighter, violently like a monster that is not afraid of death. You may not be able to fight it. Realizing that Alpha's face was gradually embarrassing, Antonioni smiled, then added another sentence. Finally, and the thing I am most concerned about is the enemy's entourage mage, the little guy who turned into an eagle and went to our military camp to investigate. Oh, you mean that little bird? Alpha tilted his head and frowned. He is indeed cunning, but I don't think he is qualified to compare with us. What should I say? Antonioni sorted out his hairstyle and frowned. On the surface, the kid was just a level 3 mage, but after playing with him, I found that this person's true strength far exceeds his mage level. In addition to regular spells, he seems to be good at some strange and unpredictable tricks. For example, in the conflict yesterday evening, he once penetrated my shield with a magic missile. This is counterintuitive, and until now I can't figure out how he did it. Listening to you, I also think of a strange thing related to that little mage. Alpha stroked the golden collar and fell into memory. When I sneaked in to assassinate the former commander of the enemy army, the initial process was very smooth, but when the retreat came, the little mage flew back and cast a flash dust in the volley to force me out of invisibility, and my eyes were stabbed. When I reluctantly opened my eyes, I found that the little mage disappeared. Instead, a tough tree man appeared in front of me. If I weren't running fast at that time, I was almost slapped by the tree. I thought about it for a long time afterwards, but I couldn't figure out where the tree man came from. Why did he take the initiative to attack me? Listening to what you just said, now I have to doubt that the tree man is probably the little mage who changed. The spells that summon or change the trees are very high. It stands to reason that the little mage has no ability to cast it. However, this kid is very weird. Maybe he is really the ghost he is doing. In short, we better guard against him, lest you overturn the boat in the gutter. Antonioni said cautiously. General Jumonville put down his binoculars, turned to look at the two deputies, and asked calmly, "Have you finished talking?" "Now I am going to talk about business." "We're done talking. May I ask the general, what do you tell me?" Antonioni made a deaf ear gesture in a comedic manner.